The other way round, isn't it? I don't think I've got 500 all of mine together last year.
I commentated last week at home. Do you know Chloe Brewer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I made contact with Chloe last week. So she came down and they've just been out in they've been out in Spain. Yeah. Yeah, so she went out so she contacted with us Sunday. She went on Monday morning. Someone was picking her up at 2 in the morning. Yeah, they were getting an early flight from Gatwick. Playing 2
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they were coming back, but then she's got a game she's playing for Surrey Monday. Are you playing on Monday?
Yeah, I'm playing Leicester.
Oh, yeah. That's a 20 over.
Yeah.
You got 2 in a day? Well, that's just a shame to play. When's your first? There's a bit of a break, is there?
So our pre-season was really quite long. We started pre-season 2 weeks ago, like afterwards, and our first league game
So where did you do your training?
until
Right, okay. Nice, great. Is that good facilities?
so forced to
Yeah, yeah. You're not at uni there?
I am, yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm second.
Oh, fantastic. Do you know, I never went. I wasn't bright enough. So what shall I come in after 11:30? What do you want to do? Do you want to start?
I thought if you start with me,
Yeah. You?
and then you go off at 11:30, nice to jump into it, and then,
Yeah, okay.
is that alright?
Of course it is.
You're not on. But, yeah, please start then. Yes. We're on the far side of the building, we go. Excellent team.
Oh, we've got lots of new ones this year, mate. Lots of new ones.
What's after all?
Well, you can wonder about, I mean, don't feel like they're stuck in there, knocking off the tempo. I know it's because
Just to see how you go.
same as everybody else. But yeah. I'll trouble out.
Yeah, it makes it easier, doesn't it?
Very good morning and welcome to the Incora County Ground. There you go, there's the one mention of Incora. The umpires, Peter Hartley and Paul Baldwin, walking out to the middle. The news is that Derbyshire have enforced the follow-on. I'm delighted to say it would have been slightly bizarre had they not. They lead by 331 runs. So we're going to see Ali Orr and Tom Haines come out to, but they put on 62 yesterday for the first wicket.
Led by their captain,
Scotland leads his side out. You wonder what the discussions were. I would imagine they'd be fairly brief discussions. It was, yeah, we're leading by 331. What do you think? And the answer would have been would have been fairly short.
the Sussex opening batters.
We're going to be joined momentarily by Adrian Harms. Well, he's here. Adrian.
I'm here. I decided to come back
Yeah.
after the.
Despite everything.
Despite everything, I mean, it's a big day for Sussex, Dave. I mean, they've got to bat the whole of today. They've probably got to bat until
Tea time tomorrow.
Tea time tomorrow. Really,
Absolutely.
or at least halfway through the afternoon.
Just
And
show
that may not
a
be
bit of grit. Show a bit of grit, which is
No, I agree.
which is what we were demanding. Really, I say demanding, not for me to demand, but that's what we wanted from Derbyshire at Lords last week when they were only 100 behind when they were asked to, or when they batted the second time, and you're thinking, well,
Yeah.
last season they probably would have folded like a pack of cards. Well, there is even in such a short space of time that Mickey Arthur's been in charge, there has been a complete change.
That's interesting.
It's bizarre. It's bizarre.
Well, I think from a Sussex perspective, and let's be fair to Ian Salisbury last night, and he could say little else really. He said, this isn't a wicket on which you should be bowled out for 174.
Yeah.
So there's. It's just, I watched the young lads come out of the dressing room last night and they looked absolutely shell-shocked as they wandered out. So, you'd have thought that last night the coaching group would have got around the players. It's a new day, it's still a good track. And let's, from a Sussex perspective, hope there's some fight. This is interesting because it looks as if Sam Connors is going to open the bowling.
Sam Connors has pinched his own end back
He
from
has.
Saranga Lakmal. That is, no, you're right, it is interesting. I might ask you to do the first over as well, mainly because I'm going to nick off and do the first update of the day. We will also be joined by Grace Ballinger, who's with the Loughborough squad. Is it the Lightning still, or is it not? It is the Lightning still. Grace is in the box with us. We'll hear from Grace in a few moments' time, Adrian.
But it is going to be Sam Connors who's going to get the third day underway here at Derby, coming into bowl to Alistair Orr, who lets that one go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. And I would say with Grace, it's lovely to have another voice of the commentary box today, that she's brought a notepad with some very comprehensive notes. How impressive is that? More impressive than you and I, Fletch, I have to say.
Well,
Fantastic handwriting as well.
We'll have to sort that out.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Yeah.
Notes.
Yeah, very good. Most impressive. So, 3 slips, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As ever, you can contact us via a variety of ways, which we'll tell you in a moment, as in comes Connors around the wicket to the left-handed Alistair Orr. He's in and bowls and all covers up top, just short of a length and plays that to mid-on, where it's fielded by Lackmell. There is no runs. You can email us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at Fletch Sport, at BBC Radio Sussex. So please get in touch. And I think probably a lot of people on what is a glorious bank holiday weekend for weather are probably out and about. But some might just be sitting in their garden like Zach Tomazzi was last night, the former Sussex chief exec, enjoying a beer and a pizza. In comes Collars and Bowles. That's wide of the off stump, taken by Brooke Guest, and there is no run. Alistair Orr, who battled away yesterday before he was LBW to Connors for 17, taking the first over. And it has to be stressed that this still looks a really, really good track. And I think almost inevitable that Derbyshire were going to enforce the follow-on. And why wouldn't you, with a lead like this? In comes Connors around the wicket, Bowles, and Orr again lets that one go outside of the off stump. So he hasn't had to play the delivery yet, has Alistair Orr, in the first 4 deliveries of this opening over. Not a huge crowd. It looked like a decent crowd yesterday. But perhaps more people will drift in during the day. And those at the far end, at the city end, are bathed in sunshine. There's a bit of high-level cloud around a bit, but lots and lots of blue skies. Connors is on his way. And let go again by Alistair Orr outside the off stump. He left very well yesterday, did Ali Orr. And he started in the same way again today. Hasn't had to play at a delivery yet. And Connors wanders back. This is the racecourse end of the ground. And this is where our media centre is based. And I'm looking right down on the plate, looking pretty much over mid-off. I'm not wicket to wicket, but still with an excellent view as in comes Connors for the final ball of the opening over Bowles. And Orr runs for Alistair Orr, but not far away from the left hand of third slip. It was sliced away down to the third man boundary. So a boundary for Alistair Orr to get him underway. Sussex are underway to 4 without loss, but a shot that would have just given a few little palpitations in the Sussex dressing room. It raced past the left hand of Louis Deploy in there at third slip. So Orr is on his way, end of the opening over, and Sussex are 4 without loss.
Yeah, that was encouraging, wasn't it? I thought the first delivery was quite encouraging. There was plenty of bounce still in this pitch, isn't there?
Yep.
Plenty of bounce. Saranga Lackmell is now going to bowl from the city end, and he didn't bowl from the city end at all in the first innings because he decided, as the overseas pro, he was going to bowl from the racecourse end, and he ended up with no wickets. So perhaps he's had a think. Sam Connors has had a think. And here we go. Not massively attacking, just the 2 slips. Alex Thompson and Wayne Madsen. There's a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on. There's a manning fairly close at mid-wicket, and a square leg. There'll be a long leg as well. There is down below us, and Lackmell bowls, and that's defended by Tom Haines. Up towards Billy Coleman, who always stands at mid-off, as we know, and there is no run. Look, Derbyshire bowled nicely yesterday. They certainly batted nicely over the previous day and a half, but we'll just let John get this out of the way. Thank you very much, John. You're well spotted. Oh dear. should he not announce that before the over started? Anyway, this is Lackmell. He's only just woken up. Here he is, Lackmell in and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side. Shamrasood thinks about going for it, but in the end leaves it for young Nick Potts, who, after a very dodgy start, iffy start, we'll call it an iffy start, scratch dodgy from the record, after an iffy start to his Derbyshire first-class career with the ball, when he went for 3 or 4 boundaries, Tom Haines, who batted really nicely and quite aggressively.
Yeah.
He settled down, did Nick Potts, and ended up with 3 for 43 on debut, which is not a bad effort at all for a 19-year-old playing in his first-class match. Lackmell's next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Haines. What? It's a horrible question, and I've had to answer this question on numerous occasions over the course of the last 6 years. What can Sussex hope for?
Well, I mean, someone, they've got to play long. I mean, I'm looking at the batting order and you've got 2 international Test cricketers in that batting order. So in Mohammad Rizwan and Chetawar Pujara, and you would have thought that those 2 alone ought to be able to make big runs on this pitch. It's still a good track, Dave.
Seems to be, doesn't it? Seems to be. Lackmell bowls, turning to the leg side once again. Again, it's Nick Potts who does the fielding. Ed Dawes says good morning. He's watching the stream at home.
Oh, good morning, Ed. Would he have been at the Pride
He'd have been
Park
at the same place you were at last night. Yes, he'd have been very, very excited last night with it, because it was a very impressive performance, I thought, watching it on the TV.
Well, what I was impressed with as a neutral watching the game was the support that Derby County got. It was like something I've seen wonderful support at football grounds, but that was taking it to another level. It was incredible.
They have been astonishing.
The
this
support
season.
that Derby got last night.
Supporters, Wayne Rooney, the players. Lackmell bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. And there's no run.
There was a chap in front of me, Dave, and I was almost tempted to go and sort of shake his hand at the end. He was there. I don't know how old he would have been. He was probably about 40. He was with I presume with his son. He was with a young lad with him in his Derby shirt. And this guy lived every kick. He must have been exhausted at the end of the game. And when it went into injury time, and I think it was 6 minutes of injury time, he couldn't sit down. He was up. He was holding his head. Now it looks like Derby are going to go down, sadly. But for that guy, I really hope good times around the corner for Derby. He was a true football fan in every way, shape and form.
That might have been Ed. Lackmell bowls. It's defended up to Billy Godalman at mid-off, and the first over from Suranga Lackmell from the City end comes to an end. It is a maiden. He bowled pretty miserly stuff yesterday as well, did Suranga Lackmell. Hasn't quite had the luck that perhaps he might have done so far in his career, but he has only been in the country about 10 days, and although it's glorious weather here in Derby again, I mean, this is very much shorts weather for most of us. I think when you live in Colombo and you're used to 30 degrees and 100% humidity, it's a bit chilly, but he has only got a sleeveless sweater on today, which is a first, so excellent news.
And I did notice, I won't talk about football after this, but in the dugout for Derby was Liam Rossignol, who you're talking about nice men, probably one of the nicest men in football, spent time down at the Albion, was a hugely popular figure there, and a really, really nice guy. So good to see. I don't think you get to speak to him, but good to see Liam Rossignol. In comes Connors and bowls to Orr. Gets himself in a bit of a tangle, and the ball just drops in front of him. There is no run. I guess, coming back to your question, Dave, there must be a confidence issue around Sussex at the minute, because if they lose this game, this will be 6 county championship defeats on the spin. If you go back to last year, their last win in the county championship was away in Cardiff last year in the second game of the season, when Ollie Robinson, no question, bowled Sussex to victory. He took 13 wickets in the match and was magnificent. In comes Connors in and bowled. That go outside the off stump, taken by Brooke Guest. So it's been a long losing run, and it's a slight sort of football analogy, isn't it? But I think you can take it into cricket. Do you almost get out of the habit of winning? I mean, knowing how to win a game, and so it's just such an important day for Sussex. Even if they were to lose this game, at least if they could, bat through today, take it into a 4th day, make Derbyshire really fight for these points. Because Sussex, as we stand now, and this is unusual, haven't got any points out of this game at all. 0. In comes Connors around the wickets, bowls, and Orr plays slightly in the air down to fine leg. There's a howl from bowler and those behind the stumps, but it's 1 more to Orr. He goes to 5. So I think that's what we want to see for Sussex Day. We want to see some fight. We want to see this taken into the final day. We want to see some confidence giving back to the dressing room. And when you've got overseas players and top overseas players as well, I'm afraid this is the sort of day your overseas have to perform. That's when that's why you bring in quality overseas players on a day like today. You're expecting them to really stand up and be counted and make some runs. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As Connors is on his way. Round the wicket and bowls, and Haines covers up, plays very straight down the ground. And for Tom Haines as well, who's had a decent start to the season, a half century in the first innings, 41 here, leading run scorer in the championship last season. It can't be easy for Tom. I mean, he's 23. He was brought in very much last minute as captain of the side when Travis Head pulled out of coming over. So Tom will want to lead from the front here today.
I'm sure his brother Ollie is listening, so if you are listening, Ollie, hello. In comes Connor's bowls, and Haines flicks this nicely off the hip down to fine leg and picks up a single. He goes to 6.
Remember yesterday when you were writing Somerset off? I'm sure it was you who was writing Somerset off. Yeah.
What are Essex now?
Essex need 84 in their second innings to win that game. They're currently 4 for 4.
Really?
They were 1 down overnight. Nick Brown 1, Alistair Cook 3, Sam Cook 0, Dan Lawrence 0, Tom Wesley and Matt Critchley, formerly of this parish, both out in the middle at the moment, and neither of them have got off the mark yet. So they're
who's got the wickets?
4 for 4. 2 for Overton, 2 for Siddle.
In comes Connors. Ball plays to mid-on. There is no run. End of the over. 6 without loss. That's interesting because generally down at Taunton, I think the criticism has been it's a bit too spinner friendly. So the seamers.
Yeah. Well, their figures. They've had 4 overs. That's 4 for 4 in 4 overs, which is very splendid. Craig Overton 2 overs, 2 for 3, and Peter Siddle 2 overs, 2 for 1.
Wow. Just goes to prove, doesn't it? What do I know? Not a lot.
I thought it was a batsman's game.
Yeah. Well,
I'm sure Grace will be telling us later it's a batter's game.
So I left here last night. Fletch managed to sort of, walk up the road. It's probably about a 20-minute walk up to Pride Park. A bit more than that, maybe 25 minutes, and back into town. And town was very busy as I walked back. I was desperate to find something to eat, but I couldn't find anywhere. I was walking around.
Sat for a couple of pints.
There was a couple of bags of crisps back at the hotel.
Oh dear.
But it was a bit sad.
No.
Yeah, and a bag of peanuts.
Treat yourself. Here's Lackmar bowling to Haines, who carves this away for 4 up towards the cover boundary. It's a point boundary really, out there in front of the players' pavilion. Really nice shot, too short, too wide from Saranga Lackmar. He got the treatment. In all honesty, the first run scored off him, but that was glorious, absolutely glorious. But he did batted a fair old lick yesterday, 41 from 34 with 9 fours yesterday, Tom Haines, and they were 62 without loss, of course.
They were, yeah.
So they lost they lost 10 wickets for 112. Sussex yesterday. As a result of that shot, Saranga Lackmar is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Sussex skipper Tom Haines, who waits now and leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest, the Derbyshire wicket-keeper in his long-sleeved Derbyshire top. Good to see him wearing long sleeves. Nothing worse than seeing a wicket-keeper wearing short sleeves.
Do you not like that? With the gloves on?
Slightly village.
And get your elbows.
Slightly village, I think. Yeah, just slightly. Yeah. A decent-ish crowd for a day 3. I know it's a Saturday and the ECB are doing whatever they can to make sure people can't get to cricket, so it's great that you've all been able to get to cricket today. More to come. Haines cuts away again, straight into the hands of Anuj Dal, who is the best fielder in the county championship. I'd stake my not inconsiderable reputation on that. He is magnificent in the field.
I would say, in terms of sort of cricketing ability as well, you look around the counties about all-rounders who are genuine all-rounders and make a contribution. I mean, one of my favourite players is Ryan Higgins at Gloucester, who I think, is a genuine all-rounder. And you'd have to put Anuj Dal in that kind of company, really.
Look, I think he's got the volume of work that Higgins has got, but yeah, he's really come on in the last 8 months, really. This one is turned into the leg side by Haines, picked up by Shan Masood. First time Shan Masood has been involved today.
So, and in this division you've got Anuj Dal. I like Ed Barnard at Worcestershire.
Yes.
He's another one. He bowls his heart out, he takes wickets, he comes in, 7, 8, and regularly you look at Ed Barnard, he's making 30s, 40s, that sort of. That's what you want, isn't it?
And in good time as well.
Yeah.
When you're really looking to push on a little bit, usually, I mean, he has scored big as well with Brooke Guest last year. She had a double century stand. It's like Miles next to him. He's turning to the leg side a little uppishly. That's another fine stop. That's Nick Potts. Is it? No, it's not. Can't be Nick Potts. He's just thrown the ball in left-handed. It's Lears Deploy.
Cracking
It was a good stop. Whoever it was a good stop. It was Lears Deploy. Apologies.
My heart was in my mouth then because I thought
It was uppish,
momentarily it was in the air.
Uppish. Yeah, definitely. And now Deploy's going out. Normally you'd see Lears Deploy in the fielding pads, but of course we're not going to see Alex Thompson for a while. I think we'll see him before lunch, potentially. Another man who has a real potential to turn into a proper all-rounder. Got his maiden half century in the first innings. Took 1 wicket, I think. Did he take 1? Yeah, just the 1 wicket in the first innings. 1 for 18. As Lackmell bowls outside the off stump, Haines leaves alone. And it's the end of the over. 10 without loss after 4 overs then. Sussex have been asked to follow on, having been dismissed yesterday for 174, and they still trail by 321. Nobody panicking yet. How about that? Now that's proper overseas. Shan Masood, after his magnificent double century yesterday, he's just gone down to Sam Connors, the young Derbyshire opening bowler, and taken his cap to give to the umpire. And the days gone by that have been overseas players who wouldn't even have dreamt of doing that. He is a thoroughly nice man. We haven't spoken to Saranga Lackmell because his English isn't great apparently at the moment. He can get by on a cricket pitch, you know. How's that? I'm coming round the wicket, that kind of thing. Yeah. I'm not sure it'd be a riveting interview. So, well, he's here for 2 years though, so I'm determined. I know a couple of Sri Lankans who play at my cricket club at Blackrod. In fact, one's the pro and one's the coach. So I might bring one of them down one day and do a proper interview with him.
In comes Sam Connors running in over the wicket bowls, and Orr is solidly behind this, plays into the onside, and there is no run. And the big advantage of an overseas is that he's here for the season, Dave, having retired from international cricket.
Well, Lackmell's here for 2 years. He's had a 2-year contract here for the entire season, and Shan Masood is here just on a 1-year contract at the moment, but he's here for the whole season as well. Yeah. So.
What chance with the form that he's in that he could get that Pakistan could come? I mean, is he centrally contracted with Pakistan, or does that work the same way?
Terrific question. I have no idea.
In comes Connors, running in over the wicket bowls outside the off stump, taken by keeper Guest, and there is no run because I think Mohammed Rizwan is.
So there must be central contract.
So I was looking on Quick Info yesterday, and it did say contracted, and I didn't see Shan Masood's name there. Now I may be completely wrong.
He was in the squad for the series against Australia that they just played, but he didn't play in either of the test matches or in any of the white ball stuff. Had a terrific PSL but wasn't included in the T20 squad, which was to Derbyshire's benefit because he played at Lord's last week.
Comes Connors, bowls again, and forward comes Orr to a ball of good length, which he punches to mid on, and there is no run.
There is an Asia Cup competition, which obviously Lackmell won't be affected by because he's now retired from international cricket, but that's at the end of August and into September. I think it's a 50-over competition. It might be T20.
Okay, so that involves Pakistan, India,
Sri Lanka, and then they have some qualifiers, don't they, from the region. So I would imagine Nepal and Afghanistan and Bangladesh. So I mean, it's quite a strong tournament.
In comes Connors. Bowls. It's a full toss, and Orr, we're disappointed that he didn't make more of it. It was a full toss, and he played it straight to the fielder in the covers. There is no run. Orr on 5, Haines on 5. Sussex 10 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Myself, Adrian Arms, alongside Dave Fletcher, and we're joined shortly by Grace Ballinger. Looking forward. Grace's notes or anything to go by.
Well, we can sit back, can't we?
Well,
that'll be it. We can have the rest of the day off. Brilliant.
Looking forward to Grace joining us for the day.
Looking forward to having the rest of the day off.
Yeah. In comes Connors. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Orr and plays him to the onside. He's picked the gap on this occasion. He's going to come back for a second run because Lackmell needs to make a trudge back from mid-wicket to field the ball, but not before Orr has gone through for a couple more runs. He goes to 7, and Sussex to 12 without loss. You chatter out on the field as you would expect from the Derbyshire players. That's Connors back to his mark. He's coming over the wicket to Alistair. He has varied the angle of his attack already this morning, but at the minute he's coming over with the slip cord as well. They are really, really close together, virtually in each other's pockets. As in comes Connors, bowls, and Orr lets that one pass by outside of the off stump. There is no run. It's the end of another Connors over, who's bowled 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 8. And Sussex following on here at the County Ground in Derby are 12 without loss, Orr on 7, Haines on 5.
The fear with Shan Masood from a Derbyshire perspective is that that other competition in August still has 2 spots left in each of the franchises, and it's basically going to be who does well in the T20, and he's clearly going to play in the T20 for Derbyshire. you would fear that he may well get drafted if he's put his name forward, which I assume he would, because there's plenty of money sloshing about.
So the Asia Cup, it's not a country thing, is it, or is it?
The Asia Cup is a country
okay.
thing, but I'm talking about the other competition in August, the one that takes place in this country that we don't talk about.
Oh, right.
The next one is down the next side from Sir Rankalai.
Sorry, okay.
I can barely bring myself to name it.
Is there? I don't know. I haven't gone. There's a championship match during the 100, isn't there? Is there?
No.
Is there no championship at all?
No, Derbyshire play 3 games at home in August.
Right.
Yeah. Why would you play any cricket at home when all the kids are off school and the weather's at its best?
So there's just 3 50-over games here.
Yeah. I think one of them's adjustable. It did 3 home games, 4 home games tops. Nonsense. Here's Lackmel from the City Innocents. Just gone in for a bit. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket, but he's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, and I think he'd do well to get that. Wayne Madsen looks quite interested.
Did that keep a bit low?
I think it might have done, actually. I think it might have done. The other one has, hasn't it? I mean, the other one was keeping low on day 1, but not many. You'd expect a bit more up and down, wouldn't you, over the course of day 3, which will again be to Derbyshire's advantage. Looks like well, they've won both tosses. Billy Guttleman's won both tosses. He decided to bowl first at Lords, but he decided to bat first here, which has turned out to be absolutely the right decision. Next one from Lackmel is pushed up to mid-on. Potts will throw the ball towards the stumps, and he'll hit Haines, having missed the stumps as he tried to leap out of the way. Might just have caught the inside of his ankle out, which is quite a nasty place to be struck by a cricket ball, but he's not limping and doesn't require anybody to come out of the changing room and rub it.
In fact, Wayne Madsen got hit, didn't he, in the first innings? Tom Haines threw the ball in, and Wayne Madsen looked in absolute agony. I think that got him probably on the inside of the knee, and that is really painful. I
missed that, and I just saw him lying on the ground. And the last time I saw him lying on the ground was at the opening T20 match of last season up at Old Trafford, when he subsequently missed 8 weeks with a badly torn hamstring. So I was quite pleased when somebody said he's just been hit with the ball. I said, well, that's all right. Yeah, it'll be fine.
It'll be all right.
Yeah, it'll be fine. 13 without loss, or waits and pushes this next delivery from Lackmel into the leg side.
I mean, it is a problem with overseas cricketers because, and also because with COVID, there's been so many rearranged tours and all the rest of it. You might get an overseas in, and then suddenly you find, oh crumbs, hang on, a tour's been rearranged, and he's going to be missing for half the season. So, there's obviously, you've got to choose your overseas carefully, haven't you?
Well, it's tricky at the moment because the IPL's going on for the next 18 months, I think, something like that, and they play 7,000 matches in that. They continue to dilute the competition, which I never actually watch anyway. But Lackmel is in and bowls, and it's defended back to him by Orr. But of course, that wouldn't affect Shan Masood because they don't allow Pakistan cricketers to play in the IPL, so that was never an option for him. He's a fine T20 player. Did watch a bit of the PSL, which is it was on during the winter months here, so I got a chance to watch a bit of that. And watching him bat in T20 cricket was very, very exciting. That was before he came over. We knew he was coming, but blimey, I can't wait for the rest of this season. It's great. Here's Lackmel bowls, and that was edged, but on the floor in between second slip and gully. Anuj Dal will chase after it, or will get back for 3, possibly. Wayne Madsen is going to throw the ball in, and he's got his foot down, Haines, and he gets back for the 3rd run to the danger end, if you like. It was a good bit of filling from Anuj Dal, just about managed to pull it in before it reached the rope, but 3 to Orr. He moves on to 10. Haines has 6, 16 without loss after 6 overs here at the county ground on a gloriously sunny morning. Is that your alarm? Time to get up.
Well, we've got it's probably someone getting in touch to say, because they've got an early sports show on BBC Sussex today, because Brighton are playing at Tottenham in a 12:30 kickoff. So our updates may be at slightly different times today. So I'll do this over, and then I'll make way for Grace and find out what the plan is. But I don't think we'll be half hourly today. So
yes, I was a bit like that yesterday afternoon with Burton.
Certainly, while the football is on.
We've got some non-league coverage this afternoon with Rob Rose, who I've never worked with, so I'm looking forward to that.
So we've got to change your bowling, so he's not hanging around here, Billy Godman, as he's going to juggle things around. We've only had, how many overs we had so far this morning?
6.
Just the 6, so the 7th over, and already Young Nick Potts is into the attack. He's clearly going to rotate his bowlers. Billy Goldman, just the 2 slips as in comes Potts and bowls. And in the air from Ali Orr down to a fine leg. I mean, he was never any danger of being caught, but it was in the air a long time. Nonetheless, he picks up a single and goes to 11. And Sussex to 17 without loss here. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Live cricket on the BBC, every ball, every game. From now to the end of September. When are you down with us, Fletch? Is that June? No, it's July.
It's the height of summer.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I'd imagine it'd be muscle vests by that point, wouldn't it?
in comes Potts over the wicket bowls, and beautiful shot by Tom Haines. I'm not sure he's going to get a boundary for it. Goldman is in hops. Yeah, he gives it up. Beautifully played. It was a lovely shot. He just sort of caressed the ball through mid-off for 4 runs. I thought for a moment that Billy Goldman was going to catch it, but as the ball raced towards the boundary, lovely outfield here at the county ground. I have to say that the groundsman, as indeed is the case down at Hove at the minute, very much the
they look
unsung
great,
heroes.
this time of the year.
Just looked magnificent.
Unbelievable.
You know, it just looked beautiful. And the ball raced away from Goldman, who gave up the chase. Lovely shot, though, by Tom Haines. That's one of his trademark shots. He goes to 10. And Sussex to 21 without loss.
26th of June, we start on a Sunday,
Right, okay.
which is very nice to be down in Brighton, isn't it?
In comes Potts again, running in over the wicket bowls. And Haines drives, but this time out into the offside, fielded at cover by Masood. And there is no run.
Just to explain, when I say nice to be down in Brighton, that's where we're stopping. I know we're in Hove, and it'll be all day in Hove and all night in Brighton.
Yeah, it will.
Blimey, I'll need it. I mean, we've got a few days off after that. We've got 1 day off, and then they play India here in the T20.
Well, that'll nearly be the longest day, Dave. So, you know, it'll be light until about 10:30 in the evening.
Yeah. It's always tricky to know when to go home when it's light.
Yeah.
I always find.
Potts, yeah, it's in the morning. In comes Potts away from us, comes into bowl to Tom Haines in and bowls, and Haines is forward, plays into the onside, and there is no run. I think I'm going to take this course. It could be the studio.
Okay. So we'll say goodbye momentarily to Adrian. He's just going to take a phone call. And Grace Ballinger will come in. You may have heard her last week because she was working with... he's going to take your notebook here if you're not careful. You can get it off. You can get it off him in a minute, Grace. You're all right. You get it off in a minute. He'll realise the error of his ways. Grace is going to come in and sit next to me. As Matty Potts continues from the racecourse end, and he bowls to Sam Haines, who's on 10. Defends it back to him. Grace, how are you?
I'm not too bad, thank you. How
Good.
are you?
Oh, I'm terrific. Yes, you'll soon get to realise that as somebody who's watched Derbyshire for us, well, not, I was going to say as long as I am, and I've only been watching them since 2016. This is different. This is completely different, and I feel for Adrian, who of course is watching Sussex in pretty much the same boat that Derbyshire have been in for quite a long time. Certainly the whole of last season. As Potts' next delivery is there. We go. I told you. Officially branded Lightning notebook as well, eh?
Yeah, I got my notes back.
Yeah.
Which is good. No, yeah, obviously Derbyshire off to a very good start, but that being said, I think Tom Haines does look in very fine form. He's played some very nice shots through the offside, and he'll be wanting to push on and get a score in this innings.
Well, he made 41 from 34 deliveries yesterday as they got to 62 without loss before crumbling to 174 all out. So just that will mean that Derbyshire won't panic at this stage. I'm sure. I don't think there'll be any panic anyway. The lead remains over 300, 309. But they'll be keen to pick up some wickets as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think that might be why they've gone for some bowling changes so quick. I think, you know, it never does any harm to try something different.
Yeah.
Try and get a couple early ones, as we saw in the past 2 days. That can cause a collapse.
Yeah, I'll keep a close eye on that game at Essex, where they're 14 for 4 now, so there's a certain amount of recovery going on. Essex had been struggling, but Matt Critchley, who we know very well here, is batting at the moment as Lacknell begins a new over, and Haines just turns that into the leg side.
Yeah,
I just need to stop because I've got an update for the cricket. I'll explain later. Always ready, always ready. Yes, I'm quite jealous of you actually. Just save one. I'll be in soon. That's very kind of you, Richard. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, cricket, Sussex 22 without loss. They're following on here at the County Ground. They still trail Derbyshire by 309. Derbyshire making 505 for 8 declared in their first innings. Sussex 174 all out from the final ball, or what turned into the final ball of day 2 yesterday. Leas Deploy of all people picking up the final wicket. At the moment, Ali Orr is on 11 and Tom Haines is on 11 as well. We've seen Connors, Lackmell and Potts, all bowlers. Billy Godleman rotates his bowlers, but as yet no wicket. But they won't be panicking yet. Sussex 22 without loss in their second innings, trailing by 309. That was quite fortunate because I usually turn them off in my ear. And ordinarily we do that a different way, and I'll explain later. Not that anybody needs to know. Oh, what a stop there by Hannes Dahl. He's fielding at backward point, as he always does, except when he's bowling, of course. And he's dived away to his left-hand side. It was a pretty well-struck shot from Tom Haines. He's just my favourite cricketer, and I can't get away from the fact that he is just brilliant. He is brilliant. That was a good stop, wasn't it?
That was a serious piece of fielding, I think. If that would have been me in there, that would have been long past the boundary before I'd even got down. Yeah, it was very good. He
is, and he's rapid as well. He bowls, he bats. He got a half century at Lords. He got 30-odd not out before they declared yesterday. He is a serious cricketer as Lackmell bowls. This one's cut and he can't do anything about that one, Hannes Dahl, because that had been cut very square by Tom Haines out to the boundary in front of the players' pavilion away to our left-hand side. That is a beautiful shot, but again, too short, too wide outside the off stump and given treatment.
I do just sense Lackmell's going a bit short here. I think if he's going to go short, I mean, he's got deep square out, he's got deep fine leg, he could at least go a bit more straighter. I think just giving the batters the width they want there, the left-handed batters, and got the treatment.
And he keeps alternating between over and round as well. I think he's going to go round the wicket again now because he's not happy. But interestingly, well, I say interestingly, it's the first time he's bowled from the city end. There isn't much of a slope. There is a slope here. I have no idea which way it goes, but apparently there's a slope here. I've only been watching them for 7 years. Lackmell is in again, somebody will tell me. And that one is on the leg stump and turned into the leg side down towards Shan Masood at square leg, 15 yards in off the boundary. And Haines picks up another run, 16 to him, 27 without loss. But he bowled all his overs from the racecourse end yesterday. And when I spoke to Mickey Arthur on Wednesday pre-game, I said, has he picked an end? And he said, yeah, he's picked the same end as Sam Connors. But today Sam Connors was allowed to bowl the first couple of overs, 3 overs I think it was, yeah, from the racecourse end, and Lackmell is bowling for the first time from the city end, and it'll take him a little while to get used to all his surroundings and pitches in this country, because he's essentially, he's played a lot of overseas cricket in test matches and the like, but it's his first stint in county cricket, and it must take a little bit of getting used to. He's going round the wicket to Ali Orr now, and he bowls to him down the leg side. And it's collected by Brooke Guest. There is a plane somewhere. I can't see it.
It's quite loud there.
Isn't it?
No, I was just going to say on the ends, well, I actually prefer the city end.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've only played once here, unfortunately, but I think it is a slight downhill slope, and I mean, these are both right arm seamers, aren't they? But I bowled left arm seam, and it just found it suited me quite nicely from the city end. Yeah, it looks like Alex Thompson might be getting warm down there in first slip. Might be seeing a bit of him.
Get a bit of bounce with the new ball, won't he? You would expect the shiny, hard new ball. It's still only 8 overs old.
He must be what, 6'4", 6'5"?
Well, I have to look up to him to interview him. And I'm 6'4", 6'5". He is an enormous human being. One of the nicest men you could wish to meet, but an enormous human being. Nick Potts from the, well, that's a shocker from Nick Potts, first up from the city, from the racecourse. And it didn't pitch on the cut bit, and it was wide as well, and signalled wide by umpire, well, that should be umpire Hartley now. It is umpire Hartley. The umpires will have swapped around. Peter Hartley at our end and Paul Baldwin at square leg. I walked past Paul Baldwin last night when I was going around to do the interview, and I said, day off on Sunday, Paul? He said, I couldn't possibly come. And I said, I wasn't suggesting that you actually tried to make it happen. Potts in again, and that one is on leg stump and turned down towards fine leg by Haines, who moves to 17-29 without loss.
I do like them slightly more aggressive batsmen in the county championship. I know everyone's on about white ball cricket, red ball cricket, but I do like to see the red ball batters continue to go out with a bit of purpose. We saw it from Matt Lamb last week at Edgbaston. He just went in and played his natural game and it came off nicely. I think it's good to see.
I'll get you to tell us a little bit about yourself to our audience. Obviously, Warwickshire and Surrey listeners will know all about you after last week, but that one's turned into the leg side by all this time. Sam Connors comes around from fine leg. They think about the set. He's got a good arm. Sam Connors, and he launches the ball back in. Score moves on to 30 without loss, or moves on to 12. So we know that you're a left armour.
That's correct.
And you play football. Tell us a little bit about your cricket development and how you've risen to the heady heights of Loughborough.
Yeah, so I started cricket from a pretty young age, playing like boys cricket and girls cricket back in Birmingham. And yeah, just progressed from there through the county age group.
You make it sound so easy. This next delivery is full, and he just about digs that one out as Haines. He bats the ball into the ground, and it dribbles towards Potts, and there's no run. I think he's broken his bat. Look, yep, he's broken his bat. But he's not
players
happy.
have about 6 or 7 in their cricket bag.
Yeah, I know.
They have a ridiculous amount.
He's just picked a bit of it up off the pitch as well there, so I don't think he's going to be able to carry on here. So it gives you a great opportunity. It's not, oh yeah, I played a bit of cricket and I progressed through the age groups, and now you're playing some really high-class cricket. I mean, there's a lot of work.
Yeah, no, it does take a lot of work, but I was very fortunate. I always really did quite enjoy it, and went through the Warwickshire age group system growing up, which was just fantastic for girls' development. I mean, they just had us training with the girls and boys together in the academy, which obviously really pushes you through. And went to Loughborough University currently in my 2nd year, and yeah, been in the Lightning structure since the first year it changed from KSL, so since I was about 17, 18. And yeah, just going through pre-season at the moment.
Brillo, pre-season. You enjoy pre-season?
Yeah, I mean...
Do you?
Yeah, no, I love pre-season.
Oh, do you? Most people go, oh, pre-season, oh no.
Well, you spend all winter indoors, don't you? So it's nice to finally get outside.
Absolutely.
Bit of travelling. Was down at Chelmsford on Thursday. It's a lovely ground, that very nice ground. Yeah, we're going not too
bit
badly
ramshackle.
at the moment.
I wouldn't expect you to comment on that kind of thing. But we only go to Chelmsford for one day, but we did play a championship match there last year. It was dreadful. They lost by an innings, but I just find it a bit ramshackle.
Really? I would say Cheltenham's in my top 5. Not Cheltenham. Thinking about the racing.
Yes.
Chelmsford's in my top 5.
So we now know that you like a flutter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Off to Aintree, and here's Nick Potts' new bat for Haines, and Haines defends this one into the onside.
Do you like a bet?
I wouldn't have the first idea how to do it.
Really?
Genuinely wouldn't. I've never played the lottery. I've never had a bet. No, I value my cash too much, really.
Oh, I do like the horse racing.
Do you?
4 out of 4 at the Gold Cup at Cheltenham.
Is that good?
4 wins.
Is it?
4
No,
wins out
okay.
of 4, yeah.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah.
Blimey. Now that has surprised me. I thought it was an old man's game, betting. A young woman's. This next one's turned into the leg side by Tom Haines. Have you got any tips? And there's a single take of that. I'm more interested in making more money now. 31 without loss. Wow. You're getting inside information. You're an athlete, sportswoman. You must get a few tips off there. No, I can see from your face you're not going to give anything away here, are you? You're going to keep them all for yourself.
No, don't bet on the cricket, only on the horse.
Oh, gosh, no,
Yeah.
we're not allowed to bet on cricket, so
cricket.
Yeah, we can't bet on the cricket.
Just the horse racing.
It's the 2 flies crawling up a window. First butterfly of the day's just gone past. I always like the first butterfly. Potts. Final ball of his over. Ball's outside the off stump, left alone by Orr. Good pace, but yet to really sort his radar out. Nick Potts bowled nicely yesterday, as I say, finished with 3 for 43. Connors 3 for 47. Dahl 2 for 28. We haven't seen him yet. We will do at some point. I'm just looking to see who's taking the sweaters off here. I don't think Saranga Lakmal is going to continue, because it looks to me like Billy Godleman's talking to Alex Thompson, as you very correctly pointed out. He was warming up and he's going to bowl. So this is an early introduction of off spin, isn't it? 9 overs, but I say that hard ball, and there is some bounce in the pitch, so that it could well benefit him.
I mean, yeah, his height will certainly help with the bounce, but part of me does just feel like the Derbyshire seamers just haven't attacked the stumps enough.
I think you're right.
I think it's slightly different in men's cricket. You get,
The City end, Alex Thompson.
you know, you get a few more snick-offs, a little bit more pace on the ball, but I think you've got to try and attack the stumps as your first point of call. It's been a little bit outside off, in my opinion, a little bit short.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right. I thought they were going to get the rounds of the kitchen from the coach yesterday when they were 62 without loss, Sussex, but they managed to claw it back. 2 for Connors, 1 for Potts, 1 for Dahl, and by tea they were 86 for 4, and all in the garden was rosy again. So 31 without loss is not too much of a concern at this stage, with the lead still exactly 300 now. It's an enormous lead. There was I meant to read that out before, actually. There was a terrific tweet. Most of David Griffin's tweets are indeed terrific. He's the statistician and photographer and heritage offer, and he's everything here. He's currently standing at the far end. You can see him chatting just to the left of the permanent temporary stand, looking down his long lens, chatting to somebody in a tie. Here is Alex Thompson from the City End bowls. That one is bang on target. Haines just turns it into the leg side. Derbyshire had scored 500 or more in a first-class innings on 44 occasions, and he says, sign of the times, 30 of those 44 have been since 1990. It shows you how much pitches are improved. It's a batter's game, Grace. It's a batter's game, as we all know. Oh, terrible.
I mean,
you're going to tell me you're an all-rounder now, aren't you?
No, certainly more of a bowler. Well,
okay.
You can tell the way the game's going by the amount of runs that were scored in the first match of the county championship in April.
Absolutely. There were hundreds and hundreds of runs, weren't there? It was ridiculous, really, but this one's turned off an inside edge down towards fine leg for a single by Haines. He may well be getting some turn. We can't tell, of course, A, because my eyes aren't good enough to tell, and B, because we're not right behind the bowler's arm. When you get an opportunity, don't be shy, because they're perfectly fine in the written box. They probably won't even talk to you, but they might say hello. You never know. But where we walk into the written bit, that is right behind the bowler's arm, and it's a terrific place to watch a couple of overs from if you get the opportunity at some point, which you will. We're not going to flog you. We're not going to flog you. We'll make you work hard, but we won't flog you. 32 without loss, down below the psychological 300 barrier. That's a full delivery that's smothered by Orr when Madsen comes from slip to do the fielding. Slip and short leg. 2 men in close on either side. It's Anush Dal on the offside and Sham Masood on the on, as well as the mid-on and the mid-off. It was slightly deeper for the off-spinner. Man down at a deep backward square leg, backward point, and a man out on the cover boundary. As this next delivery does. I reckon that's turned.
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Looks like he's bowling pretty nicely.
Even I thought that turned, so it must have done, surely. Certainly the way it was left as well, and it was taken sort of above waist height by Brooke Guest standing up, so all good signs for Alex Thompson in just his first over. Next delivery floated up and it's turned into the leg side by Orr, and he picks up another single. He moves to 13-33 without loss, trailing by 298. So last week when you were at Edgbaston, bit of ball by ball as well, eh? I think there'll be a bit more of that today. Do you want to crash straight into it, or do you want to wait till after lunch?
Maybe after lunch.
Okay.
I'll leave you to it. You're doing a good job.
Well, that's very kind of you to say, but just nod, or thrust your hand out and say, no, I'm doing this. Otherwise, you might not, you will get the opportunity, clearly, but have a look at the other scores elsewhere in a moment. 2 after around about 45 minutes or so of play on day 3. Essex are now 24 for 4. They need another 60. They were 4 for 4. Bizarrely chasing 84 to win against Somerset in the game at Taunton. Matt Critchley still not out. He's had a terrific start to life down at Essex. Here's Nick Potts from the racecourse, and that horn was nothing to do with his delivery. Well, it'd be good if a horn went off every time somebody bowled a ball. It was defended by Orr up to Billy Godleman at mid-off.
It was a good ball, actually, as I was saying. It was a little bit straighter, wasn't it? A little bit more on the stumps. I think just need to make the batters work a bit harder. Just seems a little bit too comfortable for them at the moment, with exception to Alex Thompson, actually.
Yeah.
To a really good start.
I think Adrian's moving out now. He's come back for his laptop. That's it. We may never see him again. His Potts. We will see him again. Bowls another full delivery, and this one is also played out into the leg side by Ali Orr. which I find really difficult to say. I know that's his name. I don't know why it's difficult, but Alior.
I think it rolls quite nicely.
Yeah, I'm struggling with that.
Quite the contrary.
Struggling with that one. You'll come across me struggling on a number of occasions throughout the course of the day. You can get in touch, of course. I ought to have written down Adrian's email address, but didn't. But fletchcricket@gmail.com if you want. Fletch Sport on Twitter. This next delivery is pushed up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Saranga Lakmal, who bent down pretty much like a 6'4" fast bowler who's bowled a few overs and has just wanted to rest a little bit, Wood, rather slowly. But he is only wearing a sleeveless top, which I think is to his eternal credit. Eternal credit. John Loosely says, morning, how was Twiggy's curry yesterday? Did he spice it up to my satisfaction? I'll tell you what, when I'd finished it, the sweat was pouring off me. He put a lot of spice in there, did Twiggy, as this next one is wide of the off stump and left alone by Alior to go through to Brooke Guest, our breakfast show presenter, with whom I lodge during home games because I live up in the northwest, so he very kindly puts me up. He came and joined us yesterday just before lunch and told me what he was cooking for tea. And he did me we did us both, but he did this curry, and I said, well, I want it nice and spicy. It's the last time I asked for that.
Fatal error.
It was hot. It was hot. He's trying to get me off kebab meat, but it won't work. It won't work. Two slips crouched down as Potts bowls, and that one is straight into the ground off Orr's bat and pushed out into the offside, where it's fielded there by Leas de Ploy, who's still got the fielding pads on underneath his Derbyshire trousers. Derbyshire's kit this season, we've discussed it over the first 2 days. Wait till you see the 50 over and the T20 kit, absolutely magnificent. But the kit this year has gone back to the more cream coloured.
Do you like that?
Oh, much better. And they've got the chocolate, pale blue and amber around the sleeves as well. That's off an edge. Just squared Orr up a little bit there. Did Potts for the last ball of the over. He was trying to turn it into the leg side. It was fielded at backward point.
Going in nicely there, I think.
Yeah.
Nick Potts starting to find his rhythm, maybe only 19 years old. Taking him a bit of time to get into his rhythm, but
his first class match. This, yeah, did nicely in the pre-season games, but they are pre-season games, aren't they? And you could tell he was nervous in his first spell yesterday. 19, Burton upon Trent, so a local boy as well, come through the pathway, making his debut, and Haines hit him for 3 or 4 boundaries. And you're thinking, oh, but he came back really nicely. And I was pleased for the young man. When he was batting, he hit a 6. He was bowling from the city end, so he was at our end batting, and he hit the ball over the members' pavilion and into the car park. It was a decent blow. The only 6 of the match so far. He only made 9 in the end, but 9 from 9 balls. I don't think he's not in the side for his batting. It's Thompson beginning a new over from the city end. That one's turned into the leg side by Haines. I did promise you some scores and then never gave you any. Yorkshire have just been dismissed for 376. They lead Gloucestershire by 149 down at Bristol. You can hear all these games on the BBC Sport website and app, of course, should you wish. That one is off an edge and past the left hand of Wayne Manson. He didn't really move. There's a chase on here for Sam Connors, who's done brilliantly initially. He pulled it back with his right hand, and then his left hand, which was holding his body weight, well, it struck that and rolled into the rope. So that was a little unfortunate for for Sam Connors. Bless him, he doesn't look best pleased. He just snatched his cap up off the floor. That had flown off his head as he was racing to try to stop the ball. Haines moves to 23-37 without loss.
Good signs for Alex Thompson, though. Looks like he is getting a lot of turn and a bit of bounce early doors.
It's great. It's great to see Tomo bowling like he is. He's done really well in pre-season. He's in now, and that one is pushed out into the offside. They're going to go through for a quick single. It is there. Haines will move to 24-38 without loss. Nottinghamshire still languishing, of course, in the wilderness of the second division. Just started their second innings. They trail Glamorgan just up the road at Trent Bridge by 77. Glamorgan bowled out this morning for 379 in the other game in the second division, because of course not everybody's playing this week. Why would you? Second week of the championship, everybody must be tired Leicestershire 187 for 5. They trailed Durham by 241 up at Chester Street, where I imagine it's very pleasant, but still slightly chillier than here. It is a long way north, as we will discover later on this season when we link up with Martin Emerson up at Chester Street. We're going to catch up with Martin. Apparently he's been on a cruise, but he barely mentions it. Can't wait. This next one, he's turned into the leg side and dropped. It was a very, very, very tough chance at leg slip. It was off the bat of Orr. I think it's Shan Masood at leg slip, is it? I'm guessing. Yes, it's Shan Masood at leg slip. And he dived to his left, got a hand to it, but couldn't clutch it in. They run 2. Orr moves on to a 15. It's 40 without loss.
Yeah, it was a fair effort, diving pretty quickly to his left, but got a big hand on it. I think he might be disappointed not to take that. Did the hard work.
Certainly did. Next delivery is defended back towards Thompson. I even forgot to tell everybody there was a leg slip, but there is a leg slip. There's a leg slip, a short leg and a slip. So they are attacking now, Derbyshire. I've not seen Shan Masood. It's only the second game I've seen him, of course, but not seen him fielding in that position before. Thompson bowls. That's pushed up to quite a straight mid-on, and that's the end of the over. Another good one from Thompson. 2 overs for 9 he's bowled, but he's definitely getting some turn. He's going to be important for Derbyshire here on day 2. There's no question about that. Sussex 40 without loss. Trailed by 291, but Sussex will be pretty pleased with the way things have gone so far without losing a wicket. That is their aim, isn't it? Do half an hour or do an hour.
Yeah, they just need time out there, don't they? I mean, obviously can be very disappointed with how they went about it in the first innings, but they just need to stick around, and as you earlier said, they've got 2 test batters in, international players, so they should be able to bat for a bit longer than they did in the first innings, you'd think.
You would imagine, yes, you certainly would, wouldn't you? You certainly would. I mean, Cheteshwar Pujara is capable of batting for a very long time. Mohammad Rizwan, not so much perhaps. He's more of an explosive batsman, but I'm sure he batted for a long time in one of Pakistan's games against Australia, the test matches against Australia in the recent series when cricket returned to that country. Here's Nick Potts again from the racecourse end, bowls, and that one is guided down towards third man, where it'll be picked up in the far distance by Shan Masood, who now finds himself all the way out there for some reason.
He's been relegated.
Yeah. Off you go to the boundary. 41 without loss. Haines moves on to 25. As I say, he did make 41 from 34 in the first innings, Tom Haines. Ali Orr was a little more watchful, 17 from 68. Well, there was some disappointing scores in that Sussex first innings of 174 all out. They still trail by 290. Orr waits and pushes this one out into the leg side. They're going to go through for another single as it just dribbles into the leg side, and around comes Saranga Lakmal to do the fielding.
Yeah, I think these two are playing very sensibly, actually. I mean,
yeah,
doing well to just get the singles. Looks like they're just, rotating the strike, keeping the pressure off.
Keep getting messages from the scorers next door, and it's all in relation to the game at Taunton between Essex and Somerset, because Matt Critchley is out. He's been bowled by Craig Overton for 15. Essex need another 57 runs, a 27 for 5 now. Potts in and bowls. That's carved away into the offside, and absolutely no chance. In between the man on the point boundary and the man down at third man, who is Masood. The other man is Anuj Dal, and that raced away to the boundary for 4, or moves on to 23 potentially, unless it beaten me to it. 45 without loss. He moves on to 19. Scoreboards, eh? Scoreboards.
That is one of the more clear scoreboards. You do get some pretty confusing ones.
It's great. Oh, it's fun. No. This is all brand new this season. It's very exciting. Yeah. We normally had to use the one over there, which you can barely see at the moment because the sun's shining on it. This next delivery, wide and edged over the slip cordon and down to a very fine third man for 4 by Orr. He moves to 23, 49 without loss now. False shot. The ball was there to be hit, but it came off a big edge and right over the slips. And if it's going to go over Alex Thompson, it would have gone over anybody standing at slip and away for 4.
He didn't have to go after that one.
Mm.
Really did. But I mean, as you say, it was there to be hit, but not executed very well, but he still got the full reward for it.
It's warming up now, isn't it, I think?
It's pleasant, much warmer than last week.
I'll have to take this hoodie off. That might be why I'm warm. Potts is in and bowls a full delivery, turned into a full toss, and he doesn't take full advantage of that one, or because he smacks it out to the offside where Anuj Dal is waiting. I'll do my update at midday. That's it. That's the word I was groping for, and then I'll get Adrian to come back in. Have a chat with the nicest man in nicest way. He genuinely is the nicest. I don't care if he knows. That's what I think of him either. He is such a nice man.
It's quite a nice title to have, I'd say.
Yeah. I think there's only me calls him that, but it's an important title. Potts is in to get over the wicket. That one is down the leg side. Taken quite nicely by Brooke Guest as Haines tried to get something on it to flick it away down a fine leg, but couldn't. Brooke Guest, who's kept wicket really nicely. Derbyshire's now #1 wicket-keeper following the retirement last season of Harvey Hussain. He's kept nicely this season so far. Here's the end of the over, 51 without loss. They're 6 down now. Actually, I keep getting signals, and they're now 28 for 6. Oh, Essex, there'll be panic, won't there? Can you imagine the panic going through the changing room at Essex? What, 4 for 1 overnight. They're chasing 84 to win, and they're now 28 for 6.
It's not what you want, but they still do only need 60. I think that's what the coaching staff would be trying to say, that it's actually not a lot.
Calm down, everybody. That's what the... Calm down. Thompson begins a new over. That's guided into the backward point area by Haines, fielded by Sam Connors. We don't have the leg slip at the moment. No, we don't. Do we? No. We don't have the short leg either. Because we've got, yeah, we've got 2 slips now. The second slip is Lear Stapone. He's still got the fielding helmet on. Next delivery is cut out towards the point boundary. I tell you what, that might beat the fielder out there. It has. I think that's Lewis Rees out there. It is Lewis out in the far distance. That was nicely placed, that shot from Tom Haines, who's moved on to 38 now, and Sussex are 55 without loss.
Yeah, they seem to be going nicely, don't they? I mean, Derbyshire haven't bowled badly, but I don't think they've been as attacking as they could have been. And yeah, it looks like these 2 left-handers are settling in really quite well.
Remember, they got to 62 in the first innings without losing the wicket. Sussex, if you're a Derbyshire supporter, no need to panic yet. The Derbyshire lead remains, or is, 276, which is a lot of runs. But they'd probably feel a little more comfortable out there with a breakthrough. Thompson round the wicket. This one is cut away, and that might be 4 more. No, it's a little bit squarer this time, and it's going to be picked up by Lewis Rees. He'll keep them down to a couple. Has to pick up and then turn around with the left arm throw. Haines moves to 40, 1 shy of his first innings score, 57 without loss now. I'm not panicking yet. I will at some point. I clearly will at some point. But I'm not panicking yet. 57 without loss. Short leg for Haines, who defends this one from Thompson. Back to the bowler.
Going very nicely, Alex Thompson. I think he's looked the most likely to take a wicket as of now. Had the clearest chance earlier, but yeah, looks to be going quite nicely.
Lackmall just warming up there at mid-on. Thompson bowls, and that's oohs and ahs. You always get that with the spinners, don't they? They think they're going to take a wicket with every single ball they bowl. And it's pushed into the leg side and fielded by Shan Masood. And Sir Lackmall is indeed removing his sleeveless sweater, so he'll take over from Nick Potts at the racecourse end, with Sussex on 57 without loss, all 16, Haines 40, and they still trail by 274. Billy Godderman just changing his bowlers all the time. This is the end at which Lackmall bowled yesterday very economically, didn't pick up a wicket though, but it's sort of understandable. You want to give them 4, 5 over bursts, especially the seamers, right? Not so much the spinner.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of runs to play with, haven't they, as you said earlier.
From the racecourse end, Saranga Lakmar.
Thank you, John.
And yeah, maybe Lakmar preferred this end. He seemed to get himself back here pretty quickly down at the racecourse end.
So you say you're in pre-season. When does your season start?
So our first league game isn't actually till, I think it's the 16th of May.
Blimey, that's
Yeah.
only about wow.
That's the start of the T20 competition as well.
Fair enough. You'll have a few practice matches and
Oh, we've
stuff
had
lined up, have
plenty
you?
already.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, we've had plenty already.
Good. There is Lakmar from the racecourse end, bowling to Ali Orr. And Orr defends the first delivery. He faces back towards him.
Yeah, only white ball cricket in the women's game at the moment, with exception to the Ashes, so no red ball, so I think that's why our season might start a little bit later than the men.
I can currently hear Jack Timon, our newsreader, in my ears, which is very nice because he's a perfectly pleasant young man. As Lakmar runs away from us, or waits and leaves it alone, it goes through to Brooke Guest, who gives the ball to Wayne Mountaineer, then applauds the delivery from Saranga Lakmar, trying to give this Sri Lankan as much encouragement as he possibly can. Yet to pick up a wicket here at the county ground. That isn't going to become a thing, clearly, but because he will get wickets.
That one looked like it carried through really quite nicely. It looks like there's still a bit of carry in the pitch.
Especially from this end, I think. It'd be interesting to see Thompson bowl from the racecourse end, which he hasn't done, I don't think, in this match so far. He may prefer to bowl from the city end, who knows. Lakmar in, and that's left alone by Orr to go through once again to Brooke Guest. Two slips, gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on. There is a third man. There is a man at mid-wicket, and there's a man. It's more long leg than fine leg in front of the members, probably, in my update. Coming up now. Yes, Jack, 57 without loss now at Sussex. It means they still trail by 274, but Derbyshire yet to find a breakthrough in the opening hour of the session on the first session on day 3. They've got plenty of time and plenty of runs to play with, but they would like a wicket soon. Ali Orr has 16. Tom Haines, who made 41 and top scored in the first innings for Sussex, the skipper, is on 40. And the visitors are 57 without loss, still trailing by 274. We can stop listening to that for a little while. There was no run from that latest delivery from Saranga Lakmar. Less cloud now than there was first thing this morning, I think. So it feels like a batting day. That's Lakmar bowls. That one doesn't carry, so a bit of two-paced about it.
Yeah, I think so. It does look like Lakmar's getting a bit of a way swing as well, which could prove quite handy with the two slips in the gully, and as you say, but yeah, I mean, you can expect it from decks in April. Some are going to carry, some are going to keep low, but as you say, the groundsmen seem to do a tremendous job on making absolute roads all year round.
Yeah, so I'd be pleased, Neil. Neil Godrich, the head groundsman, and the rest of his staff will be very pleased with this pitch. I think, well, one team scores 505 and the other scores 174. It's probably a good pitch. This one's down the leg side, and Orr tries to flick it away but can't make contact. It's the end of a maiden over on his return to the bowling attack for Saranga Lakmar. And as a result, Sussex remain 57 without loss. Orr 16, Haines 40, and they trail by 274. I do want to get the ball out of Alex Thompson's hand, I would have thought, at the moment. So, having said that, he's coming off. And here's Anuj Dal for the first time. It's all about reading the game, isn't it? It's all about knowing what's happening out there a split second before it happens, or 10 minutes after it's already happened.
I did see Brooke Guest take his lid off as you were saying it, and I thought, I'm not sure he's going to stand back to Alex Thompson. But
no, thanks
so
for not pointing it out. That's terrific. As long as we all know we've got each other's backs here. So what did he bowl in the end? He bowled 3 overs for 15. So he bowled probably better than that, didn't he? Better than 5 runs and over.
Yeah, what do you think the decision is there?
Just to give Nudge a go, I think. Anuj Dal, he picked up the wicket of Pujara and of Stephen Finn, but I think the Pujara one will probably be more prized, in all honesty. Yesterday, for just 6, he got him to play a pretty ordinary shot the India Test batsman, and Brooke Guest took the catch. He's quite slippery, is Anuj Dal. He's quicker than he looks, and he's in now and bowls on leg stump. That's awful. And he's flicked away, and it's well fielded out on the boundary's edge by Leas Deploy, and he's going to save a couple of runs there. That's excellent work by Deploy, because it was a horrible, horrible first delivery from Anuj Dal. Haines moves on to 42, 59 without a loss.
Looks like he might have just landed on his hand a bit funny out there. Deploy just giving it a bit of a rub. Looks like
Yes, he is, isn't he? That's a good spot. Good spot. We'll wait and see if he waves to the physio for a bit of something. Dahl's next delivery, that's better. Pushed out into the offside by Haines.
Much better line and length,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
A real loosener. You don't see him bowl around the wicket that often, Anuj Dahl, from memory. I'm not basing that on anything factual, you understand? I seldom base anything on anything factual. All opinion. All a bit right, of course, but it's all opinion.
Of course.
Yeah. Never knowingly wrong. Here he is again, Dahl, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Haines.
Something you'll see him with, seamers a lot with going around the wicket, something I've noticed. I mean, here it would be because of the left-handed batsman in, but especially left-armers. A lot of left-armers coming around the wicket these days. To right-handed batters, think it's a pretty good plan.
Then they'll get used to it and you'll have to think of something else, right? That's the problem, these batsmen. Blimey. That's one is pushed out into the offside by Haines. Again, there's no run.
In quite tight there, aren't they, covering mid-wicket? I think it's because they have been sneaking a single quite comfortably, haven't they? So I think it is wise just to push them in. I mean, they've got protection both on the off and the leg side with sweepers out, so no harm in squeezing a little bit.
The other one slipped for Anuj Dahl, which is fairly standard really for the second change bowl, and that one is played a little hurriedly into the leg side. Like Mal just walks very slowly towards the ball at mid-off to do the fielding. It's not quite drifting at the moment, but there doesn't appear to be a massive amount of urgency. There's certainly no panic. 272 is Derbyshire's lead, and of course they have the insurance of being able to bat again should they be required to do so. That would be some effort from Sussex if they could make Derbyshire bat again. Yeah. Getting out of this game looks an impossible task at this stage.
Would require a few top scores, I reckon. A couple centuries, and looks like there could be just a drink break.
Oh, there was a drinks break, yeah. Oh, they must be absolutely exhausted, the poor loves. Let's have a look at the scores elsewhere then, shall we? Whether I'm just waiting for Adrian to do his update for Radio Sussex. They've got a football match on, so and I know that you really can't demand to go on as a cricket commentator when there's the old King football knocking around. Kent are 168 for 5, trailing Lancashire by 338 at Canterbury. Sussex now 34 for 6. They need another 50 runs to beat Somerset in what is turning into quite a thrilling game. And Gloucestershire trail Yorkshire by 141. They're 8 for 1 in their second innings. Hampshire dismissed just a few moments ago for 223 trail Surrey by 244. So like Mal about to start a new over. Nottinghamshire, oh dear, 6 for 2, trailing Glamorgan by 71 at Trent Bridge. As Lackmel is in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Orr to go through to the keeper. And Leicestershire 196 for 5 now. They trailed Durham by 232, their first target. Obviously to avoid the follow-on mark. And then that game will progress after that. Here, Sussex 59 without loss, following on. They've been bowled out for 174 in their first innings. Derbyshire making 505 for 8. Declared you listen to BBC Sussex and BBC Radio Derby. Grace Ballinger.
Close. Close.
Ballinger.
Ballinger.
Ballinger. No, I knew I'd get it right. I'm going to put it's a soft G. The soft G. I don't know what you pay. Yeah. Grace Ballinger. And Dave Fletcher. I'm sorry.
I get a lot of different variations.
Oh, I know, but it doesn't make it right, does it? It doesn't make it right. You can't get your name right. I did ask. It was one of the first things I asked you.
I think it might have been the first
yeah,
thing.
it might have been exactly, absolutely. Alexander's just woken up in the United States, accidentally hit the panic button. Saw the score and didn't do any maths. Yeah, no panic, Alexander, at this early stage. 59 without loss, Sussex. Alior on strike. And the next delivery from Lackmell's down the leg side. Good stop, diving away to his right by Brooke Guest. See, the longer, this is going to get awkward, but the longer Adrian is away, the more tricky it makes. I have to be on this every half hour. I don't want to kick him off after 20 minutes, so I'll have to formulate a plan. I'll try and work one out.
I'm sure you'll figure it out.
Well, sure. I think I've got it. Here's Lackmell. 6th over. And outside the off stump and left alone by Alior to go through to Brooke Guest. Yeah, I think this is what we'll do. Adrian will come back and replace you, and then after I've done my half pass, you can replace me.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's good.
You like that?
Yeah, it's a great plan.
I'm not a big one for plans, I've got to say. I don't think I've really had much of a plan for my entire life. Just drifted along happily, in total ignorance most of the time, as Lackmell bowls to Orr, who defends it into the onside. Lewis Rees comes in to do the fielding. There's no run.
I reckon Lackmell's look a bit more aggressive from this end.
Yeah, I think he looks more comfortable at this end, which is clearly why he picked it in the first place. I assume he had a go from both ends in practice and thought, no, I fancy the race course end.
Never ideal when both the opening bowlers want the same end.
No, that's a bit tricky, isn't it? It's a bit tricky. They'll have to alternate or something. I don't know what they'll do. Ask one of them. We better to ask Connors, I think. As Orr waits, that was left alone outside the stump. Good carry through just above waist height to Brooke Guest, end of the over. 59 without loss. Sussex, that was another maiden over for Saranga Lackmell. I think he's bowled 2 overs, 2 maidens from the racecourse end since he came back. Overall, he's bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 13. So economical as he was in the first innings, but still Derbyshire waiting for that breakthrough. Sussex trail by 272.
Yeah, it does look like he's getting a nice bit of carrying through the racecourse end, as you say, and I think looking at the way he's bowling could be potential for a snick off from one of the batters, but they seem to be pretty patient at the moment, leaving it alone outside off, but if they do flash at one, I think could be into the hands of Brooke Guest or one of the slip fielders.
Adrian's starting to get restless next door. You can tell he's now standing and moving from foot to foot. We will bring him in shortly, as and when he's ready. Here's Anuj Dal around the wicket from the City end bowls. That one's pushed out into the offside for a single by Haines, who moves to 43. This is Sussex's highest score of the match so far. Didn't have anybody to reach a half century in the first innings. 41 from Haines, 22 from Mohammed Rizwan, and 21 from Ollie Carter. So improvement already from Sussex. Here he comes, look, here he comes. He's just raised his eyes to the sky. Dahl around the wicket balls, that's clipped into the leg side by Orr. Pick up a single as Lear's deployed. Doesn't seem to be showing any ill effects on it by his hand anymore.
It's also fielding a deep square with the fielding pads on, which is interesting.
You wouldn't do that through choice, would you?
No.
We're going to implement our plan now. See? Well, you don't need to know. Grace has already grasped the plan. She will be back. She'll be back very shortly indeed. No, it was a bit slightly complicated, but not complicated, if you know what I mean. So Adrian will come back and alongside us as Haines defends this next delivery from Dahl out into the offside. And there is no run. I'd say that first spell was a success, Grace, wouldn't you? Your first spell, success? Happy with that? Yeah, good. Everything's working nicely. Yeah, everything's working nicely.
Good stuff.
Here's Dahl around the wicket. And that one is driven legisly out into the offside by Haines. He'll just pick up a single as Lewis Rees picks up out. And covers and there's no run. So I'll go till my update at past, and Grace will jump in here, and you two will take it through till lunch, and I'll come back for the 1 o'clock.
Wonderful. Make sure you don't eat all the lunch.
Well, no, I'll have to come back before I go for lunch, so you've tied me in here.
Good. Sussex making a better fist of it this
Well, I
time
think your
around.
correspondents will be quite pleased with the way things are going
Yeah,
at the moment.
yeah, I think they will. A couple of emails have come in this morning, which I'll read as we go through.
2 more balls left of this Darl over. That one's turned into the leg side. A bit of a chase around the boundary for Lewis to ploy. They go through for a single.
I guess the watchword for Derbyshire is patience. But you know, it's looked a terrific pitch to bat on, Dave, and it still looks the same. I mean, the odd one has kept a bit low, but I mean, all in all, it's a super batting surface, really.
Thompson was getting some turn, so I expect we'll see him again before lunch. I'd be surprised if we didn't. Darl's final ball around the wicket is driven very pleasantly out towards the cover boundary. They're going to come back. No, they're not going to come back for a second because, well, Ali Orr fancied it, but Haines had turned his back on him.
Yeah.
64 without loss at the end of the over. Orr has 18, Haines has 45, and Sussex trail by 267.
He's quite an athlete, Ali Orr, and he's very quick across the ground. So I think Tom probably thought, I'll just stick with a single on this occasion. Bit of a chatter going on there with some of the senior players there. I can see Luckmile is down there, Billy Godleman. He's
That's Wayne Madsen he's talking to there, yeah.
So sort of the brains trust maybe in this Derbyshire side, just working out how they can maybe dislodge one of these two. I think Sussex, yesterday was abject, wasn't it? It was a really poor batting performance. But today, I mean, Sussex by no means out of the woods. I mean, there was 62 without loss yesterday and bundled out for 174. But they have been positive this morning. I think that's a good sign. And I wish I'm going to touch wood a lot here because I thought Tom Haines looked really good yesterday, but he's looked terrific today. He's on 45 and he's going to face Luckmile, who's running in from the racecourse end of the ground. He comes in over the wicket and bowls, and Haines, just as I say, while he's playing, he came forward to a ball, and I thought for one awful moment he was going to play it onto his own stumps, but the ball dribbles out into the offside, and there is no run. Clive has been in touch. Hello, Clive. Clive Jacobs. He says, hello, Adrian. The Sussex batting was just abject. Backing youth is fine if the players learn from their mistakes, but too often in recent years, spectacular collapse has been far too regular. The arrival of 2 overseas players who it was hoped would bolster the batting failed to make any meaningful contributions first time around, so there is room for improvement all around. Well, just the one slip in place. Runs in and bowls, and Haines is beaten outside the off stump. That was a good delivery by Luckmile, just teasing and tempting Haines outside of the off stump. And Tom Haines comes down and does a bit of gardening. He goes on to say, as you said, Adrian, losing is a habit, and it seems that Sussex have lost the winning habit. He goes on to say, I did enjoy Fletch coming off a long run yesterday when he discussed the 100 and centrally contracted players not playing county cricket yet. Fletch is on the money. And it is too much to hope the ECB will have either heard him or, if they have, act on what he said.
They might get sacked if they heard me.
My regards, CJ. Thank you, Clive, for getting in touch. You too can get in touch, join our conversation. As in comes Luckmile over the wicket bowls. Haines is forwards, or ball well pitched up, plays it straight back down the track. There is no run. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I didn't hear you talking about that yesterday, Fletch. I was probably doing an update. But yeah, I mean, it's quite extraordinary the amount of. I mean, certainly, I discussed this with James yesterday. No Anderson, no Broad, no Robinson. I think Robinson wouldn't have played in this round of matches anyway. But
ridiculous.
No Saqib Mahmood for Lancashire. It does seem very odd.
Exhausted.
In comes Luckmile over the wicket bowls. Haines is forward and punches that into the covers fielded by. Deployed.
The worst ones for me, sorry Adrian, the worst ones for me is that no Jimmy Anderson, who didn't even go to the West Indies in Lancashire's first game, and Stuart Broad, who didn't go to the West Indies, didn't play in Nottinghamshire's first game.
It does seem...
It's just ludicrous. Can you imagine the FA turning around and saying to Manchester City, you can't play your best players because England have got a match next week and we want them fresh for that? Have a word.
Yes, it wouldn't happen, would it? Luckmile is on his way again. Bowls and forward comes Haines to a ball of good length. This is a good over from Luckmile. He's right on the money here. And he's really bending his back. He's in his 7th over, 3 maiden so far, 0 for 13.
Hasn't conceded a run since he came back from the racecourse, and this is his 3rd over. And he's yet to concede a run.
He's posing 1 or 2 questions here. Looks up towards the media centre. Tall, strongly built man, isn't he? He just wheels around, number 82 on his back. Coming into bowl to the Sussex skipper, Tom Haines. And Haines, that comes off the thigh pad or the pad, and it runs away for 4 runs. And Sussex will gleefully accept anything that's on offer. So 4 more to the total, but again, Rackmell doesn't concede a run. The total goes to 68 without loss at the end of the over. Or on 18, Haines on 45, Rackmell 7 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 13.
We can add Bangkok to our list of countries and well, that's not a country. I know that before anybody else sends a message in. But yeah, we've got Dr. Paul Mason, who says he's tuned in on the live stream from Bangkok as always. Then he goes on to say some very nice things and some interesting things about how he's looking forward to me and Martin Emerson working together again. I can't even say it. Working together again. That's what I'm trying to say. By the way, do you think Matt Critchley and Finn Hudson-Prentice might have stayed at Derbyshire given the arrival of Mickey Arthur? I don't think Finn Hudson-Prentice would have done, because he moved mainly to be back down at home, nearer to his family and that kind of things, and entirely understandable. Morning, Finn, if you're listening, as I know Dal begins a new over. It's defended by Orr. The first delivery out into the offside. There's no run. Matt Critchley, a different kettle of fish altogether, I think, potentially. I mean, he's moved to Essex with the hope of winning things and forcing his way into the England reckoning, and I don't think in the short term he was going to win anything or force his way into the England team. It's very difficult to force your way into the England team at Derbyshire because the selectors never come to Derby. I think they've got a map without Derby on it. This one is wide of the off stump from Anaghdal. We saw James What's-His-Face once, and that was it. No, the other one, the little one. From
Taylor.
Yes, that's him. We saw him once when he was here, during his tenure as one of the selectors, but we don't see anybody here. They don't come to Derby.
Well, I think there was a feeling, and it's interesting about 2nd and 1st division. I'll come back to it in a minute, Fletch.
Dahl's next delivery is pushed out into the offside. Backward of square, there's a tumbling attempt to stop it by Lears Deploy. He doesn't make any contact with the ball. They go through for a single, all moves to 1969 for no wicket.
And it's not through rose-tinted specs, but I think there's certainly been a feeling, and actually, my feeling from the commentary box, watching Ollie Robinson over the last 3 seasons, I was staggered that it took so long for Ollie Robinson to make a breakthrough into the England side. I mean, he was taking stacks of wickets, bowling beautifully. And you did hear around people saying, yeah, it's in second division.
Yeah,
I don't think that helped Ollie, to be honest.
No, couldn't agree more. Dahl bowls, he's driven out to the cover boundary by Haines. He's only going to get a single for it. It made too good a contact, really, and it flew to along the floor to Lewis Rees. 70 for no wicket. So
if you read the press, it seemed that Robert Key is going to come in as what? I've slightly lost track of who does what now. Or what
he's going to be the Andrew Strauss, isn't he? I think, isn't he?
Well, I don't know.
I think Strauss is only doing it next deliveries, turning to the leg side. I don't really know. I don't know why you mentioned that. Really, I'm sure he's going to be Andrew Strauss. So they need a chairman of the ECB, don't they? They need a selector, they need a coach, and they need a captain.
So does that mean if you're looking at a structure that Rob Key is sort of like, if it was a company like, he's the CEO, is he?
I think so,
He's
yes.
the boss, but he would report presumably to a chairman, whoever that's...
Well, the board of the ECB is made up of the chairman of the 18 counties, isn't it?
Right, okay.
And they elect the chairman, but I don't think they know what they're doing. This one's played and missed out by Orr. It was quite an expansive looking drive. Might just have moved a little away off the pitch, and it went through to Brooke Guest. That's about as good a delivery as we've seen from the seamers this morning. Orr survives. He has 19, Haines has 46, 70 without loss. Sussex trail by 261.
So that would seem the first thing that's in place. And presumably once Key is in situ, if it is going to be him, then these appointments follow. But it's not ideal timing, is it? When we're now halfway through April, the cricket season is underway. There's no coach, there's no captain.
Well, somebody asked me yesterday and said, "Oh, has Joe Root resigned or was he sacked?" There was nobody to sack him.
Yeah. I mean, the press have gone big, haven't they? I saw Michael Vaughan writing in the Telegraph yesterday saying that it has to be Ben Stokes.
No, oh no, dear.
Do you know? This is. But I've said after this delivery from is it me or is it you?
It's you, yeah.
It's Lackmell running away from us, comes running in and bowls to Tom Haines, who clips this to mid wicket, and there is no run. This may be slightly controversial, but I was a great believer. You go back to Mike Brearley's time. Now, Mike Brearley may not have warranted his place in the England side as an opening batsman, but he did okay. What he did bring was captaining nous to the side. Now, I don't know if I'm trying to think who is English, who perhaps wouldn't be perhaps in the top 11, but actually is a good captain. And I think a good captain is worth his weight in gold. And I'm just trying to look around and think who could come in, a Brearley type of character, who could galvanise this group of players. In comes Lackmell, over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Haines, plays into the offside and their own. You're looking at me like you don't agree, Fletcher.
I do, because the name that I heard was Sam Billings.
Right.
Who isn't necessarily going to get in the England side. Well, he clearly isn't, because he hasn't. He's been messed around for years and years and years, hasn't he? And drove halfway around Australia just to get his first Test cap in the Ashes series, and then didn't go to the... it makes no sense. But he's obviously skippered Kent. But we're looking at the two longest serving captains in county cricket are James Vince, who's sort of been in and out, and Billy Godalming. And that will be something. I can tell you.
In comes Lackmell, over the wicket, bowls, cut away by Haines, and that's going to be a half century for Tom Haines. Cut away beautifully off of the back foot. That's a lovely shot by the Sussex skipper, and takes him to a half century, and Sussex making a much better fist of things second time around. 74 without loss. Generous applause around the county ground. And Tom Haines, the leading run scorer in the county championship last season, he started this season in fine fettle as well. A half century last week against Nottinghamshire, a half century here today, and Haines is leading from the front.
He's batted beautifully, hasn't he? Beautifully. He batted nicely in the first innings. Derbyshire have just got to remember there was 62 without loss. No panic yet, but they could do with the wicket. I've got an update in a couple of minutes, Adrian, so I'm going to nick off them. The next voice you hear from this microphone will be Grace's.
In comes Lackmell bowls, and Haines is forward, plays down the offside, and there is no run. A name that I had seen, and perhaps a bit of a name that was sure on everybody's lips, was Stuart Broad, who would justify his place in the side. If you're looking at an experienced professional, I mean, do you really want to burden Ben Stokes, who's arguably the best all-rounder in the world, with the captaincy of England as well? So who knows? But much to be discussed in English cricket. Meanwhile, here at Derby, Sussex are 74 without loss. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. And Lackmell runs away from us. He comes into bowl to Tom Haines, and Haines is solidly forward with his back close to his pad. Plays out in the offside. And there is no run. Teddy in Hove has been in touch. Hello, Teddy. He says, good afternoon, guys. Enjoying the commentary. Second game in. Think already a glaring weakness in the form of a strike bowler needed. Batting-wise, plenty of promise and hope. The overseas players solidify and add quality to stop the collapses down the order, says Teddy. Thanks for getting in touch, Teddy. I've said a few times, it's not for me to make a case for the defence in terms of Sussex. That being said, it's an observation as in comes... and fact, as in comes Lackmell bowls, and Haines is forward, plays to mid-on. There is no run. End of the over. And Sussex are 74 without loss, all 19. Haines is on 50. Lackmell 8 overs, 4 maidens. No wicket for 17.
Haines 50 came from 67 balls and included 8 fours.
There we are. There's the statistics of Tom Haines' innings. It gets greeted with a ripple of applause around the county ground. But it is a matter of fact, Teddy, that the Sussex attack, for reasons of injury and personal reasons, Sussex have been shorn in this game of Robinson, Garton, Hudson Prentice and the off-spin of Jack Carson. And I think if you were to put those 4 players in this Sussex side, Derbyshire may well have got 505, but I don't think they'll have got them as quickly as they did. And they may have not reached 505. So I think there is mitigation for Sussex. Nonetheless, I think there was no mitigation in respect of the batting performance, which was on a good pitch a pretty miserable performance. In comes Dahl, bowls to Alior, who lets that go outside of the off stump taken by Brooke Guest, and there is no run. He's one of these bowlers, Anuj Dal, who just looks like he might take a wicket all the time. He's just nibbling away at the batsman. Interestingly, Brooke Guest was standing up to the stumps yesterday, but not today. I always feel when you've got a keeper standing up to the stumps and breathing down the batsman's neck, that causes problems. In comes Dal, bowls, all is forward, plays to mid-on, there is no run. It just means the batsman can't get down the track at all. He's very mindful of being stumped. Jamie Atkins, the young Sussex quick bowler, making his way around the boundary. He's been for a net. He went over to the nets, I reckon, a good hour ago. So he's had a bit of a session in the nets. He's talking to Matt Spence, who's the fitness coach, wandering around the boundaries. Dal is in, bowls to Orr, who's forward and plays to mid-wicket. And there is no run, fielded there by Shan Masood. I'll give you the other scores around the country in a few moments' time. But we'll do it at the end of this over. Dal wanders back to his mark. There's a slip. Let's peer out the commentary box. A slip. No. Yes, there is a third man. I'm sorry. Slipped third man backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a deep backward square as Dal is in around the wicket bowls or is solidly forward and just plays with soft hands into the offside. And there is no run. A couple more Sussex players wandering around towards the nets. Who is that wandering around? Oh, one is Henry Crocombe. Not sure who the other is. Fletch is having a break. Let's hope he doesn't snaffle all the food before it arrives at lunchtime. I'm delighted to speak to Grace Ballinger, who's back with us on commentary as in comes Dal and bowls or drives into the offside. There is no run. Hi, Grace. Hello. Good to see you. Let's just turn that up a shade. As Dal wanders back to his mum. Sussex making, I think you weren't here yesterday, but Sussex making a good fist of things here, second time around.
Tom Haines going very nicely. He went quite nicely in the first innings as well, didn't he? But I only managed to get 41, but it seems like it's a little bit better now than put a score up for Sussex.
In comes Dal and bowls. I think there might be just something up with your mic, Grace. So just push it a little clearer. If you just chatter away, I wonder if we've got a button that hasn't been pressed. Yeah, it just sounds as if it just sounds a bit distant. So let me just see if we can sort that. We might have to call on the expertise of Dave Fletcher. It is the end of the over, 74 without loss, or on 19. Haines is on 50. Dal's figures at 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9. We'll just leave the effects mic for a couple of moments' time, but I'm not sure your microphone is on, Grace. So let me just have a quick word to Fletch.
Sam Connors.
Right. Well, we've got Fletcher's coming back in a minute, and I'm sure he'll sort out Gracie's mic. I'm not sure it's working. As in comes Sam Connors, running in to bowl to Tom Haines. Haines is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no wicket. So 74 without loss, or 19. Haines on 50. Just say something else. Say hello, Grace. It's not working. Right. Okay. So I will run through the scores in the other games in the county championship, and Fletch will return. Oh, here he is. The man is here, but we think. There we are. He's here. He knows what he's doing. I think we can hear now. In comes Connors, racing in and bowls to Haines, and Haines plays backward point. Lovely diving stop by Anuj Dal. There's no run. So we'll do that again, Grace. Grace is back. And I was just saying, Grace, that Sussex, I know you weren't here yesterday, but making a much better fist of things this morning. And one of the features of Sussex, I think, has been they've been very positive.
Yeah, I think certainly so. I think it's so easy when you've been bowled out for a low score in the first innings to come in, be a bit defensive, but I think you can sometimes get a bit more caught up in that situation, and it's been great to see Tom Haines just go about his business and play some nice shots.
Connors is in again. Bowls and Haines is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. And Alistair Orr, who he's 19 off 62 balls. I mean, Sussex need to bat a long time here. How difficult is it when you're out there? But he's got Haines scoring runs freely at one end. Does that take a bit of pressure off Alistair Orr?
Yeah, I certainly think so. I think if you both go out to attacking, it can almost end up just being a bit risky and a bit look like you're not playing the game properly. But it's nice for him just to kind of stay in, kind of bat around Haines, as you say, and yeah, he's still going nicely.
And comes Connors again, bowls. Haines solidly forward, placed in mid-off, fielded by Billy Godwin, and there is no run. When you get lovely weather like this and the cricket season is underway, are you chomping at the bit to get out there and start your season, Grace?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's been really nice to get out there in the last 2 weeks and play a bit of pre-season, like up in Manchester last week and then in Chelmsford on Thursday. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to the competitive season getting going and hope to be a good one for me. Hopefully stay injury-free, which hasn't been the case for a while, but yeah,
Right.
no, excited to get going.
Connors wheels round in front of us, siren wailing in the background somewhere in Derby as in comes Collars and bowls, and Haines flicks this nicely down to fine leg. 4 more to Tom Haines, who does look in imperious form. He goes to 54 and Sussex to 78 without loss. I mean, obviously injuries are always a problem in sport. I mean, and I guess it's the rehab. Is that's what takes the time and can be quite boring, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it can certainly be frustrating. I had a couple of stress fractures growing up, which a lot of young seam bowlers experience, and you kind of just want to get back out there. But in retrospect, I think it teaches you a lot, and you learn a lot about yourself and your action. And yeah, I haven't had one for the last few years, so hopefully that's all sorted now.
Fingers crossed. In comes Connors, running in over the wicket, bowls, and Haines, lovely shot again, clips that through mid-wicket. More runs here for Sussex. That could well run all the way for 4 runs, actually. It's just going to be hauled up inside the boundary. Tom Haines will come back for his 3rd run. He goes to 57, and Sussex move on to 81 without loss. It is the end of Collars' over. 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 15. One feature here, Grace, has been Billy Godwin, who has sort of juggled his bowlers around. When you look, nobody's more than 8 overs this morning. He's just striving for that breakthrough at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's the worst of tactics to start off with. We saw, Alex Thompson, the off-spinner, coming on fairly early doors. But I think now, as the batter decide to settle, you kind of also want your bowlers to settle into a spell. And I'm not sure any of them have been allowed to do that at the moment.
David's been in touch, we were chatting away about the England captain. And he says, I agree, pick a shrewd captain from county cricket. Suggestions, Sam Billings, Stuart Broad and Stephen Mullaney. And I have to say, I thought Stephen Mullaney skippered excellently for Nottinghamshire next week last week, what's the matter with me, in the game against Sussex. Anu Dull is going to carry on from the city end of the ground. He's going to bowl into Tom Haines. Dull is on his way around the wicket, bowls, and Haines works that one down to 3rd man. It should just be a single for Tom Haines. He goes to 58 and Sussex to 82 without loss. So you're at Loughborough, Grace. You're at university in your 2nd year. What are you studying? You might have had this conversation with Fletcher if you have.
No, I haven't. I'm studying English literature.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds like a lot of reading to me.
Yeah, I mean, when I chose it, I didn't really think there'd be a lot of reading, which probably wasn't the smartest with English literature, but no, I do enjoy it. It's good, and Loughborough is just such a great campus, facility-wise, for sports especially. It's fantastic.
And comes Darla around the wicket, bowls, or lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. So 2nd year, generally at university, the 1st year of university you spend in halls. 2nd year people go out and into houses, that sort of thing. But are you able to remain on the campus?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit different at Loughborough with the hall culture, and I personally stay relatively close to my hall because I absolutely loved it at university and got a lot of friends in 1st year and managed to stay involved with that. So yeah, it's really good.
Dahl on his way around the wicket, bowls, let go outside the off stump, and there is no run. There's been so much disruption with COVID. Grace, was that difficult in your 1st year?
I think I was very fortunate in the sense that I was able to train all over lockdown, so I could still go to the gym, still train with the Lightning girls. So I had a lot more social interaction than most people. But yeah, I think all my classes were online for first year, so it was certainly a bit difficult meeting people, but I think it just makes you appreciate things a bit more.
I think you're right.
I think a lot of people can get behind that.
Dahl around the wicket bowls, or lets that go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. Yeah, because there were a lot of stories around, weren't they, of students who were virtually having to be sort of locked in their holes because they couldn't go out because of restrictions, that sort of thing. And that's kind of not what the university experience is meant to be all about.
Yeah, no, it was certainly harder to meet people. Loughborough were particularly strict on the restrictions and what have you, but yeah, as I say, it's been such a good year this year, and yeah, I mean, it meant I got to just focus on my cricket, really.
And comes Dahl running in around the wicket bowls and all straight back down the onside of the track, and there is no run. And did you choose Loughborough because of cricket? Was that one of the sort of the mitigating factors in you deciding where you were going to go?
Yeah, I think I'd always been based around Loughborough with going to camps and what have you growing up. So I think campus universities just have a really nice feel to it, and yeah, Loughborough's been a really good environment for me in both the cricket and the social aspect.
And comes Dahl around the wicket bowls, or lets that go outside of the other. So he's got a funny movement with his foot as Alistair Orr when he lets the ball go. He sometimes lifts his foot up, the ball goes through to Brooke Guest. End of the over, 82 without loss, or on 19, Haines on 58. Grace Ballinger is with me. Delighted to welcome Grace to the commentary box. You were talking, Grace, about when your season starts, and I know you've got some games for Leicester, but really until, and I'm not saying that's not the season proper, until you get into stuff with the line, that's going to be a few more weeks, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, not till mid-May, so lots of pre-season before then. I mean, we've been working pretty hard, playing against a couple of the other teams in the last couple of weeks. But yeah, I mean, bit of a late start to the season.
How do you juggle your studies with your cricket?
That's a good question, one that I'm not sure I can answer too well at the moment.
Which one is suffering, Grace?
Definitely the studying point of it.
Oh, funny, you've had an email from your tutor. In comes Sam Collins, racing away from us. 82 without loss, comes in and bowls. Haines plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. But I guess that is difficult, is it? I mean, yeah. I think all students to a degree would either, it's university, it's meant to be a fun time of life, but...
Yeah, I think obviously Loughborough are better than most universities at dealing with it, just because of the sheer amount of, athletes and sports people that are there, but yeah, I think you've just got to be good with your time management, which I try to be.
She says, laughing. In comes Collins around the wicket bowls. All that shot, he really dug that in, and the ball ballooned like a tennis ball over the head of Tom Haines through to Brooke Guest, and there is no run. Do you, and I guess it's coming up to that time of year when either you've got exams coming up or maybe Parish has thought a dissertation or something to write?
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite fortunate in the sense that my course doesn't have exams, so that I'm just all coursework and all essays. But
I think I would like that.
I've got a few during in the cricket season, which isn't great.
In comes Connors around the wicket bowls, and Haines plays to backward point filled by Dahl. And again, there is no run. Yeah, it's all well and good, isn't it, doing coursework, but I guess the bottom line is you've still got to do it. So you'd have deadlines, and you might have a deadline tomorrow for all I know. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's better than a lot of courses, but I think it's quite difficult sometimes, say, when I've got lectures all through a day, but I've got training all on that day.
Yeah.
So, realistically, you just miss the lectures, don't you? But
and you've got to make it up, of course.
Sometimes.
In comes Connors, running around the wicket, bowling to Tom Haines. And again, there's another short delivery that Haines ducked underneath comfortably. And there is no run. And it's clearly important for you, not only that you're pursuing a career in cricket as well, Grace, but clearly you're thinking ahead to the future, and juggling a career and hopefully a terrific career in cricket with having to have some qualifications behind you for whatever comes in the future.
Yeah, of course. I think cricket is such a sport where you can just have a stroke of luck or you can get injured, and I think it's good to have options, really.
Connors around the wicket bowls. I don't quite understand this tactic from Sam Collins. It's clearly something that Derbyshire have spoken about. He's bowled 3 short deliveries in a row, all of which have looped over the head of Tom Haines. He has got 2 men out on the leg side boundary, but Haines just looked like he's just not remotely interested.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess the plan might be trying to get him to play at one with, as you say, the 2 fielders out in the deep, but it just seems like it's sticking in the pitch a bit, and Sam Collins not getting the carry you might like.
One slip in place. Derbyshire without a breakthrough so far today. As in comes Collins bowls and Haines is up on his toes and plays into the offside. You probably heard the cry of "wait on" from Tom Haines. It is the end of the over. Sam Connors has now bowled 5 overs in this second innings. 1 maiden, no wicket for 15. Sussex 82 without loss, or on 19. Haines on 58. Last week down at Hove, we were delighted to welcome Chloe Brewer, who I think you know, who plays for Surrey and for the South East Stars. Now, Chloe was going out on a trip to Spain this week. So, does anything like that happening with you with pre-season?
Yeah, I did see that on social media. No, we didn't manage to get away this year, unfortunately.
In comes Dahl around the wicket, bowls, and I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Did he take the back out of the way, Grace, or did he play at that?
I'm not sure. It didn't look confident, did it? It looked like he maybe went to play it, changed his mind last minute, but no. Very good delivery there, just outside of off.
Ali Orr turned around and looked in our direction, almost as if he'd heard me querying whether we'd left the board or not. As if to say, what do you mean I played and missed? Either way, he's still there, and Dahl is on his way from the City End. He bowls, and this time all us let that one go outside of the off stump. So we're Chloe and her friends from the South East Stars, you know, bigging it up a bit. They were out in Spain, where they sort of, and here we are in the sunshine.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a few of the girls go on tour. Thunder, another one of the teams, also went to Dubai. They went at the same time as Lancashire men, and
wow,
I've got some pretty good friends in that team, and they certainly let me know about it.
Dubai, wonderful. In comes Dahl and bowls outside the off stump again. Let go taken by Guest. I have to say though, because I did say to Chloe, you know, 5 or 6 days in Spain sounded like a one. And it's down. I forget the name of the. Is it Palm Springs? I think.
Desert Springs.
Desert Springs. That's it. Yeah. I think Palm Springs is in the States. And you know, when we'd stopped, sort of taking the mickey slightly and saying off to Spain, she did say. I mean, she was getting picked up at 2 o'clock on Monday morning. To get to Gatwick on time to get the plane, as in comes Dahl and bowls, and all drives slightly across the line to mid-wicket, all along the floor, and there is no run. But it did seem like it was really structured. She was saying when they get out there was gym sessions booked in. I think they had a bit of leisure time. They were going on a bike ride, I think. But then it was, I think, 2 days of cricket, and I think 40 20s in those 2 days, I think, was the way it was going to work, Grace.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. I think Western Storm are out there as well, another one of the teams in the league.
Yeah. Comes Dahl, bowls and played down the ground by Alistair Orr, and there is no run. I mean, in terms of those sides, I mean, I don't know, they've got away, they've all been together. What's, you know, how much of an advantage do you think it'll give those sides maybe coming back and starting the season, if any?
I don't think it does give an advantage. Well, obviously I'm going to say that, but I really don't think it does. I think it's just all about spending time together, whether that's overseas or back at home, and yeah, we've had plenty of games to get through.
Comes Dahl and bowls, and Orr plays that on the leg side, picks up a single, and one more to Alistair Orr. He goes to 20, and Sussex to 83 without loss. It's the end of another accurate over from Anuj Dahl, who's bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 11. I mean, I'm just looking through those bowling figures. Grace, you know, Connors as 5 overs for 15, Lackmell 8 for 17, Potts 4 for 21, Thompson 3 for 15, Dahl 6 for 11. No one's really gone around the park here as far as Derby are concerned, and I just wonder whether we might, you know, he's juggled his bowlers around. I just wonder whether we might see a bit of spin before lunch.
Yeah, I think I'd certainly like to see Alex Thompson come back on. I mean, as you say, 3 overs, no maidens, 15 runs, but I think he bowled a lot better than this figure suggested. Looks like he was getting a lot of turn and bounce on the ball and had the chance of the day, I'd say, against Ali Orr.
Yeah, Connors runs away from us, comes into bowl to Orr, he's in and bowls and ducks underneath it as Ali Orr goes through, taken by keeper Guest, and there is no run. There's a question I asked to Chloe last week as to how she got into cricket, and you may well have had this conversation already with Dave, and stop me if you have, but she was talking a lot about, you know, how easy it was. She found a club to go to once she'd decided she was interested in cricket, and she found clubs and found the pathway reasonably straightforward. I just wondered whether your experience was the same. As in comes Connors around the wicket, bowls to Orr, and Orr plays into the onside, and they take a comfortable single as the ball goes to mid-wicket.
Yeah, no, I spoke about it a little bit with Dave, but it was always relatively simple for me having an older brother that was into cricket,
Okay.
I was quite a tomboy, played all the kind of what you'd associate with the male-dominated sports growing up. Always just see Alex Thompson warming up to change the subject quickly. But yeah, I'm from Birmingham, so Warwickshire setup was always absolutely brilliant, and I was at just a club down in Sutton Coldfield, which brought me up quite nicely, and yeah.
And the Birmingham area really strong, isn't it, in terms of cricket, certainly in terms of club cricket?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of good clubs around the area, certainly a lot of inclusion for girls and women as well, which is great.
Just the one slip in place. Billy Godleman's going to make a change. Dave was saying yesterday how the Derbyshire over rate can be quite slow. They've not been too bad this morning. This is the 27th over. Godleman looks like he's going to make a change, then decides not to. And the field stays as it is with a slip of third man, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. 2 men back on the leg side as Collins is racing in bowls to Tom Haines. Now, that was interesting because that was short as well. I just thought for a moment that Tom Haines was thinking about pulling that ball, Grace.
Yeah, it looked like it. I mean, Sam Connors is certainly sticking to this plan, and we haven't seen either Ali or Tom Haines play of it as of yet, but it seems like he's just slightly got his lines and lengths a bit better and making Tom Haines question a little bit. I think that one might have hit him on the hand.
Yeah, and he has been suffering a little bit with his hand, Tom Haines. He had a problem yesterday fielding the ball when we think he might have lost a fingernail out in the offside. Here as in comes Collar bowls, and lovely shot by Tom Haines. Well, absolutely nothing wrong with his hand there. That was overpitched by Collins. He's bowled a number of short deliveries. Haines waited for it. Just what was so good about that shot, Grace?
I think not just that shot, but from Tom Haines' innings in general, I think his timing's just been pretty immaculate from ball one. I mean, I don't think I've seen a lot of Tom Haines batting before, but really impressed with the way he's going about it and just seems to be capitalising on any sort of width or length he's given.
Well, he goes to 62, only 23 years of age. Tom Haines, the captaincy at the end of last season, and with Travis Head not coming, he took on that mantle again. It's a lot of responsibility for him, but he's leading from the front here as Collins is in bowls, and a play and a miss. And that wasn't a great shot. You can see what he was looking to do. There's a big gap between a slip and backward point. But that wouldn't, he'd have been furious with himself if he'd got out to that.
Yeah, it just seemed very out of character, just I was bigging him up. It seemed more like a T20 shot, really, almost trying to clear the infield over to Cow Corner mid-wicket. But yeah, not a bad ball from Sam Connors, and he'll be encouraged after seeing that, I think.
88 without loss. Connors in again, bowl short, the ball balloons over Haynes' head, taken by the keeper. There is no run. End of the over, 88 without loss, all on 21. Haynes on 62. You're listening to live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Grace Ballinger. Interesting, and again, stop me if you've had this conversation with Dave, Grace. Now, the Women's World Cup final recently, which Australia won, although they had 2 or 3 of their top players out injured, and there was a feeling about the depth of women's cricket in this country, and a real opportunity now for people to come through. Is that a feeling that you get that, there's an opportunity now for players to come through because England don't quite have the depth of Australia have, and that's something that needs to be addressed, over the forthcoming years?
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, the system in Australia just seems very strong. I mean, all of their girls are just superb athletes in every sense of the word, but yeah, I think
Alex Thompson Grace bowls to all,
right.
Taken by the keeper. There is no run.
Yeah, I think certainly with the regional structure coming into play over the last 2 years, and a lot more girls and women being on full-time contracts, being able to play not for England but professional cricket, is certainly great, and standards getting better. Thompson
in again bowls, all forward, plays into the onside, and there's nothing wrong with England learning from the Australian system, is there? I mean, it's a system that's not just producing good players, but it seems like a production line of good players.
Certainly.
Thompson around the wicket, bowls. Oh, and has a little nibble at that outside of the off stump.
Looked like it turned.
I was just going to ask that exact question, and he just pushing forward. I'm sure there's a bit of chatter going on there around the bat as in comes Thompson, bowls, or is forward, plays to mid-wicket. Dahl so deflects the ball, goalkeeper style, to mid-off. And there is no run. 88 without loss, all on 21. Haines on at 62. Comes Thompson again, in and bowls. And Orr waits. That doesn't play a shot. He's hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal. How close was that, Grace?
I don't know. Alex Thompson looks very disappointed, but might have just been outside, I think.
Dangerous game, not playing a shot.
Yeah, a bit rogue, but at the same time, I'm not sure he would have not played a shot if he thought it was on his stumps.
In comes Thompson again, round the wicket bowls, or this time does play a shot and he drives down the ground. But an encouraging over from Alex Thompson. It's a maiden over, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket to 450. We've got just time for maybe 2 more overs before. I'm not sure which clock they go by here in terms of the lunch break. There is a clock away to our right hand side, which shows, I think, 5 to 1. My watch is showing about 3 minutes to 1, but that's always wrong. So.
Yeah.
I was interested, actually. I was asking Chloe last week as well about what the fielders gathered around the back, whether you get how much chat you get in women's cricket. I mean, you know, sledging is something that is, you know, sadly part of the game. Is it something that's in the women's game? I mean, do you get people who are a bit chirpy?
Yeah, I certainly think so. I think some characters more than others. I can name a few in the domestic circuit, but I won't. Yeah, I think it's just part of the game. I love it personally.
Wayne Madsen in. So first time he's bowled, bit of off spin, comes in around the wicket, so we could get 2 more overs in because he does rattle through his overs, which is good in one thing but bad in another because Chloe and I don't get any chance to talk. Here comes Madsen again. Bowls. Haines cuts this firmly down towards the 3rd man boundary. He'll certainly pick up a couple of runs, fielded down in the distance by Shan Masood, who gets in the throw. Tom Haines goes to 64 of 89 deliveries. Sussex 90 for no wicket. I'm sure actually Derbyshire are just keen here to make sure they don't slip behind the over 8. As in comes Madsen again. They're currently showing us -2. The last thing you want after you've worked hard for points in a championship match is to suddenly lose them through a slow over 8. Madsen in again, bowls, Haines forward down the track. Picked up by Madsen again off his own bowling. And again, he's always running back to his mark.
He certainly get through in it very quickly.
And again, bowls, forward comes Haines again into the offside. Repeat performance fielded by Dahl. I do enjoy this when they get on with it. They clearly want to get another over in here before lunch. Madsen in again, bowls, Haines forward, plays it back down the offside. I think there will be 1 more over now. So that's good captaincy by Billy Gottleman. And it gives Thompson another over as well, who would be his lead spinner. So you love the chatter?
Yeah, I think it's just part of the game, isn't it? I think maybe growing up playing boys and men's cricket, I was a bit more predisposed to it than other girls. But yeah, I think you've got to, haven't you? I think it's really quite easy to get into a batter's head sometimes. And yeah, it's just...
So maybe growing up with an older brother as well.
Yeah, I've certainly got a lot of chat from my dad and my brother.
Here comes Thompson, bowls to Ali Orr, who flicks this around the corner down to fine leg fielded by Sam Connors, and there is no run. So we're going to get... we've had 29 overs this morning. So we're going to get 30 overs in the session, which is pretty good. I think comes Thompson bowls, gives that plenty of flight. Orr is forward, played out into the offside, and there is no run.
Thompson going very nicely here, I'd say. Pick of the bowlers, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's bowled very nicely this morning. Figures of, he's in his 5th over, 0 for 15. In and bowls, Orr is forward, plays down the onside, there is no run. So would you have a little word, if you were bowling an over, would you perhaps have a little word to the batsman, Grace? If there was a couple of plays and misses outside the off stump? Or...
Oh, on occasion, yeah. Got a good story for you, actually, from a couple of days ago.
In comes Thompson bowls, Orr plays into the offside, no run. Go on.
Just playing a warm-up game, and tell you what, when you get a snick off and the umpire doesn't give it, you've got to give a bit of chat then, haven't you? You've got to spray him a little bit. And it was actually a friend of mine that was batting as well, so even better.
Thompson bowls, Orr down the wicket, there is no run. You're not going to tell us what you said?
Oh,
you can leave out the expletives.
Oh, no, nothing too bad, of course, but played a second T20 and I got her out again the same way. She got a little bit of a send-off because it actually got given that time.
And that's your friend. Here comes Thompson bowls, Orr plays it down the track, there is no run. It is the end of the over. Now, there's just going to be another over, I think. Or are the bails coming off? The bails are being removed. So there is lunch. And Sussex have negotiated the session. They're 90 without loss. Tom Haines on 64, Ali Orr on 21. Grace, just give us your thoughts on that session this morning.
Yeah, I think Sussex will be happy with the session, and both of them gone very nicely. At the same time, I don't think Derbyshire will be too disheartened. I think they would have liked to get a couple early breakthroughs, but they are still ahead by 241 runs, so a lot to play with when we come in for the second session after lunch.
Well, indeed, and we had yesterday evening. We were talking. Zach Tomazzi, the former Sussex chief exec, was in touch with his pizza oven, and he's showing us today afternoon. Adrian says smoked salmon and scrambled eggs set for the day. He's got his garden and a cup of tea. The beer is probably hidden around the corner. So there's Zach. I'm not sure we're going to get smoked salmon and scrambled eggs here at Derby, but I have to say the food has been excellent. So lunchtime here at the County Ground. Grace, Dave, and I will have a bit of a breather with Sussex 90 without loss at the interval.
Grace Ballinger is alongside me. Adrian Harms will be along a little bit later on as well. I've got a hectic afternoon ahead of me. I've got all sorts of reports to do. It's madness. It's Saranga-Lackmell then, beginning the afternoon session, polling from the racecourse end. He's in bowls and it's defended by Tom Haines, who's on 64 not out. Ali Orr has 21.90 without loss. Still, should I be panicking yet as the man who follows Derbyshire? There's still 241 in front.
Yeah, no, I think there's still a long way to go. And as you saw, I think in the first innings that they could well collapse.
Fingers crossed, eh?
That's a pessimistic view, but no, these two are going nicely as of yet.
Here goes Lackmell. In and bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Haines, and there is no run. I've just been forwarded an evening. Somebody's watching in Izmir, which I'm fairly certain is in Turkey. Really enjoying the entertaining and informative commentary. I'm not sure he's listening to ours then. It's especially interesting for me as I was born just up the road in Bredsall, and often played by the far corner of the ground for a side called Derby Parkside. How the ground has changed. Whatever happened to the lovely concrete stand? Dr. Wayne Trotman from Izmir in Turkey. Good to hear from you. From Turkey. It's quite a nice little ground now. It's Lackmell bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. There's a slight misfield there by Lears to play, who's still got the fielding pads on. You reckon he had his lunch with those fielding pads on, or is he took them off and put them back on again? Either way, he's still got them on.
He loves them.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah. To be fair, if he gets it on the leg, might offer him a bit of support even out on the outside of the field. Can't imagine it's the most speed efficient, however.
No, absolutely not. Shane Dolan's still listening in the Pittsburgh area out in the United States. He's just coming from his walk Well, he's been accompanied by the Derbyshire commentary. That's good to hear as well. All around the world, as somebody once sang, as this one is pushed into the leg side. She'd actually been around the world, and she couldn't find her baby, so perhaps that's not a good route to go down. 90 for no wicket, absolute nonsense.
It's horrific, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Derbyshire International.
That was her name was in my head then as well. What's her name? You remember? Well, you won't remember, blimey.
What is it, the Spice Girls?
No. Lisa Stansfield. Lisa Stansfield sang All Around the World. She's a contemporary of mine, as this next delivery is driven square on the offside by Haines. First runs of the afternoon session. Anuj Dal is chasing after it, and he's got the pace to get there. And the ball is hurled back in. And they go through for a couple of runs. In fact, Haines moves on to 66-92 without loss.
Yeah, Tom Haines just going on as he left off before lunch, just timing everything really quite well, it seems, and just does look quite at ease at the crease.
But it is a good pitch. It is a good pitch, no question about it. Looks like the Glamorgan match is going to edge closer to us by the pitch 2 to the right of the one that they're playing on at the moment. Was heavily rolled with the heavy roller. During the lunch interval, it's starting to change colour. Haines waits. He's on 66. Lackmal around the wicket and he's driven for 4. Beautiful shot by Haines. Over pitched outside the off stump and just hammered away. Poor delivery really from Lackmal, and a poor first over after the lunch interval from the former Sri Lanka Test bowler.
You do just feel as if he might have got his line and length slightly wrong at time here, Lackmal. I mean, you saw him bowling a bit back of the length stuff early doors, and whilst it was pretty economical, it just didn't look too threatening in my opinion. It just seems he needs to go for a different plan at the moment, and I'm not too sure what that might be. Looks like these two are going very nicely, but I think Alex Thompson continuing from the other end, and he's certainly looked the most threatening.
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. I'd like to see the field slightly more attacking. They've still got 235 runs to play with. There we go. The short legs coming in, so those fielding pads are going to be brought into full use by Leas Deploy. Looks like he's putting a towel down the front of his pants. That's one way of doing it. The short leg and a slip. And they're the two attacking catches. There are 2 men close in on either side of the pitch as well. Thompson around the wicket, defended by Orr. I'm just going to let you do this over. You do the next over from Lackmal.
I'll do the next over.
Okay, yeah. Excellent. Let me get to the swing of this. 96 without loss. Disappointment at lunchtime, I'll tell you about in a minute, as Thompson pushes that one into the leg side. We were assured it was going to be gammon. I was all over, I was ready for gammon, and it turned out to be lamb. The lamb was delicious.
Yeah, I really quite like the lamb.
Yeah. I was just looking forward to gammon. We'll get burgers tomorrow if we're still here. That's the traditional last day meal as he goes back into his stumps there, Roar, and pushes it back towards the bowler Thompson. Thompson, 5 overs for 15 going into this over. Economical, and he has got the ball to turn. Wayne Madsen's waiting at slip. Leas Deploy at short leg, and he comes forward and pushes that one up to Billy Godleman at mid-off. I will never complain about any kind of food, though. So
yeah, I thought it was really quite nice.
As you can probably tell, I don't mind a feed. Thompson in again. That one is driven but not timed. Out to Billy Godwin. He won't have a shot at the stumps because he doesn't pick it up cleanly. It actually seemed to get to his hand and then spin out of it.
Yeah, it just popped out, didn't
it? He didn't get an opportunity to have a shot at the stumps, so they go through for a single.
It's a bit of a risky run taken.
He didn't hit it very well, did he?
No, not at all.
That's a completely mistimed shot.
He went, was he looking to go over the top maybe?
I think so. I don't think Thompson will mind that too much. He's in again, and this time it's driven into the ground and out towards Anuj Dal, who's in extra cover. It's the end of the over, 1 from it. Haines has 70, Orr has 22, and Sussex 97 without loss, trailing by 234 still, but they will be buoyed by the fact that they've got through the first 32 overs of the day without losing a wicket. Their run rate is 3 and over, so they'll get another 190, 200, so they may just about be at parity by the end of the day, which is something that Derbyshire shouldn't lose sight of, really, the fact that there is a long way for Sussex to go still.
234 runs still, certainly a long way to go.
He's taking a fresh guard. Is Ballinger. Over the wicket again.
Blackman into Alex Orr. And just driven, bowled pretty straight and just driven into the mid-wicket region where Alex Thompson is and collects it quite nicely. Seems like it's got even warmer over the lunch break.
It's warm in here, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's warm in here, I know. It must be warm out there.
It's really quite
very nice.
Lots of short sleeves on the show.
Well, you've got to get the guns out, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not talking about me. Yeah, absolutely. It's very warm in here. I've got one window on. I might open the other window in a minute. Live a little.
Blackmore runs in. Right arm over the wicket. In relatively short delivery, just blocked again to Alex Thompson in the mid-wicket region. Looks like he's just straightened his line a little bit, I think, after being... Well, he was punished through the offside, wasn't he, in the last over, so... I think it's probably right for him to straighten up a little bit. Alex Thompson very busy in there in the mid-wicket region.
Fascinated to know what they've been talking about over lunch, the Derbyshire fielders and the management team, coaching staff. That have been plenty of discussions.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation, isn't it? I just can't help but feel they could be a bit more aggressive. Only one slip in as Blackmore runs in again to Ballinger. Again, very straight, and again, almost a repeat of the last delivery, blocked to Alex Thompson, who cleans it up nicely, throws it into Brooke Guest to keep in position. Yeah, I mean, would you be tempted to have maybe another slip in or another catcher in?
I would attack.
Yeah.
And they've got 234 runs to play with. I mean, they had 331 at one stage. It's now down to 234. I'd have been much more attacking, I've got to say.
Yeah, I think they've certainly got runs to play with. Ballinger stands to face Blackmore as he runs him. Again, a straight delivery, maybe too straight, as Ballinger just plays that pretty comfortably to deep square leg, and they just run, get an easy single. Tom Haines back on strike.
Yeah, far too straight, really. He hasn't got his line right at all, has he? Saranga Blackmore hasn't got a wicket in the match yet. He's in his 10th over of this second innings.
I do prefer this approach, though, attacking the stumps and making them work a bit harder for their runs. I mean, certainly could be bowling better, but better than just hanging it outside off, I think. Tom Haines' face. Again straight, and again hit straight to Alex Thompson, who's very busy in that mid-wicket region. Just seems a little bit on the full side. Not sure if Blackmore's getting any movement at the moment. I think the ball might have lost a bit of its newness, and yeah.
It's 33 overs old, the ball, so if it's... You'd expect it. He's sort of suggesting that he's trying to get it to swing, but he hasn't quite managed to do so yet, which is a little disappointing.
Can be all the more deceptive, though, when you do get the odd one that does swing. Blackmore runs in again. Tom Haines to face. Just slightly outside off. And oh,
there's going to be overthrows.
Yeah, direct hit attempt. Just went straight to extra cover, who quite unnecessarily shied at the stumps. I don't think Ballinger was even at his crease, and they've managed to run 3, and Derbyshire can not be happy with that.
There was a shot at the stumps from Lears to deploy. Sam Collins has gone all the way to within about 10 yards of the boundary away to the left-hand side to make sure that it didn't cross the boundary. And those 3 runs mean the 100 is up for Sussex, 101 without loss. But you're right, he wasn't out of his crease, so the throw at the stumps was fairly pointless. Perhaps somebody should have been backing up. I don't know, but
It just seemed like it came from nowhere, really.
yeah.
I mean, I suppose we are saying that we want them to be a bit more aggressive, so
Yes, we can't have it both ways.
No.
I suppose. Be more aggressive, but don't be that aggressive. Anyway,
not the worst of plans, but maybe the fielders should be aware of it as well.
they need a left arm option. Unfortunately, the left arm option is injured at the moment. There's Thompson beginning a new over. That's driven out into the offside by Haines. There's no run. Lewis Rees bowls left arm seam, but he can't bowl at the moment, having had operations on both his knee and his shoulder over the course of the closed season in the winter. Thompson bowls, full delivery, pushed into the offside by Haines once again.
Yeah, Sussex are also missing their left armer in George Garton, aren't they? One of my favourite players in the circuit, actually, George Garton.
Good George, yeah.
He's very good.
Really good player. He's played quite a bit of franchise cricket abroad now as well, hasn't he? His next delivery is turning to the leg side, almost through Leas Deploy, who's standing at short leg. Sam Connors, who a moment ago was fielding out in front of the players' pavilion, is now on the other side of the field completely. He must have run 150 yards to change position there. They've gone through for a single. Haines moves to 74, 102 without loss. Thompson bowls to Alior, who defends this one immaculately. Absolutely immaculately back towards Thompson, who's started to develop this habit of drying his hand in the footmarks before just about every ball he bowls. Slipping a short leg, Thompson in, and that one is defended. Back to him. He tosses the ball, there he goes. Dries his right hand in the footmarks, having tossed the ball away to Anuj Dal to do the polishing.
I had not noticed that before.
Oh, you'll not be able to unsee
Yeah,
it
it's
now.
going to drive me mental.
Yeah. It's like the little hop in Sam Connors' run-up. This one is left alone outside the off stump by Orr. End of the over. Bowled by Alex Thompson. 7 overs, 2 maidens, not for 17. His figures now 102 without loss. Sussex Orr has 23. Haines has 74. They trail by 229, and it's been a day that Sussex fans will have given Sussex fans some cheer. They were fairly disgruntled yesterday, and understandably so, but this has been a much more battling performance today.
Is there much of a Sussex support here? Is there any fans?
Well, I was thinking of the people who were emailing us, rather. I bet there's 1 or 2. There'll be 1 or 2 in.
Yeah, it's a long travel to watch your team get bowled out for 170 odd, isn't it?
It is a long way. It's a good trip, though. Cove. Good trip. For the commentators, that is. I don't know about the players, but I enjoy it.
All right, Lackmar to continue. Tom Haines to face, he runs in. Again, very straight. Again, too straight as Tom Haines just flicks that very comfortably down to deep fine leg, and they'll take the single. Just not too sure on his lines here.
No, he hasn't got it right. Saranga Lackman is going to go round the wicket again now. He's just indicated to umpire Peter Hartley he's going to go round. He can't settle. He hasn't settled at all in this match, really. Bowled economically in the first innings, and he's only conceded 28 runs from 10 overs and 1 ball, but he just doesn't look like he's settled to me. He's a little agitated.
Yeah, I agree. And I suppose different conditions, it might take a bit of time for him to get into his own. But yeah, it just seems as if he just can't quite decide what his plan is and what he's going to do here. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes now, going round the wicket. He's got just a deep fine, deep third, and no square leg. So, no square leg. So seems like he's going to go relatively full.
Potts is inching his way to square leg, but he hasn't quite made it, has he?
No. Blackmail comes round the wicket. That's a better line and length, just on off stump as Alior defends it straight to mid-on. I think that's a better area to bowl, just better angle as well, just angling into the left-hander from round the wicket, just better length as well. Just on that good length. Quite a lot of encouragement from the Derbyshire boys, encouraging their bowler. I think this is really a time where they'd quite like a breakthrough, I think.
I'd quite like one, certainly.
Again, Lackmar runs into Alior. It's better again, just on the off stump, and he drives back quite nicely, but Lackmar just manages to get a hand on it, and it's another dot ball. There's been a bit of a pickup from the Derbyshire players. I certainly sense that they're trying to get behind the bowler here, probably sense a bit of frustration and want to help their teammate through.
But again, just a one slip. Excuse me. They've got a couple of catches, cover and extra cover. Alex Thompson will be just outside, possibly just inside the eye line of the batsman at extra cover.
Lackmar comes in again. Oof. Looked like he played it and changed his mind. He's done that a couple of times, has he not, Ali? Or just looks to play it outside off and then decides last minute, oh, I'm not sure if I fancy it, but yeah, well left in the end. And again, another good ball. He just seems to be maybe finding his rhythm from around the wicket here, Lackmar.
Just waiting for that ball just to run down the face of the bat to the wicket-keeper.
Could have been. Could have been.
It seemed to be too far away, didn't it?
No. Lackmar in again, Ali to face. And that's a similar delivery, kind of short outside off, and this time left alone a bit more convincingly by Ali, who takes a walk to square leg just to slightly compose himself, I think. Just sense something's going to happen here.
Really?
Yeah, I sense something happening.
That's because you play, you see. I just watch and
we'll
hope that something's going to happen. You're sensing it. That's very positive. I like that. I like that.
Blackwell coming in again, number 82 on his shirt. Similar delivery, just a little bit wider to finish the over and left alone by Ali. Sussex now 103 for none. Ali 23 runs off 104 balls, and Tom Haines 75 runs off 106 balls, going very nicely. Partnership of 103 from 210 balls. I think Sussex will certainly be happy with that.
No question. They trail by 228. Leicestershire trail by 184, but they're only in the first innings at Chester Street. Durham 428. Leicestershire 244 for 7 now. Nottinghamshire almost at parity. They trail Glamorgan by 25 runs. They're 52 for 2 second time around. Gloucestershire are 66 for 2 in their second innings, still trailing Yorkshire by 83. As Alex Thompson begins a new over, and that's pushed out into the offside by Haines. They'll pick up a single. Haines will move on to 76, 104 without loss. Kent at 216 for 7, which means that they trail Lancashire by 290 at Canterbury. That's all the scores from elsewhere. I still want to be part of that big Bahamas tour of the Cayman Islands, though. I think that's the place to be. This next delivery is clipped into the leg side. It's a good stop by Shan Masood with his left hand, and then he slides and loses possession of the ball, but the batsmen decide against taking a run. 2 T20 internationals today in Georgetown in the Cayman Islands. I could just about cope with that, I think. Thompson in again, bowls. That one is driven into the ground, and Anish Dal fields out in the offside. He's one of 2 men in catching positions on the offside. Shan Masood on the leg side of it, so the mirror image position as this next delivery is pushed into the ground and out to Shan Masood.
Alex Thompson going really nicely here, just seems the bowler that has been most consistent with his line and lengths, and looks like he's still getting a bit of turn.
He's in for a long spell here, Alex Thompson. It's his 8th over. Bowls, that one is guided into the offside this time. There's thoughts of a run, and they might potentially have thrown it to the wrong end there on his Dal, but good feeling prevents the run. He gets the ball very quickly. Of deliveries, and one delivery in fact left of this over, and then I'm going to nip up. Well, we're not going to move anywhere, I'm just going to move a lead, but that one is aerially into the leg side to the right of Leas Deploy. Stroking his chin with his left hand is Alex Thompson at the end of that one. He knows that that was a decent delivery, and not half a chance really, but a false shot, so that will give him plenty of hope. 104 without loss. Haines has 76, Orr has 23. Sussex trail by 227 runs But it's good to see Alex Thompson getting into his groove at the City end.
Yeah, Alex Thompson going nicely. Previously let go by Warwickshire, but has really come to his own in Derbyshire, taking 16 wickets in 18 games in all formats before the start of this season. And yeah, as we said earlier, one of the nicest blokes in cricket, I reckon. It's very
Absolutely.
nice bloke. And it looks
You
like...
carry on your...
I will. Looks like Lackmal's coming back round the wicket to Tom Haines as he runs into bowl. Full delivery, good delivery, which Tom Haines respects and just hits straight to Billy Godderman out at mid-off. Just seems a bit more of a buzz after lunch with the Derbyshire players. I'm not sure if the coaching staff have had a word and just said there needs to be a little bit more behind them. But yeah, just seems as if they might be working a bit harder for the breakthrough here, with Sussex currently sitting at 104 for none. I think no, Sussex will certainly be happy with the way they've gone. As Lackmal's at the end of his mark and runs into Tom Haines again. Comes in, bowls. Straight delivery again, hit to mid-wicket. Alex Thompson very busy in the mid-wicket region there again. Just a defensive shot, just a slight turn of the wrist, I think, by Tom Haines, and just looks to keep that one out of the stumps. Lackmal now has 3 fielders out, not just square in third, not just fine in third, sorry, but he's also got a deep square out there, just about 15 yards from the edge of the boundary. So potentially could bang a short one in and look for the catch. Runs in again, Tom Haines to face. And he just attempts to almost cut that one relatively straight off the stumps and just fielded very nicely down at backward point, and will be a dot. And Tom Haines looks like he could be struggling with that hand again. Just looks like he's taking his glove off and having a look. But no, all seems relatively well, and yeah, struck that one nicely, but straight to the hands of backward point.
Nothing's working, because quite often when I go off to do an update, you're halfway through doing this tight-ish 30-second and a wicket will fall, but even that hasn't worked today.
Lackmal in again, Tom Haines to face. Another defensive shot. Cleaned up nicely by Sam Connors at mid-on, and seems like Lackmal's just began to find his feet a little bit here. Just starting to hit, bit of a heavy length, good lines. Tom Haines not looking to do much with it. Derbyshire again got a buzz around the field. Lackmal runs in again for the 5th ball of his over. Oh, short ball. Dug that one in really short, but Tom Haines just ducks underneath it quite comfortably. Hasn't really looked to play that one. I mean, he's got the field set for the trap of the short ball just to try and make Tom Haines play, but it seems like he's been pretty aware of it and just ducks under it and allows Brooke Guest to clean it up. Quite like to see Tom Haines take on the short ball here, but not sure he will. He looks pretty comfortable just letting it go.
That'd be sensible, wouldn't it?
It would. Lackmal comes in again. Fuller ball driven very nicely by Tom Haines, but goes straight to the captain, Billy Godderman, at mid-off, and that's the end of the over, maiden over.
Yeah, better over, or one of his better overs, Suranga Lackmal. Don't think there's any question about that. They're still playing it. Yeah, they're still playing Tottenham and Brighton. Still goalless at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Rotherham, who were at Burton on Tuesday night, will be there with Radio Derby for that one. 0-0 with Ipswich. 18 minutes to go. FA Cup semi-final day, or weekend, really, isn't it? Men and women's competition. Thompson begins a new over from the City, and it's turned into the leg side nicely by Orr. Bit of a chase there for Shan Masood. And they go through for a single. He moves to 24. Does Ali Orr, 106 without loss. Sort of makes the Sussex collapse yesterday, even more inexplicable, really, the way things have gone so far. These two have scored most of Sussex's runs, 62 yesterday and 105 today. As Thompson is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside.
Yeah, they do just look really quite comfortable, don't they? I mean, both of them timing it quite nicely.
Too comfortable.
Yeah. Alior just seems to be sticking around, really, allowing Tom Haines to take the lead, which I think is quite a good option.
Good foil. Yeah, absolutely. That's a full toss from Thompson. He misses out a little bit there. Does Tom Haines fails to really make connection with the ball, goes out into the offside, fielded by Leicester Ploy, who's no longer in at short leg.
Still got the pads on though.
Oh yes, he loves those pads. And there he is again. Takes him a while to get moving, doesn't it, with those pads on? His throwing's been affected as well, because he just chucked that one straight to the feet of Brooke Guest. We said you can't take anything for granted in cricket. We were all looking forward to a day off tomorrow. Well, some of us were. This is pushed out off the back foot into the offside, fielded by Nick Potts. Haines picks up a single to move to 77, 106 without loss. I've sent a message back to the studio to ask what time the first hit into the sports show, such as it is a sports show, is, and of course, 8 minutes after sending the message. Oh, here we go. We'll keep it at 2:30 this time. And it's only when it's in play. Excellent news. Thank you very much. There is another way we can do this, and I might even suggest it because it might be easier. Here is Thompson then. Last ball of his 9th over is pushed into the leg side. It's fielded by Shan Masood. And there's no run. There's not another very, very economical over. Just a couple of runs from it. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 20. 106 without loss though now. Sussex, they're trailing by 225. And we're going to see a change of bowling from the racecourse end with Saranga Lakmal, who just looked like he'd got a bit of rhythm. Been whipped out of the attack. Yeah, you look like you're in rhythm now. We'll put somebody else on.
He just
Sam Connors.
started to bowl quite nicely the last couple of overs, didn't he? But no, Sam Connors is back on at his end.
Well, and yesterday, 3 for 47 for Connors, 3 for 43 for Potts. It won't be long, I don't think, before he'll probably get 4 overs. And that was 4 overs for 11 runs Lakmal's bowled since lunch. Thompson 4 overs for 5, so it looks like he's going to bowl his bowlers, his medium paces or his quick bowlers in 4 over spells.
It's a short spell, isn't it? Connors runs in. Good ball, first ball, just played a little bit square by Tom Haines, maybe misjudged the line a little bit there, but we'll get one out to, who is that down there at deep square leg? Is it Nick Potts?
It is.
I think it is,
Yeah, it is.
Young Nick Potts, only 19 years old.
I should give you that, actually. That'll help.
I've got him.
Oh, you got them?
I came
Oh, you've
prepared,
written them all down?
Yeah, I came prepared.
Well, I know, but I didn't realise you'd done that. Wow. Research, everybody.
Sam Connors comes in again. Right arm round the wicket and ooh, just left, just outside off by Alior. A couple of the Derbyshire players hold their head in their hands, but
It also went underground.
yeah, I mean it kept quite low. It didn't look that close to the stumps, I think.
Just grubbed along the ground, and probably second or even third bounce taken by Brooke Guest. That's something that the Derbyshire bowlers won't mind seeing. We've seen 1 or 2 misbehave throughout the course of the game, as you would expect. But the more it misbehaves, the stronger Derbyshire's chances of winning become.
Connors into Alior again. Ooh, not the best of delivery. Short down leg side, and Brooke Guest cannot get to that. Oh, and it's given 4 byes, which I don't think Brooke Guest will be too pleased with there.
No.
It's diving effort to his right and just didn't even manage to get a glove on it.
So Mohammed Rizwan, he conceded 7 byes and he didn't stand a chance of getting to any of them, but they still go against him. And I know wicket-keepers take a lot of pride in the number of byes they concede, don't they?
Yeah, definitely so. Yeah, not the best of deliveries from Sam Connors as he runs in again. Alior awaits him at the other end. That's a better delivery, similar length, but just on the offside and just pushed away down to Nick Potts down at deep square for 1. I have a story actually from yesterday talking about keepers and byes, so we were playing one of our warm-up games, and our opening bowler has somehow managed to bowl one of the lads playing against Leicester boys' side, and it hasn't taken the stumps off, and it's gone for 4, and it's been given 4 byes to the keeper. So not only did we not get the wicket, but...
So it hit the stumps, didn't move the bails.
I don't know how it didn't
and then
move
went to the boundary.
bails,
That's happening more and more, isn't it? You see quite a lot of that on TV as well now.
Connors
Wow.
runs in again, Tom
was
Haines
pleased.
to face. Short ball in, Tom Haines again just ducks it. I'm not too sure about this plan from Derbyshire seamers. Tom Haines looks pretty happy to not play the short ball, but...
Well, they've got the trap set, haven't they, with
They
the
have
man
got
down
it
at long
set.
leg and at deep square leg. But yeah, he's not going to. Well, unless he has a rush of blood, you wouldn't have thought he's going to. He's going to take on the short ball.
No.
And Connors is sharp, but I don't think he's of the pace that
He's not
he
rushing
won't
it.
easily be able to evade
He's
it,
not
will he?
rushing it.
No.
As he runs in again. Tom Haines, full of delivery off stump. Oh, quick single between just to mid-off. Nice running in the end. I thought for a second it could be a chance for a run out, but a little bit wider of mid-off, and Billy Godman just getting around to do the work. End of the over, and Sussex are 112 for none, trailing by 219 after 39 overs in the day.
I thought that one had gone closer to Leas Deploy than, like you, than Billy Godleman, and Deploy might have been able to pick up and throw, although we did see a Deploy throw a little bit earlier that missed the stumps and went for 3 overthrows when even a single hadn't been on the cards initially, so...
Yeah, he's got his pads on, he can't get round.
He can't do anything.
He can't, he's just chilling.
Unsurprisingly, Alex Thompson is going to continue from the city end, around the wicket, bowls to Haines, who pushes this out into the offside. They'll go through for a single as Dahl moves around from that straightish cover to do the fielding. Now we're going to see for Ali or Leas Deploy stick the hat on again and go in at short leg. He doesn't look like catching one yet, but he's gone there. Wayne Madsen at slip. Thompson bowls. He's driven it. Good stop.
That was a quick
Really
piece of
good
fielding,
stop
wasn't
by
it?
Alex Thompson. He's got a long way to get down. He's stuck out the right hand. Stopped it stone dead.
I like this, having the close catcher in on the leg side. I think just keep the pressure on.
Yeah, absolutely. Still 217 runs in front, Derbyshire. Thompson bowls. That's driven rather edgily out towards the cover boundary. They're going to come back for the second. The throw comes in from Lewis Rees. It's a decent throw, but it's good running from Haines, who gets back to the danger end in plenty of time. 2 more to Aura, moves to 27, 116 without loss.
Alior just seems to get his timing a bit wrong on his cover drives against Alex Thompson. Just not getting it quite right at the moment.
This next one is defended by Orr, back to Thompson. Picks up, tosses the ball to Anuj Dahl, wipes his right hand in the footmarks. Dahl working furiously on that ball. Eventually gives it back to Thompson, whose hands are all covered in soil and all the good work's immediately undone. He's in again around the wicket. Balls, that's a shot off the back foot, nicely done. Carved out towards the cover boundary where Lewis Rees does the fielding. They get through for the most comfortable of singles, or moves to 28, 117 without loss.
As you say about Alex Thompson, you get a lot of rituals and habits and superstitions in cricket, don't you?
Certainly do.
I think he's certainly got one there.
He's ready. He's not ready. He was ready. And then Billy Godleman shouted something at him as if he wanted, do you want me to move anybody? No, not really. I'm all right. Now he's going to have a long chat with him. And this is the reason that we never get away from the county ground until 7 o'clock at night. Because they don't half like a chat. And he's moved Anuj Dahl, who's in the covers, about 3 yards to his right. Now, if this one goes 3 yards to his left, it doesn't. Oh, he goes for the cut shot, and it goes through to Brooke Guest, who takes it cleanly, but there was no touch on the bat as it went through, perhaps a little close to cut. It looked cuttable, I have to say. It did look cuttable, like I could have a cutter ball. I know roughly what you're supposed to do, but I could never do it. And the over comes to an end at 117 without loss. Sussex trailing by 214. Haines, the skipper, on 80, or on 28.
Did you have any superstitions back in your cricketing days?
No, there's no need for superstitions. I used to spit on my hands a lot when I was fielding. Does that count? It's not nice, I
No,
know.
it's not the most
Makes them
pleasant.
sticky, that. You know, for catching. Oh,
I've
Just
never
me.
thought to do that myself.
just me
personally, but
then. Excellent. Well, I'm glad I told you now.
Each to their own.
Yeah. No, I could wobble the ball around a bit. No particular pace, but a good height. I could move it around a bit, but I couldn't bat. I just had no idea what I was doing with the bat in my hand. I was too nervous.
Really?
Yeah. Mainly because I had no talent.
Sam Connors in. Another short one, just ducked, this time to Alior, who just ducks it, and ripple of applause from the Derbyshire players, but I'm just not too sure where this plan's going to get them, because neither of them have taken it on yet.
And it didn't bounce either, did it? I mean, he's
No.
ducked underneath it. That isn't even one above shoulder height delivery for the over.
No.
Because it didn't get up enough.
Just doesn't seem, because I think he seems a lot more threatening when he's bowling full,
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
but we'll see. Probably Sky one up next ball. Connors comes in again. Alior, full of ball, see there, just defends it straight back, and just feel as if they're going to get more out of actually making the batters do something.
And there's Dal warming up now. I think he may hold the key. There. That won't happen now either, but I just like him as a cricketer.
Yeah,
Really, really good cricketer.
bowled quite nicely before lunch, I
Yeah.
think.
You see, now we've got another discussion here between Billy Godleman and Sam Connors, and he's going, do you want that? And he's going, well, I'm not really bothered. What about you? Well, I think we could do this. Well, just do it then. Ooh, I had a bit of a turn then. We're not on.
There's been no change of field despite the break as Connors runs into bowled again. Short again, and again ducked by Alior. Seemed like it rushed him a little bit more for pace, but again not taken on by the Sussex batsman. Bit of a discussion going on now between Slip and Gully, and Billy Godleman stands there with his hands on his hips.
He looks like he's impatient. And what are those two talking about? We need to get on with this game. And he's just slowed it down twice in quick succession. Yeah, Dal was still polishing the ball. Billy Godleman in short sleeves. He was in short sleeves yesterday. That's not usual for Billy.
It is quite warm.
It is, but he always bats in a sweater.
No, I can't be doing that.
No.
And again, slightly fuller delivery, just turned into mid-wicket as Alex Thompson throws it in to Brooke Guest. Another dot ball for Sam Connors.
He's quite eccentric at times, Billy Godleman, but he's a top man to work with.
Don't think I've ever made his acquaintance, unfortunately.
You'd remember. You'd remember. A very single-minded cricketer. Scored a shed load of runs in first-class cricket.
Connors comes in again. Fuller ball outside off, defended by Alior, who holds the pose and rehearses it again, even though it was quite a good shot.
I thought you got a bit distracted by that motorbike
I did.
there.
I got
thought
really
you're
distracted by it.
thinking, so you're a biker then. You quite fancied being on that one, did you?
Not at all.
No?
Not at all, no. I'm just not into that kind of thing. I was slating Formula One.
Oh, well, I don't
last
like
week
for
on
yeah,
the live stream,
yeah,
and
no, you do right to do that.
Yeah, received a bit of chat from that.
Did you?
I think it was Clive Eaton. He loves it.
Does he, Clive? Does he? Oh,
I
I
think
didn't
it
know
was
that.
Clive. He was not happy when I was slagging it off.
You're absolutely right to do that.
Sam Connors in again for the delivery, and again,
Oh,
defended back and thrown back. Sorry,
no, you're absolutely right to be laughing.
thrown back really quite aggressively by Sam Connors. Sent a bit of frustration building in the Derbyshire players here.
He threw it aggressively, but unfortunately he threw it about a foot in front of himself, didn't he? So it sort of looped very well. It just wasn't going to trouble him at all. That was bizarre. He fielded it well. He'll be getting frustrated, will Sam. The whole Derbyshire bowling attack will be getting frustrated. Here's that change we thought might happen. Anuj Dal is coming on. I wonder if that means that Thompson will come on from the race course then in a few minutes. It's only 2 overs bowled by Sam Connors. 2 overs for 3 runs. Thompson bowled 5 overs for 9. Working with a brand new presenter this afternoon. Never worked with Rob Rose before. If I'm entirely honest, I've never heard of him. But I've never worked with him.
Well, that'd be exciting.
Well, 170 without loss.
Good to meet new
he
people.
sounds good. No, he
Yeah,
sounds
good
good.
to meet
I've
new
got him in my
people.
ears. He sounds good. It seems to be going really well. Now the ball is being looked at here. Derbyshire want this ball changing. They've been wanting this ball changing for about 15, 20 overs now. It's currently being put through. Oh, and they're going to get the ball changed. There we go. This might change things up. Lewis Rees is saying, do you want to bring on this one that swings a bit? Yes, please, Lou. So the umpires are going to walk across towards the players' pavilion away to our left-hand side. And we're going to get a ball change, which is good for Derbyshire, I fancy. So it gives me a chance to tell you that Leicestershire are 259 for 8 now. They still trail Durham by 169 at Chesterler Street. Nottinghamshire are still behind, 63 for 3 at Trent Bridge, and they trail Glamorgan by 14. Hampshire following on against Surrey are 94 for 2, still 150 behind. Gloucestershire 78 for 3 in their second innings. That means they're still 71 runs behind Yorkshire. And of course you already know that Essex beat Somerset by 1 wicket, and Lancashire against Kent. Kent are 246 for 7 at Canterbury, and they trail Lancashire by 260 runs. They don't get underway in the Bahamas or the Cayman Islands till 4 o'clock, but I will keep an eye on that because quite fancy that. You never know. The more times you mention it, they might actually invite us. That'd be very pleasant. 2 T20s in the Cayman Islands, yes, please.
I'm not sure I've heard of that tournament before.
No, well, but the Bahamas cricket team's gone to the Cayman Islands just to play a little series of matches. The 2 teams from the Caribbean Ocean playing each other. Well, that's right up my avenue, I think. It might be too hot. Might be too hot, actually, mightn't it? Do you think?
No.
No?
I don't think so.
No, okay.
I might try and convince the Lightning staff to get us to Barbados.
Pre-season, little pre-season tour.
I think it would be really good to give those conditions to go.
Well, yeah, it's a learning experience, isn't it?
Yeah,
Of course it
definitely.
is. That's exactly what it is, a learning experience, yeah. Oman are playing Papua New Guinea at the moment in Dubai. I noticed yesterday that Scotland beat somebody, and I can't for the life of me remember who it was, but Mark Watt hit the winning runs, and he's the skipper. It was his 100th game for Scotland, and Mark Watt will be here at Derbyshire for the T20s. He's returning for the T20s. Of course, doesn't count as an overseas player. This might be in the Scotland captain because they're an associate nation, so that's good news. He'll be here for the T20. Hannes Dahl's going to start a new over. Seems like forever since we last saw a ball being bowled. It's pushed into the offside by Tom Haines, and there's no run. Yeah, looking forward to meeting up with Mark Watt again. Top man. Had a really good World Cup. Really good World Cup with Scotland. T20 wise. I'm fairly sure they're in the next one as well. Which isn't that far off, I don't think. In comes Dahl again, bowls. That one's off the bottom of the bat. And Dahl picks it up in his follow through and looks around because he's normally the one who polishes it. So he throws it to Billy Godleman, who throws it to Saranga Lakmal. Why wouldn't he? Madness. Absolute madness out there. 117 without loss. Dahl's just moving his marker at the top of his run. Sean Masood just stretching out his legs as this next one is turned into the leg side. Sam Connors runs as hard and fast as he can to the ball, loses his cap, but he can't prevent the batsman from getting back for a second. And they move to 121 without loss. Haines on to 84 now. We're going to need Adrian in here in a minute because the tradition is if a batsman gets a century, it is commentated upon by the commentator from their team.
Makes a lot of sense.
Well, just for the archive.
One for the archives.
Yes. His Dahl, and that strikes the thigh pad and dribbles out into the onside. No run. 119 without loss. In fact, not 121. The scoreboard beat me to it. Haines on 82, so he's not that close, but he's close enough.
Dahl actually gets it through at some pace, doesn't he? Like
Quicker than he looks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
I always say he's quicker than he looks, Hannes Dahl. Yeah. Oh, Belper 2 Hells 0-2. That's disappointing as this one is pushed back towards Dahl. He can't quite get there. Haines fancies a run, or had turned his back on him. And in the end, it's another dot ball. Belper and Halzone in the NPL Midland Division. We've got non-league action over on BBC Radio Derby this afternoon. Updates mainly with Rob Rose. Will be joining in the fun. Be more fun if I could tell him about some wickets. Dahl is in, and that one is through. Beat him. Haines just tentatively pushed forward. Nicely taken by Brooke Guest, standing up behind the stumps. And it's the end of the over. 119 without loss. Haines 82 or 28. And the lead, Derbyshire's lead, is whittled down now to 212.
He's starting to get a little bit nervous now.
No, not really. I'm getting fed up now. I'll get
Impatient.
nervous later. I don't think there's any way really that Sussex can get themselves in a position to win the game. But
No.
to not win the game, having gone into the halfway mark, if you like, with a lead of 331, would be disappointing.
Connors continues from the racecourse end, right arm round the wicket to Alior. Well, another short ball again, left alone by Alior. That's one for the over, and don't mean to be blunt, but I'm starting to get a bit bored of this plan now.
Sorry, I didn't mean to yawn then. You're absolutely right. Yeah, just pitch it up. Pitch it up, see if we can get a wicket. Come on, boys.
Fair enough, they've tried. Another race car.
Yeah.
Fair enough, they've tried it. There's nothing wrong with trying it, and I think it can work, but it just seems like Alior and Tom Haines pretty comfortable just leaving it alone, as we've said before. And he comes in again to bowl. Slightly fuller defended. Better length there, isn't it? Just defended back by Alior, and just looks so much more attacking. Just brings a lot more modes of dismissal into play.
Indeed, yeah. 119 without loss. Sussex 212 behind. Derbyshire searching for this wicket. I believe I'm going to go off in a moment to do this. I won't be going anywhere, of course, as I said last time, to do a little update.
Okie dokie.
And I'm sure Adrian will become available at some point.
Connors in again. Fuller ball. Struck to backward point by Alior, but again another dot. And he seems to be getting a little bit frustrated with himself, Alior, as he just walks to the square leg region to cool himself off and recompose himself slightly. Something you see a lot with the batters actually in the red ball cricket. They just like to take themselves away from the crease, and I don't know what they do, have a little think, a little twist of the bat for Alior as he comes in to face Sam Connors again. Hopefully more composed this time. Connors in. Oh, could that be a wicket? Yeah, I think it is. Lovely delivery from Sam Connors, and just a little edge by Alior. Fine edge caught by Brooke Guest, and that'll be the end of the opening stand. 119 for none. That was certainly necessary for Derbyshire. You just sensed a few of the bowlers, a few of the fielders getting a little bit frustrated, and that was a really good delivery by Sam Connors. As I say, just pitched it up through that offside channel, got the reward. Alior departs from 28 runs off 128 balls. And that ends the opening wicket stand of 119 runs for 256 deliveries from Alior and Tom Haines.
By Brooke Guest, of the bowling of Sam Connors, for 28.
I think it'll be interesting to see what happens now. Derbyshire just getting a quick drinks break, and a well-needed break for I think Dave will be feeling a bit more relaxed, as I think it should be Tom Alsop coming into bat at number 3 for Sussex.
The incoming batter is Tom Alsop.
Tom Alsop coming into bat here off long loan at Hampshire. Just be looking to rebuild with Tom Haines, who has been batting very nicely for his 82 off 128 balls. And that is the first wicket, and that means 8.4 overs, 2 maidens. Sam Connors 23 runs for 1 wicket, and hopefully that will just push a bit of enthusiasm into the Derbyshire team, who had been getting a little bit stagnant in the field, a little bit frustrated, and I think you could see visibly how much that wicket meant to them, as there was really quite big celebrations, especially from Sam Connors himself, who had been getting visibly frustrated with the way he'd been bowling. But yeah, pitched it up again and got the reward.
You're on all the time now that you're getting these wickets.
It's the second you went off.
That's you for the day. He's just taken his 50th first-class wicket for Derbyshire, Sam Connors.
As he comes in again, Tom Alsop to face his first delivery. Oh, short ball outside off, just left alone by Tom Alsop. Another left-handed batter come into the game. There can't be many teams around the circuit with all of their top 3 being left-handed batsmen.
No, I was just looking down because of the Derbyshire batsmen, the top 6, 4 of them are left-handed.
Really?
Yeah, but the number 3, Brooke Guest, and the number 4, Wayne Madsen, are both right-handed. But yeah, 4 out of 6.
Sam Connors comes in against the new batter Tom Alsop, who punches it very nicely into the hands of, I think that is loose deploy.
Yeah.
Cover and ends the over. First wicket of the day, and Sussex are now 119 for 1 of 43 overs.
You're going to have to... was it just a straight... I mean, it was a straightforward catch by the look of it for Brooke Guest. What kind of shot did he play? I have to confess, not watching.
It's all right. It's good delivery, and just looked to drive at it a little bit, and just quite a fine edge, but
Yeah.
a straightforward catch for Brooke Guest, and I think a good bit of bowling. I think Ali Orr might have just been surprised by the full one, so maybe that was the plan.
5th catch of the match for Brooke Guest.
Good wicket. I did enjoy that ball.
I'm not on again till 3, so not on here, not on there. Anish Dal begins a new over. I'm talking nonsense. Haines pushes it out into the offside. I think we're going to let... you can come in here, can't he? You carry on. I'll come back at 3. If you want, do you want to rest?
No, it's all right. I'll carry
No,
on.
you see, I know you're all keen and everything. We'll knock that out of you in no time at all. Keenness. No room for keenness round here. So what I'll do is I'll describe this next delivery from Anish Dal, because I don't take any wickets. You're the wicket taker. He bowls, and that's hitting the pads of Tom Haines, who's on 82. Perhaps that change of ball has done the trick, because they did change the ball. Sussex 119 for 1. Just a few wickets. A few wickets would be nice, Grace. But a few words from you, and then Adrian will come in.
Yeah, I mean, there's just been a massive pick of momentum from the Derbyshire team now since the first wicket, and yeah, Dal's also bowling nicely as he comes in. Full delivery on the leg stump as Tom Haines just flicks it into, I think that might be Masood in the mid-on, yes it is, and yeah, you just sense that Sussex do not want to be losing Tom Haines right now. I think he's certainly got a job to just stick in and carry on playing the way he has been. Because he can quite easily couple wickets and totally transforms the game. Dar runs in again. Just flicked very nicely by Tom Haines, just a bit short and on his hip, and looks like it could race away to 4 down to deep wicket, and it does. Again, lovely timing from Tom Haines, and that brings him on to 86 from 132 deliveries.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? Grace just clipped away nicely. And he does look in top form. But you're quite right, so often in these situations you get a big first wicket stand or any wicket stand, and all of a sudden you find one wicket goes down and it's followed by another. So Sussex have to be very mindful of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's been going very nicely, so should be okay as Dar comes in. Better delivery, just same length, slightly shorter on the stumps, and Tom Haines just defends it straight to extra cover.
That was the second century partnership between Orr and Haines this season. They made 110 last week against Nottinghamshire down at Hove. So certainly the opening partnerships haven't been a problem this season so far.
Dart into Haines again. Similar to the last full ball on the stumps, defended straight to extra cover. And that ends the over. Sussex 123 for 1 off 44 overs, 52 remaining in the day.
I just wonder here whether Billy Godwin will look to put a bit of pressure on Tom Alsop, who's come to Sussex on loan for the season from Hampshire, but scores so far of 1, 6 and 7. So I'm sure that's going to be on Tom's mind. He's a very fine player, but you know, county championship cricket is tough, and I'm sure that the Derbyshire fielders won't be slow to remind Tom that he's Hasn't yet reached double figures. This is a good track, and he'll be desperate to make an impression here. It's going to be Connors. Sam Connors running away from us. In and bowls to Allsop, who drives firmly into the covers. Fielded there by Deploy, and there is no run. I said at the beginning of the day, Grace, that we thought it was all be about patience for Derbyshire, and that's what they've had to be.
Yeah, no, I mean, they started off really nice, didn't they? Those two just great opening partnership batting together. But I said it last week and I'll say it again. I just think the way Tom Haines has come out, just slightly more attacking than you might expect. I think it's the way to go.
Well, he's certainly batted beautifully. He's on 86 as Connors is in. The sun has disappeared. He's in and bowls, and up on his toes is Allsop. Plays it to... Oh, there could be a run out here. Throw comes in for Godleman. Well, I think that just shows that Tom Allsop is a bit edgy. He played the ball into the offside. He was looking for the single. I'm not sure it was there. Tom Haines looked horrified that he was going to call him through for a single. And when you're not in the best of form, you just to get off that mark. And wasn't a great call from Tom Allsop.
No, I've been there myself. I totally understand. Tom Allsop's probably just nervous to get off the mark, but I think the last thing you want when you're in a run of low form is to run out Tom Haines, who's currently 86 and out and going very nicely.
For sure. In comes Collins again, bowls. Allsop lets this one go outside of the off stump. There is no run. There's a couple of messages on Twitter that have come through. One from Colin, who says, it's been a real treat sitting in the garden in mid-Sussex under sun and blue skies listening to the commentary. It's felt like high summer. Let's hope our youngsters can realise their full potential, and soon, says Colin. Thanks for getting in touch, Colin. Look forward to seeing you down at Hove during the season. Well, Sussex are battling away hard. It's a big improvement on what was a pretty poor batting performance yesterday, but Sussex have to put that behind them as in comes Collins around the wicket, bowl short, pulled away by Allsop, and that's a good shot. What should do is confidence, a world of good. It was a little too short, and Allsop on the back foot pulled the ball through mid-wicket for 4, right out of the meat of the bat, and that's just the sort of delivery you want to get yourself on your way. Grace, lovely shot.
Gosh, he really did time that nicely. Does not look like a player that's out of form after that shot. I mean, yeah, that was very good. I'm not sure how Sam Connors will be feeling about that. I mean, certainly wasn't where he wanted to bowl, but also the first time the shortest delivery's been taken on by one of the batters. He might even feel slightly encouraged, but yeah, we'll do Tom Allsop a world of good to connect with it like he did.
Connors on his way again, 2 slips are down, bowls to Allsop, who lets that go outside of this. Good carry on this pitch. I have to say, it's been a feature of the pitch. It's not a pitch which suddenly dies and the ball is grubbing through to the keeper. There's really good carry on that delivery.
Yeah, no, and that delivery looks similar to the one that got Ali Orr, actually just hanging it just on that fifth stump line and getting a bit of carry through, just tempting the batters to play a drive, and obviously got 2 slips in for the new batter, Tom Allsop. And yeah, I think after his wicket, Sam Connors has just found his feet, tail certainly up as he comes in again.
Well, it's been hard work for Derbyshire here today, but they've picked up the wicket of Alistair Orr, comes in bowls to Allsop. Allsop drives down the ground, and a good stop off his own bowling by Sam Connors, which is the last ball of the over. He has bowled 10 overs, 3 maidens. He's taken the 1 wicket to fall, that of Alistair Orr, who was caught behind by Brooke Guest for 28 of 128 deliveries. Tom Haines still there on 86, Tom Allsop on 4. 2 batsmen have a little natter in the middle of the pitch. We dare not tell Tom Haines that his team are Tottenham Hotspur and they've just been beaten by Brighton, but we won't tell Tom that till a little later on today. He needs to concentrate on his batting. And I think it's going to be Anuj Jal who's going to carry on.
Brighton any good at football?
Yeah. They're in the Premier League, yeah. Oh. Come on, Grace, you're
Yeah, and it's just one to Tom Haines, who plays it out to deep cover, I think. I'm not sure who that is out there.
I think it might be, is it Thompson out there? Not sure.
He's a long way from here.
He is a long way, yeah, he's way in the distance. Yeah, now you better not hear Brighton fans saying that, Grace, because they beat Arsenal last week and Tottenham this week, so so they've had a good couple of weeks.
I know they're in the Premier League, but didn't realise. I quite like that, though. I quite like when the clubs with a bit less money do well. As Dahl comes in again to Tom Haines. Ooh. Who edges it in?
Allsop, yeah.
Oh, is that Allsop?
Yeah, it's all right. Both left-handers.
Just comes out to third man. Will just be 1. So many left-handers in the top order.
Yes, there are, and so many left-handers in the top order of both sides as well. But that was a little edgy from Tom Alsop, having hit that lovely 4 through mid-wicket.
Wasn't the most convincing of the shots, was it? Just little edge, but he gets off strike nonetheless, and Dahl comes in to Tom Haines. Full ball, driven, could get through, doesn't, will just be one. Tidied up, a little bit scratchy by, it should be Billy Godman, not Billy Godman, Billy Godman.
Yes, it was, yeah.
Mid-off. Yeah, he's always in that mid-off position, isn't he?
Just goes to show as well what pressure it puts on the fielding side when, I mean, Godman was straight under pressure. Tom Haines played the shot and he was off straight away for the single. Excellent piece of running by the Sussex skipper.
Darling to Alsop times it very nicely straight to extra cover. Full ball just outside off and played very nicely by Tom Alsop. It's certainly a more convincing shot than his previous one.
Yeah, just nice to find his feet. It's always difficult, I think, Grace, when you come into a new side and you're looking to make an impression and perhaps trying a little bit too hard. And you've got, 3 low scores under 10.
Yeah, it's not the start you want, is it really? But hopefully he can get some runs under his belt today as Dahl comes into him. Full delivery on off stump, just defended to loose deploy. He's been everywhere in the field.
Yeah, he has. No, you're right.
What's he doing in point? And he's still got those fielding pads on. In backward point. He's been in so many different fielding positions and quite the athlete in the field, actually, even though he has got those pads on. Again, Tom Alsop, Hampshire lone player to face. Comes in, full ball and good ball, defended straight to extra cover, and that will be the final ball of the over. Sussex now 130 for 1.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio, Sussex BBC Radio Derby. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Grace Ballinger, who plays her cricket for the Loughborough Lightning. The season getting underway in mid-May, so we shall watch Grace's progress during the season with great interest. And throughout the season, so you've got there's the Charlotte Edwards Cup, we've got the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, we've got the 100. What are the chances of getting picked up in the 100? Or have you ever been picked up, Grace?
Not as of yet, but hoping to with a good start to the T20 campaign.
Yeah, and that's important. We'll come on to that in a minute as in comes Connors around the wicket bowls to Haines, who drives hard at that outside the off stump. That's a very, very fine stop down at third man. All the way down there is Shan Masood. Haines picks up a single. Well, he thought he may have picked up a boundary. He goes to 89. So it's to 131 for 1. And that's the thing, isn't it? That if you can get yourself, if you can get in good form, you can get picked up because they have this draft of players who have done well in the opening rounds of matches.
They do, yeah. I think that's the good thing. I think it's good to leave a few spots open, as a lot of the 100 franchises have in the women's game. It just allows for people that perform well regionally to be able to pick up a contract later. So, yeah, hoping to do that, to be honest.
Connors in again, bowls short and up on his toes. That's a good-looking shot from Tom Alsop, and he's going to get another boundary, and that was beautifully played. Up on his toes and just punched the ball away through the offside. Nicely played by Alsop. He goes to 9, and Hampshire, Sussex to 135 for 1.
Yeah, timed that very nice, didn't he? Almost textbook, just... Yeah, he's played... Other than that, slightly less convincing edge down to third man. He's played some nice shot, hasn't he, Tom Alsop?
Yes, that was a good shot, and that's a shot will give him a lot of confidence. Connors is back to his mark. 2 slips go down. There's a third man, backward point, cover mid-off. Mid-on, deep backward square and a fine leg, as in comes Connors, racing away from us. He's in and bowls and covering up his Alsop, plays it into the offside, fielded by Deploy, and there is no run. The sunshine a little more intermittent this afternoon. There's a little more cloud around, still plenty of blue sky, and the forecast is excellent for both today and tomorrow, and into Bank Holiday Monday, although we won't be here then. And so far, Sussex haven't had any interruptions at all, which is pretty surprising during April. You never know what the weather's going to be like, but this is the 7th uninterrupted day of cricket they've had this season, as in comes Connors running in over the wicket bowls, and Alsop looking increasingly confident, tucks that off the hip down to deep backward square. He picks up a single, little move into double figures, and Sussex go to 136 for 1, which brings Tom Haines onto strike.
Yeah, as you say, the weather has been... It's been pretty good, hasn't it, for the start of April? I mean, last weekend it was pretty cold at Edgbaston. I don't know where you were.
Yeah, well, we were at Hove, and on the Thursday it blew a gale. I mean, it was, you know, the bales kept blowing off, and it was windy. In comes Collins Bowles. That's short, and Tom Haines has plenty of time to duck underneath that. The ball goes through to wicket-keeper Guest, and there is no run. And certainly, Grace, it was coat weather for the first couple of days. Then warmed up a little, but it certainly wasn't pleasant watching conditions particularly. But the good news was the rain stayed away.
Yeah, no rain, but it did look seriously cold for the men out there playing. I was happy I was in the commentary box, not on the field, to be honest.
It's strange, actually. I'll talk about that in a minute. As in comes Connors. He's going to run away from us. He's in and bowls, and Haines is forward and plays back down the track. Connors fills up his own bowling, and there is no run. It's the end of Sam Connors' 11th over, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 33. Sussex 136 for 1, also on 10. Haines on 89. Live cricket here on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Myself, Adrian Harms, and Grace Ballinger. We've had an email in from Gary Knight, who says, "Hi Adrian, very pleasing to see the application being shown by the openers today. Whilst it makes yesterday's feeble efforts all the more frustrating, at least it shows the wicket is blameless and holds no terrors." And he says, "As I write, Alior has just dangled his bat unnecessarily outside the off stump. Yeah, he was caught behind for 28. Alior bringing to an end a partnership of 119. And now will be a good time for Tom Alsop to make his first significant contribution to the club. Finally, I would like to compliment the young lady who's been co-commentating today. Sorry, I didn't know her name. She's been excellent." So there you go.
That's nice to hear.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you for your very kind
Thank you, Gary.
email. And it's not the first message I've had as well, Grace, today. So well done you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fabulous stuff. Change of bowling now. And actually, if you're happy for me to forward that email on, Gary, that would be, if you just drop me a little note, and I'll perhaps forward that on to a couple of people as well. That'll be very kind. So, Alex Thompson coming back into the attack. He has bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 24. He's looked quite dangerous, and Grace is going to guide you through the next over.
Yeah, I'm pleased to see Alex Thompson come back on, actually. He's been the pick of the bowlers for me today, just looking like he's really getting the ball to turn as he comes in for his first delivery against Tom Alsop. And again, just like it got a bit of turn as Alsop comes forward and defends it. Not the most convincing shots, but nonetheless he's still there and looking to, as we said before, get a name for himself in this Sussex lineup, and he's certainly played some good shots to start, so hoping he can push on and get a score here. Alex Thompson comes in again, City end. Similar ball, very straight, full on the stumps, and Tom Alsop just defends it straight to dull in the extra cover region. Just 2 catching fielders on the offside. We've got a first slip and an extra cover squeezing quite tight. Also a short leg on the leg side. Comes in again. Will that get through? Yep. No. Alsop just looks to maybe push that one a little bit more and fielded very nicely in the extra cover region, and that'll be 3 dots for the start of Alex Thompson's over.
He's giving the ball plenty of air, plenty of flight here, and he can afford to do so. There's Alex Thompson.
Comes in again, a little bit shorter this time. Definitely getting some turn on it, Alex Thompson. A little bit bounce on that one as it's just defended straight into the extra cover region again. Yeah, as you say, certainly a bit of flight going. It'll be interesting to see if he gets... Don't think he's been taken on over the top as of yet in this game. Thompson comes in again, another good ball on the stumps, and again defended by Tom Alsop. Almost a repeat of the last delivery. Yeah, Alex Thompson, you know, let go by Warwickshire, and looks like to settle quite nicely into Derbyshire side as the first choice spinner today at the county ground as he comes in for his final ball of the over. Again, straight and defended to... Is that the police? It should be.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, for the last ball, has been doing that for a few overs. For the last ball of Thompson's over, has been moving from the catching on the leg side into the catching silly position on the offside. So, interesting tactic, but a maiden over from Alex Thompson, and Sussex are 136 for 1.
Yes, and you'd rather think that Alex Thompson is going to bowl a lot of overs. Now, I think we've got another change of bowling coming here at the racecourse end of the ground. I think Nick Potts is coming back into the attack for Derbyshire. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 21. he dismissed Tom Haines in the first innings, an LBW which perhaps it was a fortunate decision for Nick Potts. Certainly Tom Haines thought the ball had pitched outside the line of the leg stump. But then batsmen always think they're not out, don't they?
Gosh, yeah. Never seem to get decisions going my way. Always goes to the batters.
If you had a if there was an LBW decision, Grace, and you thought it was close, would you ask the umpire what had happened if he didn't give it?
Yeah, you have to, don't you? You have to. Can't be letting them get away with it.
In comes Potts over the wicket, he's in and bowls, and Haines drives beautifully down the ground. Good bit of cricket all round, actually, because a good bit of fielding by Godleman, who was quickly round at mid-off, and there is no run. And if you asked an umpire and you said, oh, you know, I thought that was close, or why did you know, why wasn't that given? Do most of them give an answer? Would they say the reason why they've declined the LBW decision?
Yeah, I mean, every time I've asked, I've got an answer. I think if you're umpiring at a certain level, you've got to have a reason why you're not giving dismissals out. And yeah, I mean, you're not always going to agree with it, but it's good to at least get their opinion.
Oh, absolutely. In comes Potts over the wicket, bowls, and clipped away by Haines to deep backward square. He picks up another single. He goes to 90. Total to 137 for one. But I think it's good, isn't it? Because also it stops maybe if the umpire says to you, for example, that was going over the top, or it was pitching outside leg, or for whatever reason, or they got a little nick on it. At least it's probably good because it saves you fretting as well and thinking, well, I've been hard done by. But I mean, you may not agree with it, Grace, but at least the umpire has given a reason.
Yeah, you definitely want to know, don't you? And I mean, it's a frustrating part of cricket, isn't it? A lot of it's left to luck, but yeah, it can happen.
In comes Potts and bowls. Also just lets that one go outside the off stump. And there is no run.
I'd like to get your thoughts, actually. So what are your thoughts on batsmen snicking off? Should they walk? Should they not walk?
What a great question. I mean, I was never a great cricketer, Grace, to be honest, and I think that I always thought it was right if you did get a nick to the keeper to walk. That was always the way that I played, but then I wasn't playing at a professional level, and you know, my living didn't depend upon it. In comes Potts running in over the wicket, bowls, and tucked away onto the leg side by Tom Alsop. A couple of runs here for Alsop, who comes back for his 11th and then 12th run, 139 for one. But it's a great question. I mean, the spirit of the game, and if you're playing the game for the spirit of the game, if you do nick it to the keeper, then, you know, the spirit of the game says you should walk. But on the other hand, it's a professional game of cricket, and there will be times, I guess, when you don't nick one and you get given out. So maybe these things go round, and you know, you'll get an LBW one week and not the next. In comes Potts. Bowls, Alsop plays forward onto the onside, and there is no run. It's probably not a very good answer, really, but
I think they're all very valid points. Yeah, I think it's tough. I think a lot of the times as a bowler, you get decisions that don't go your way. So when you get a chance to bat, you might think, "Oh, I'm not walking," but I think it depends, doesn't it? I mean, personally, if I edged it and it was, you know, a thick edge, it was obvious, everyone knows I've hit it, and the umpire doesn't give it, I think I'd find it just a bit embarrassing sticking around. I think I'd actually just be a bit mortified.
Potts runs away from us, comes in, bowls to Alsop, who drives without timing into the offside, filled in the covers by Deploy, and there is no run. A message from Sam here. He says, "Never walk. Not for me to do the umpire's job for them." You don't get to tell them you didn't hit it when they trigger you. So that's a fair comment, actually, isn't it? I mean, some people would take the view that you know, don't walk. It's the umpire's decision.
Yeah,
I can. And I think in the professional game, I mean, you know, and actually a question to you really, in terms of some of your colleagues playing at the Loughborough Lightning. If you've got a batsman who's out of form and they nick one and it's not given, what would they do?
Nothing springs to mind from my own team. Only opposition that haven't walked.
What would you do? Here comes Alex Thompson, anyway.
Yeah, if it's an obvious nick, I would walk, I think. I just don't really think it's the way to go. If it was a little nick, then it's a different story. But if it's blatant, I don't think I could stand there, honestly. Thompson comes in again to Tom Haines, who cuts that one away very nicely, but will likely just be one with the fielder out at cover doing the work. But yeah, I think it's quite often batters are of the view that you shouldn't walk and bowlers are of the view you should walk. But it's more on the umpire than the player, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah.
As Tom Alsop gets ready to face Alex Thompson, who comes in. Good delivery on the stumps, again defended by Tom Alsop. He just seems to have got his lines right today, Alex Thompson.
Yeah, he's certainly been at the batsman, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's got that short leg and slip in place. Keeper Guest, of course, standing up to the stumps.
He comes in again. Fuller delivery again, defended to extra cover. Extra cover doing a lot of work in there for Alex Thompson's bowling. And Tom Alsop just maybe slightly stuck in the crease, just kind of allowing Alex Thompson to bowl at him at the moment. But at the same time, he's got time to build an innings, so just see how he continues to play him. Thompson in again, and this one he does come down to. Does he get enough on it? Yes.
Oh, nice shot. I think Lakmal will be disappointed he didn't stop that. He's a big man, isn't he? Saranga Lakmal, but he chased across. But in fairness, he never looked like he was going to get there, did it?
No, he just looked like it caught him by surprise a little bit. Tom Alsop come down the track, played not particularly hard of a shot, just very quite straight over the mid-on region, and yeah, gets 4 for it. First time he's come forward, just as I was saying he was getting stuck in the crease. Thompson comes in again, and again, Tom Alsop decides to defend that one. This time, point clearing it up. That's the end of the over. Just the 4 from it, I think.
Yes, Thompson 12 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 29. You're listening to Grace Ballinger, who is going to be playing for the Loughborough Lightning this season. Looking around at the other sides in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint competition, who are strong. Who's going to be your main opposition this season?
I always find that the South East Stars are quite strong, especially in T20 cricket. They got the T20 trophy last year. They're always good opposition. They've got a lot of strong batters, and sometimes feel when I'm bowling at them, sometimes up against it a little bit more than other sides. Got some nice grounds down there too. Played at Guildford last year.
Nick Potts is in bowls and hammered away by Haines, but perhaps without timing as once with some of the shots that he's played into the covers, and there is no run. Sorry, you played the South East Stars at Guildford last year.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, lovely little ground. Obviously not one of the.
Yeah.
First
Got a new
class
pavilion there as well. In that ground at Guildford, that pavilion is quite new, but it's quite a small ground. Is it square of the wicket?
Yeah, as I saw when I got teed for 6 in my final over.
Oh really? Okay. Oh dear. Was that the decisive over?
No, it's the first innings.
Okay. In comes Potts and bowls, and forward comes Haines, plays to mid-off, and there is no run, fielded by Billy Godman.
Yeah, no, I think it's probably one of the best things about the regional stretch coming into play in the women's game, just playing on so many nice grounds, mainly first class, but also grounds like Guildford, just lovely grounds. I mean, played here for one of my games last year against the the Southern Vipers, which went down to the last over, but sadly didn't go our way.
Potts again runs away from us. In and bowls. And Haines with a poor shot. That is a poor shot. And I don't think Tom Haines would mind me saying that. He's on 91. And I think he just completely lost his concentration. He was looking to cut the ball away between... There's a huge gap between first slip and backward point. He was looking to cut the ball away, but he was never in position really to play the shot. We're going to have a bit of a change around in the commentary. I'll just ask you a quick question before you go, Grace, and that is in terms of bowling variations. We hear a lot about knuckle balls and all sorts of things. I think comes Potts running away from us. He's in and bowls. Haines is solidly behind this. He's got his concentration back, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Is that something you work hard on, the different variations of delivery?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, myself, I bowl primarily at the top and at the end, so as a deaf bowler, I think you've got to have a few variations in there. It's actually something I was thinking about earlier, is that I see a lot less slower balls in the men's game than the women's game. I'm not sure why that is, or could be, obviously I've seen a lot of red ball cricket at the start of this season as opposed to white ball, but yeah, I think there could be definitely more for slow balls in red ball cricket, as a short one by Nick Potts is just flicked away for 1 by Tom Haines down to fine leg.
Brilliant,
I'll
thank
be
you.
taking a break there.
Thank you, Grace. Yeah, go and have a sit down or lie down. A magnificent stint from Grace Ballinger there. She'll be back with us later. It's just going to get slightly complicated now between 3 o'clock and sometime a little bit later.
We're going to need to up our game, Dave.
I know, aren't we just?
With these new commentators. Well done, Grace.
No, she's good. She's good. Potts bowls, and that is driven into the offside by Allsop. There is no run.
Just pinch me.
Sorry,
is
yes,
that? Oh, is that your? Is that
No,
your
that's yours.
That's my one. Isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got that many wires here, Fletch, and different pieces of equipment to help us along our way.
What do they help us? That's the problem.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes perhaps we just should concentrate more on the cricket, but we're trying to do a million things at once here. But anyway, it's all working out. Tom Haines continues on his merry way. 92.
Yeah, no, he's batted really nicely. And he batted nicely in the first innings until the moment he got out. And he almost got out in that last over, didn't he, with that poor shot that you described. And it was a poor shot.
Alex Thompson is going to come in from the city end of the ground. Tom Haines on 92, within sight of his 6th first-class century. Thompson bowls, and Haines is solidly right behind this, plays it down the offside of the track. And there is no run. His first century came down at Arundel, and there was a long break of a couple of years between that, and then he really got into his stride last year in the last couple of seasons in the Championship. In again comes Thompson. Haines is forward, plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run. Plenty of encouragement for Alex Thompson as he makes his way back and comes it off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 paces. Tall man bowls to Haines. Haines stretches forward, plays out into the covers, and there is no run fielded there by a deploy. We've got another 44 overs left in the day after this one, so certainly Derbyshire's over age has been pretty good today. It had been a little slow yesterday. Thompson in bowls, Haines plays patiently into the covers. And again, there is no run, 145 for 1. Live cricket here on the BBC, from BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derbyshire. Adrian Harms and Dave Fletcher, Grace Ballinger, the other voice on our commentary team today, as in comes Thompson again bowls, and I think every ball of this over, Haines is forward, bat and pad close together, plays it out to short extra cover. There is no run, just the one slip in place now. 4 men saving one on the offside. There's a shortish extra cover is one of those. A sweeper on the cover boundary as well for added protection. Thompson turns in and bowls. Haines stretches forward, plays to point. He's going to move, and the throw comes in, and Allsop is run out. Oh, that's disastrous for Sussex. Disastrous, and you've got to feel for Tom Allsop. He's been in a wretched run of form in his first 3 innings. He was just batting himself into form. He was called through for a sharp single by Tom Haines. I'm afraid the skipper needs to accept responsibility for that. It was played to backward point. I don't think there was ever a run there. The throw came in. Brooke gets whisked off the bails. Poor Tom Allsop wanders off. He doesn't look in the direction of his skipper. And I'm not surprised. He's out for 16. And what you don't need when you're battling to avoid an innings defeat is a run out, and that's just exactly what's happened. Allsop on his way, and Sussex 145 for 2.
2 things. The moment they set off for that single, it looked like it might be a slightly dodgy one. To me, it was a fairly comfortable decision in the end for umpire Hartley to give the ball, to give the batsman out. Umpire Hartley's just picked up a helmet, and now he's passed it to his fellow umpire for some bizarre reason. I've no idea why. Anyway, and then decent throw was all it needed, wasn't it? It didn't have to be spectacular, just a decent throw from backward point. I'm still trying to work out exactly who it was. It might have been Sam Connors. She's got a little pat on the back there. It's unlikely to have been Sam Connors at backward point.
Yeah, I thought it all happened so quickly, didn't it? I thought it was a left-arm throw, but I may be wrong, Fletch. But
Lewis Rees in that case, I'm guessing. We'll find out in the fullness of time when it appears on the scorecard. But yeah, and the other thing is that it's the kind of thing that can spark Derbyshire into life, because they haven't had an awful lot. Like, I think Ali Orr will look back on the shot that he played to get out and think, well, that wasn't exactly the kind of shot, really. But then a run out, and all of a sudden it's 2 down. You're still 186 behind, whereas they were just going along swimmingly, without alarm, really, weren't they? So they've gone from 119 without loss to 145 for 2. In fact, it was young Potts who threw the ball in. If he did throw it in left-handed, he's ambidextrous, which is fantastic.
Oh, well done. It all happened so quickly. The new batsman, is Jacheshwar Pujara, who only made 6 in the first innings. And I said it before a couple of times today, if you've got quality overseas, this is the sort of situation that you want him in, and you want him to make big runs. I hope he can from a Sussex perspective. Pops in, bowls to Tom Clark, who absolutely hammers that through the covers for 4 runs. That had anger written all over it from Tom Haines. He's honest enough, Tom, to know that he's run his partner out there. He didn't mean to, but he did. And I just noticed Pujara just coming down and having a word to Tom and probably saying, look, you've just got to put that out of your mind. It's happened, it's been, it's gone. You shake hands with Tom in the dressing room afterwards, and that's the end of it. He goes to 96. It was a super shot. He drilled that ball through the covers, but he just needs to forget it. And I would hope that Pujara, with the experience, has said exactly that to him.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right.
But it's just the way he played that shot. It was a half volley outside off stump, and he absolutely belted that through the covers. It was a beautiful shot. He's doing some gardening. So, Tom Haines, the leading run scorer in the county championship this year. Last year, I should say, he's already started off with the half century, made 59 against Notts last week, 41 in the first innings here. He's on 96 now. Nick Potts is back to his mark. There's a slipper third man, sweeper on the cover boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square and a fine leg. Potts on his way. Over the wicket bowls, and Haines is solidly forward, plays straight to extra cover, and there is no run. Every time Tom Haines has played a shot today, Fletch, you could hear the lovely sound of the ball on his bat. Almost every shot of it seems to have come out right out of the middle of the bat. He's looked in terrific form. As indeed he did in the first innings. He made 41 before getting an LBW decision, which he clearly disagreed with, but the suggestions it may have been outside the line of leg stuff. But no, I don't think it was an absolute shocker from what I can tell. What do you think it was?
Which one, sorry?
Haines's yesterday. Well, they're looking at the ball again.
Yeah,
it's already been changed once.
He's hitting it too hard, Tom Haines, isn't he?
Oh, and I think they've decided that it is out of shape because the ball's immediately thrown to...
I think Paul Baldwin's got the caliper.
Okay.
So that's why it's gone to him. And he's trying to put it through it. And has it gone through it there?
It was the way that it was thrown immediately by umpire Hartley to umpire Baldwin made me think, he's obviously... I think we get another ball change.
Get another one.
So this is going to be the third ball they're going to... And this is... It's always interesting, isn't it, Dave? Because this ball is 52 overs old. So you're now trying to replicate a ball that's 52 overs old. So it's had a fair amount of use.
Yeah.
And doing that can be quite difficult.
I think so. Well, the first ball was changed, and then 2 wickets have fallen. Only one of them was the ball's fault, if indeed it was the ball's fault.
Yeah.
But you see fielding sides doing this, don't you? We're not getting any joy here. Batting sides batting really comfortably. Let's see if we can change this ball. And now they'll have to get to work on the ball, which just slows us down even further. We're still 20 overs until tea, and it's already 3:10. So it's going to be nearer 20 to 5 than 20 to 4 tea. I mean, we're looking at finishing here at 7:15. And heaven forfend from a Sussex point of view, but if they're 8 or 9 down and Derbyshire take an extra 8 overs, the extra half an hour, we might not get finished till close to 8 o'clock tonight.
Well, yeah, it is.
The light will be okay until 8 o'clock.
Yeah, well,
so.
It's taken an age to change this. We were chatting away, and we were talking about whether you would walk or not, Fletch, if you nicked one. And Sam's been in touch, and he said he was playing in Division 5 of the Surrey Second 11 Championship. He says, I edged one to first slip.
First slip.
Our umpire was unmoved. The opposition might have been more irate if we hadn't been 12 for 6. Ouch. Yeah. I've been in a side. I've been in a side when we played. We were 0 for 7.
0 for 7.
0 for 7. Yeah, we were.
Were you one of the 7?
No, but we were all out for 12. And I can't remember if I want to remember if I was not. I remember it was a headline in the local paper the next week. In comes Potts running in, bowls to Tom Haines. He's in bowls. Haines clips this one off the hip down to fine leg and picks up a single. Does Tommy goes to within 3 of his 6th first-class century, and Sussex to 149 for 2.
Mark Beck's been in touch, regular contributor. Grace will have received it as well, but I think it's worth saying out loud. just to add to the comments about the fully engaging stint of commentary and conversation with Grace. Hopefully she can contribute to our game both in performance and off field work for many years to come. Go well this season, Grace. Absolutely.
No.
Terrific addition.
We have to say at lunchtime we were having a little natter because Grace is from Birmingham, and we can probably say that her footballing. We'll come back to that in a minute. In comes Potts, runs into bowl to Pajara, who's forward and defensively plays onto the offside, and there's no run. Her footballing allegiances are to Birmingham.
Yeah, I might have an update.
All right, sorry.
No, you carry on.
And so we mentioned who their big rivals were, and she obviously said Aston Villa. But she didn't speak with a great deal of affection for the Villa, did she? So Grace is very much a blue nose, as Birmingham fans will call. As Potts wheels round in front of us, comes into bowl to Pajara, 2 slips go down. Pajara waits, Potts in bowls and flicks that down to 5. I think that came off the bat. Yes, it did. It's gone very fine. Pajara picks up his first boundary of the innings. And the 150 is up for Sussex, 154 for 2.
So I'm given one set of instructions, and they go to the 2 football matches and don't come to me. Right. So people are giving instructions and others aren't following them.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's always tricky for our listeners because there's sports programmes going out on BBC Radio Derby, and it's can make it a bit difficult. As in comes Potts over the wicket, bowls to Pajara, who lets that go outside of the off stump. And there is.
I've also been corrected. I was looking at the overs gone, not the overs remaining. There are 11 overs to go until tea, not 20. I'm an absolute fool, and many thanks to Paul for pointing that out, as he points out on an almost regular basis. What a fool I am.
But I think Fletch, we're still going to go over time a bit, aren't we?
But Derbyshire will never finish a game at 6 o'clock at night when they're in the field. That was magnificent on day one. 6 o'clock we finished.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I mean, I'm a bit old school, really. I mean, I was saying I was old school earlier on today when I was saying I think you're going to need a Mike Brearley type of captain. And is there any such captain around? Someone got in touch and was suggesting, as you did, Sam Billings. Stephen Mullaney was a suggestion.
Wow.
And actually, I mean, I thought he captained really well at Sussex. I know that not so big rivals of Derbyshire, but I thought he captained.
No, he's a good lad. I don't mind him as a person. And there's Dal from the City End bowls, and that's driven into the offside by Haines, who moves to 98. That should have been you. Ooh. Could have happened, but it didn't.
Could
have happened, but it didn't happen. So you're all right. Pajara's on strike now, so we can all relax. I hadn't realised either.
So that was an interesting debate. We were talking about what else was I going to say? I was talking about being old-fashioned, which I
just
am.
thought it was a general comment. Adrian, we're both old-fashioned, and there we go.
I was talking about England captaincy and Brearley, and then there was something else we were talking about which escapes me now.
It was probably how we keep forgetting things.
Probably.
Yeah, because it's happening to me. I've already got Grace's surname wrong once, despite having asked her what it was, how you pronounced it. Here's Dal in a bowl to Pajara, who drives it out into the offside, fielded by Shan Masood.
You'd have thought this. Sorry, Fletch. You'd have thought this situation is made for Pajara. International Test batsman, good pitch. He's got hours to bat if he wants to. He can let the ball go. He's under no time pressure whatsoever. Interesting that Godwin's got on the attack. I think it's a good captaincy. He's got a couple of slips in there early on. They won't want him to settle.
Absolutely not. Dahl got him in the first innings as well, and the ball's a full-length delivery that's dug out by Pajara up towards mid-on. It's fielded by Saranga Lakmal, who, when he dived for a ball in a couple of overs ago at mid-on, excuse me, if I ever get as slow and stiff-looking as that, I want to be put down.
Yeah, he never quite looked like he was going to get there, did he?
I got nowhere near it. Dear, oh dear. Dahl's in again, and Pajara outside the off stump leaves it alone. To go to guest.
There will be all sorts of things going through Billy Godwin's mind. I mean, not least the fact that, there could well be, there's going to be obviously a new ball due in 26 overs after that, so you'd have thought that would well be taken today. The game could go quite deep tomorrow. Could we get to another? Well, probably if it got to another new ball, probably Sussex would be safe.
Yes, I think so.
If they could get to that stage.
I think so. 2 slips in place as Dahl bowls, and it's defended inside half of the bat. Billy Goldman's got his hands on his head at mid-off, but it was pretty firmly met by Cheteshwar Pujara out into the leg side, fielded by Lewis Rees. Blackmall's warming up again.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that as well that Sussex do need to keep pushing on with the runs, because what they don't want to do is find themselves, halfway through tomorrow morning and haven't actually reached the follow-on target. So it's good to be positive.
Pujara pushes this next one up to Billy Goldman at mid-off. Dahl completes his 10th over, 0 for 21, so terrifically economical as ever. Anuj Dahl, just the 2.1 runs and over, even I can work that out. And at the end of it, Sussex 155 for 2. They trail by 176.
Yeah, so I'm just working out. Sussex are going along here at, about 3 and over.
Yeah,
so if they would go
2.88, I'm guessing.
Okay. Yeah, if they go 3 and over for the next 42 overs, that's another 120 runs. They'd be about 270, 280 at close of play, but they're still behind, and that's quite important for Derbyshire.
Yeah, no question. No question.
That could be an important factor as we go into the final day.
You've got the insurance policy of being able to bat again, which is important when they can. So they'd be about 50 behind, wouldn't they? Which would take them an hour tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
To get in front, and then they're still going to have to bat almost certainly through till around tea tomorrow, aren't they? Which is a long innings in modern terms, certainly.
It is. Well, Surrender Lakmal is going to come in from the racecourse end of the ground to bowl to the Sussex captain Tom Haines, who's on 98, just the one slip in place. As in comes Lakmal, bowls, and Haines is solidly full to a ball, pitching around midland leg and plays to mid-on. There is no run, followed by a very eager Nick Potts. Throws to keep a guest, and there is no run. The sun has again disappeared to be behind some high-level cloud here at the county ground. Slip third man, sweeper on the cover point boundary. There's an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. I think that's Alex Thompson there doing some stretching. A deep square leg and a fine leg all the way down in the distance as Lakmal turns. The sun duly arrives back across the ground. Lakmal is in, he bowls, and Haines clips this one away on the leg side. He's going to pick up a single, is Tom Haines. That's his 99th run. Sussex go to 156 for 2, which brings Pujara back on strike. I mean, his test record, Cheteshwar Pujara, is excellent. 18 test match hundreds. He averages 43 and 50 first class hundreds, averaging 50. But I think his record in championship cricket hasn't been quite as good as that. I think he's just got 1 century in the championship.
Played at Derbyshire, played at Yorkshire a couple of times, I think, hasn't he?
And played at Notts.
Played at Notts as well, has he?
Yeah.
Okay.
As Lakmal runs into bowl to Pujara. He's in and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump and let go. Outside the off stump, there is no run. These two, I'm sure, would have bowled against each other or faced each other in Test match cricket at some stage, you'd have thought.
I wonder, because he retired, didn't he, Suranga Lakmal, after the last series? I'll look it up in a moment. It was Sri Lanka in India. So if Pujara has played in the most recent Test series, then yes, absolutely.
Lakmal turns. Literally down below us. Strongly built man runs away from us, coming into bowl to Pujara. The 2 slips go down, he bowls. Pujara lets that go, and that looked like a good leave. There was a howl from behind the stumps, and Lakmal looked heavenwards as if to say that didn't miss by much. And I would imagine that probably a few of the slips there were just reminding Pujara that wasn't far away.
I think that was very close. It seemed to come back, didn't it? It did seem to come back, and yeah, wow.
Not far away.
A really good leave. So yeah, Lakmal played in the India-Sri Lanka game in Bengaluru. Let's have a look.
Lakmal in and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump. Pujara lets that go through to Brooke Guest, and there is no run.
Pujara didn't play in that test, so. But they'll have played. You're right. You're absolutely right. They will have played against each other. No question about it.
Gary, thanks for your email, and I will forward on those comments about Grace. Thank you very much for getting in touch. Gary Knight, big Sussex fan, big West Ham fan, so he's very pleased with life at the moment. down there in Horsham. Home Cricket Club of Tom Haines and Tom Clark. In comes Lakmal, bowls again, let go by Pujara through to Guest. There is no run. Good over from Lakmal, just following a good line, good length. He's now bowled 13 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 29. Sussex 156 for 2.
You don't have to be called Tom to play at Horsham, though, do you?
I was going to say, yeah. It was also Chris Nash's.
I think we call Chris as well. That's excellent.
Home
Good.
club as well. Chris, who retired. Well, actually, Chris, who when he left Sussex, then went to Nottinghamshire for 3 seasons in the end, but is now retired from the game.
Wrote a very good. Was it a book in the end or a series of articles about motorway service stations? Didn't
Yeah,
he,
he
Chris
did. Yeah,
Nash?
you're right. He did. Yeah, yeah, he did. County Grind, I think he called it.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, Tom Haines is on 99. He faces Anuj Dal, who runs in from the city end of the ground, bowls to Haines, and Haines places firmly into the covers, but there is no run. Good captaincy again by Godleman, who's got most, well, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fielders now up on the 1. In addition, there's a slip, makes 7. The only fielders out are a third man and a deep backward square. So they're going to make Tom work for his 100, which is the way it should be. Haines waits. Dahl is in, bowls, and Haines is playing and missing outside the off stump. It wasn't taken cleanly by Brooke Guest. Well, I think kept wicket extremely well, actually. But Tom Haines flirting with one outside of the off stump. And Dahl just bowls that nagging length, Fletch, doesn't he? He's just always at the batsman. And now they're making another change to the field. I'm not surprised, actually. You know, Godleman he's changing things. It does take a bit of time, but I do like to see a captain when he's clearly thinking about things, doesn't he? And he's decided he wants his point to go to second slip, and he's brought his third man up to backward point. Dahl on his way, bowls to Haines, who drives handsomely through the covers, and that's a century for Tom Haines. He drills the ball through extra cover, and that is another super knock by the Sussex skipper. It's the 6th first-class century of his career. He takes off his helmet, raises his back towards the dressing room. You probably heard him yell yes as he thumped that through the covers. Tom Haines, the leading run scorer in the county championship last year. He started off in similar way this season. That's a super 100 for the Sussex skipper. He's 103 not out. So well done, Tom Haines. I don't know if your family are listening down in Sussex. Brother Ollie will be delighted for you. As in comes Dahl again, around the wicket, bowls, and Haines then plays an indifferent shot outside the off stump, and he wanders away, annoyed with himself that he perhaps lost a bit of concentration there, Tom Haines. What a run of form he's having. 58 in the first innings against Notts. He rather missed out in the second innings when he made 14. Top scoring with 41 in the first innings here. Now he's 103 not out. As in comes Dahl, over the wicket bowls, and Haines covers up and plays to extra cover. And there is no run. Good knock, though. I mean,
terrific. Terrific knock. Terrific knock. And you could see what it meant to him, couldn't you? There was a roar. I heard the roar. I'm sure everybody else could hear the roar in the effects microphone. He was absolutely delighted with that. Served up a very nice half volley outside off stump by Anuj Dal, which was nice of Nudge.
Yeah.
But yeah.
He's waiting again as in comes Dahl around the wicket bowls, and Haines cuts this one. Pass back will point. More runs here. There'll be a couple of runs as the sweeper on the cover boundary needs to come round and field, and Haines goes to 105. I spoke to Tom briefly last night as he came out of the dressing room, and he looked pretty down because Sussex has had a pretty dreadful day, to be honest, and he's carrying a lot on his shoulders for a 23-year-old.
63 balls, and included 14 balls.
There we are, there's the official announcement of the statistics of Tom Haines' figures, which is sportingly applauded by the Derbyshire crowd. So 162 for 2 at the end of the over. Dahl 11 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 27. And I'm sure as well, Fletch, he'll still be reflecting on that run out of Tom Alsop as well. But he now needs to know, he needs to back really big here, Tom Haines. Now he needs to take a leaf out of Shan Masood's book.
He's out there with Chiteshwar Pujara, who, as Edwin's already said, can bat long. But look at this, 2 slips, a gully and a point. Derbyshire attacking here. And in goes Lackmal to Pajara. Wants absolutely nothing, quite correctly, nothing to do with the ball outside the off stump, and allows it to go through to Brooke Guest. They almost caught me out at Radio Derby a few moments ago.
I think I might be caught out. I've just had a text to say, are you okay for an update?
Excellent.
So I'm just asking, well, that's fine, but when? So juggling things around.
But, Saturdays are always more complicated, and they're even more complicated when there's three of you, and we'll muddle through though. 162 for 2, trailing by 169 now. Sussex as Lackmal goes in, bowls to Pajara, who leaves again. He needs that one that comes back now. He's just left 2 in a row, and he's still not got his feet moving. He's just bouncing up and down on the spot, is Pajara. Just trying to get himself moving, having sat in the pavilion, presumably with his pads on for most of the innings, because generally you have a couple of players padded up. First wicket worth 119 between Orr and Haines, all making 28 of them. He was the first man out. Brooke Guest taking the catch, his 5th of the match. Sam Connors with his 50th wicket in first-class cricket for Derbyshire, and Allsop run out throw from Nick Potts, with Guest doing the rest. And goes Lackmal again, and that was defended by Pajara out into the offside. Connors comes in to do the fielding from the cover region. And there is no run. He's got 4. Haines has 105, 162 for 2.
I guess from a Derbyshire point of view as well, Flex, they just sort of, they picked up these couple of wickets, and just when, they picked up wickets just when perhaps their heads might have started to drop. They've got a wicket, and that makes you think, oh, come on, we only need 8 more, and we've still got 4 sessions. And
the scoreboard that we're looking at on this television screen is replicated on the big scoreboard away to our right-hand side. As Lackmal is in, and that one's left alone outside the off stump by Pajara, and they will see along the bottom, Sussex trailed by 169. That is still a lot of runs. They've only got 8 wickets left. Winkle out a couple more before tea. Remember, all the action really happened in the afternoon and evening session yesterday as far as the Sussex innings was concerned. And Derbyshire did lose wickets in the morning, but it was the afternoon 4 wickets, I think, before tea and 6 after it. So just need to keep going here. As Adrian said, new ball, second new ball, not a million miles away. As Lackmal is in and bowls. That one is a full delivery that's on the stumps and driven up towards Nick Potts, who fields tumbling over. And there's no run. I know you saw a big game of football last night. There's an even bigger one today at Mickleover against Buxton.
Right, is that in the
2 local teams?
Is that the Northern Premier League or
Premier League, Premier Division? Buxton 3 wins and they're up.
Right, okay.
They're trailing by a goal to 0. Liam Ravenhill, Ricky's son, scored the only goal of the game so far. Here is Lackmal again. Couple of slips in the gully, and he leaves alone outside the off stump. Does Pajara? They need to make him play.
Yes.
First of all, I would suggest. Kent are following on against Lancashire at Canterbury. They were bowled out by 260. They're already 7 for 1. They're trailing by 239. Gloucestershire are 125 for 4, trailing Yorkshire by 24. Hampshire are following on and 161 for 4, trailing by 83 against Surrey. Nottinghamshire now lead by 41. They're 118 for 4 against Glamorgan, just up the road at Trent Bridge. Although they are still languishing in the wilderness of the second division. And Durham, in their second innings now, are 30 without loss. And they didn't enforce the follow-on. They had a lead of 155 against Leicestershire. They now lead by 185 up at Chesterley Street. Some do, some don't. I think Derbyshire were absolutely right to enforce the follow-on with a lead of 331.
I would agree with you. Here comes Andrew Dahl running in to bowl to Tom Haines. He's in bowls, and Haines clips this one off the front pad through the vacant mid-wicket area, picks up a single. He goes to 106, a total 163 for 2. I'd tell you to talk about Ben Compton for Kent. He's, I think he may be Nick Compton's son or nephew, or
right.
So it's certainly carrying on he wouldn't be his son, I'm sure, but maybe a relation. But I think he's carrying on the Compton dynasty. And I think he was let go by Notts, Dave Bracegirdle was saying.
Well,
so in comes Dahl racing in over the wicket bowls to Pajara, who cuts away for 4 runs. Too much whip there from Dahl, it was almost a long hop, to be honest, and Pujara wasn't going to miss out on that and just cracked the ball through the covers for 4 runs. He goes to 12, is that going to be? I think the scoreboard's going to tick over to. Or maybe it's already gone up. I think he already had 8. But I stand corrected. 167 for 2.
I don't think it's moving, Adrian. Yeah, the grandson of Dennis.
Right, okay, there we go.
Son of Patrick Compton.
Well, I think he made. Did he make 100 in the first innings? Because he was. When I looked, he was 98 not out. Dahl and again bowl. Oh, let go by Pujara. There is no run.
Makes Leslie Compton his great uncle, of course, and Nick Compton is his cousin.
Ah, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Indebted to the Sussex scorer Graham Irwin, who said Benjamin Garnett Compton is an English cricketer. He's the only son of the cricketer Patrick Compton, grandson of the cricket footballer Dennis. In comes Dahl bowls, Pujara forward, plays onto the onside. There is no run. He's made his first class debut on the 16th of September for Nottinghamshire in the County Championship in 2019. So he didn't make the grade at Notts. I mean, it does happen, doesn't it? And he's gone to Kent and is... I'm fairly certain he scored 100 last week in a drawn game.
He did. That was his first game for Kent, and he made a century, the 3rd of his first-class career, but he scored a century last week.
Right.
Yeah. So, something about him.
Yeah. Dahl runs in again. Oh, he's just distracted his Pujara. And I don't know what distracted him, but something distracted Pujara. I can't believe there's anyone moving behind the bowler's arm, because there isn't. Well, he's making this...
Somebody has walked behind the stand, and you can just see through the not through the
right. Through the sort of tarpaulin at the far end. Dahl on his way, in and bowls. Pujara edges past second slip. I mean, it wasn't a chance, but it was not a shot that instilled huge amounts of confidence. Sussex 167 for 2. Pujara onto 9, so that boundary he must have been on 4 before then, so I've got slightly ahead of myself. Now Brooke Guest is going to stand up for Tom Haines. I do like it when a wicket keeper stands up to a medium pacer. I think that's the true test of how good a keeper is. Dahl in again, bowls and clipped away by Tom Haines, and this could well be 4 runs. It is 4 runs, clipped away beautifully off the hip by Tom Haines. The backward square leg had to race to his right hand side, but he had no chance of cutting that off. And lose Dahl, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 37, and Tom Haines carries on in an imperious fashion. He's on 110, Pujara is in 9, Sussex are 172 for 2, and they trail by 159. And he does look in just terrific form, Tom Haines, and Sussex need him to be. I've got an update to do. Oh, I don't know. They seem to be changing things around now. In comes Lucknow and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Pujara.
I'm sorry, Adrian.
I'm sorry.
Now my voice is just completely gone. I've got a little tickle right about there. Look, can you see it? Yeah, I can feel it. Blimey. Happened during the last update.
Yep.
And I could barely get the score out.
Well, we've managed it.
I'm trying to calm down here. It's all the excitement. Or lack of excitement, one or the other. I was trying to work out what that clapping is, but it's on the football report that I've got in my ears. Here's Lackmell. See if we can get through this delivery. In and bowls to Pujara, who pushes it out into the offside. And there is no run. It's warmed up suddenly in here because the sun, which normally we're protected from by the television gantry above us, has just crept a little bit round now. I might have to put the old black rod cap on in a moment.
Well, you're suitably dressed for lovely sunny weather, Fletch.
That's not what I've been told by one person via text, but that was very unkind comment.
Right. I can almost guess who that was.
Lackmel bowls. No, the voice has got to get Adrian.
Taken by Brooke Guest, low to his right-hand side. And there is Darren. Fletcher's going to go and grab a glass of water. Do you want to go back and have a natter, Grace, for a minute? Oh, Grace is coughing as well. Puts the headphones on. Lackmel back to his mark. In comes Lackmel, bowls, and Bajara forward plays onto the onside, and there is no one. Grace is back with, I mean, that's something that Fletcher's had to contend with throughout today. So he's got music in his headphones coming from the studio because there's a programme going out as well. So that will be very distracting. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I know what it is, yeah. No, okay. Yeah, the sun really has come out. It's really quite warm here, sitting in this position.
Well, Fletcher's back. He's got himself a glass of water. Or is it a gin and tonic? No, I think there's no... I don't see Fletch as being gin and tonic, actually. I don't know what you reckon, Grace. In comes Lackmel and bowls. Pujara lets that go outside of the off stump, and there is a no run. I don't mean that in a disparaging way, Fletch, but I see you more as a pint of ale than a gin and tonic man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Pint of ale. Grace did well there because I hadn't switched off the feed from the studio, so she was not only hearing you, she was also hearing Jean Genie by David Bowie, which is a good effort.
Yeah. Yeah, we did. Grace put the headphones on. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. See, that's what I have to cope with, Grace. I have to listen to the studio.
Yeah, that is
all the time throughout the afternoon. Yeah,
that is not easy. In comes, again bowls. Pujara lets that go. There's been a couple of very good leaves outside the off stump by Pujara, who's made 9 in the 28 deliveries that he's bowled. 172 for 2. I've got to do an update at 10-2, so we've got another 5 overs to go until tea. So maybe I'm sure people would far rather listen to Grace Ballinger than they would rather listen to me. So why don't I hand the headphones to Grace for the run up until tea, Fletch.
Grace is my safety net now when my voice disappears, which it undoubtedly will at some point. I can still feel that tickle. The water's nice and cold though, so hopefully it will survive, and I will survive. Grace, thank you for stepping in there. That was highly unprofessional.
It's all right. Happens to the best of us.
Got a tickle, and I just couldn't do anything with it. You can't really cough because that would deafen people, and it wasn't going. It wasn't going anywhere. Alex Thompson's coming back. Yes, I'm not getting much notice for these updates at the moment, so they're sort of saying, "Oh, we've got some cricket. Here's Dave Fletcher." So if I suddenly disappear, you'll know where I've gone. Alex Thompson from the City end, around the wicket, bowls to Haines, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
Still looks like it's turning, doesn't it?
Yeah, because of the second different ball. So this is 3 balls they've used now because they've changed it twice. Haines got to his 100 with this particular ball, with a drive, a very nice drive, and he's pushed that one out into the offside. Hannes Dahl will do the fielding.
He really has batted well, hasn't he, Tom Haines? I think it's been quite enjoyable to watch.
For some.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe you less so as a Derby supporter.
You have to... Whoa, follow her. That's a technicality. It's around the wicket. Is Thompson, that's driven straight back to him by Tom Haines, who... You could see what that 100 meant to him, having been involved in that mix-up that saw Tom Alsop run out.
Yes.
He was delighted when he got there, wasn't he?
It's well deserved.
Here he comes again. Round the wicket, Thompson gives it a little extra rip, I fancy that time, but it was played comfortably enough out into the offside by Tom Haines, and there's no run. He bends down, dries his hand, and sets off. Yeah, it does get really warm in here at this time of the day because of the sun coming around, so next delivery is pushed into the offside by Haines, fielded by Leas Deploy. Plenty of close-ish fielders, not too many massively attacking fielders. What are we? Still 20 overs after this until the second new ball becomes available.
Only one fielder outside. Well, on the boundary, I suppose there is no ring, but...
We can talk about the ring. It sort of helps people work out where they all are, but they would all be inside the 30-yard circle, wouldn't they? That one's pushed out into the offside, fielded by Arno's Dahl. There is no run. We're having a helmet brought out by Harry Kame, the 12th man for Derbyshire, and Saranga Lackmal is going to continue his bowled 3 overs in this spell, 2 maidens, 0 for 1. That was Thompson's first ball of this latest spell. His 14th over in all, and he's got 0 for 29 at the moment, 5 maidens. Lackmal having a drink. That's how warm it is here. It's just like Colombo. Gaul.
I think that's how the Brits act when the sun comes out, isn't it? Like, when I was on university campus, it was genuinely about 15 degrees and people were knocking about in vest tops, shorts.
Far too warm.
Yeah, myself included.
He was brought a drink by somebody in a gilet. Lackmal in, and that's down the leg side. He tries to flick it away, Pujara, but he doesn't quite manage to make contact. It's coming back, that tickle. Stand by. Wonder what it is. It's weird, isn't it?
Just happens sometimes, doesn't it?
It's worse when it happens at football. When I'm commentating on football, because you can't really go anywhere, and you can't really stop talking in football.
Yeah, it's
sort of
more
prerequisite
intense,
is to keep talking. And he certainly can't stop talking in a studio because the emergency tape will kick in if you're silent for too long. Here's Lackmal on his way in and left alone outside the off stump by Pujara to go through to Brooke Guest. So the equalising goal for Buxton, close to half time in that big game at Mickleover. We have a reporter there over on FM. We've got a reporter at Matlock as well. I think Casper Misiash is at Matlock, and the busiest man in radio at the moment, Noah Abrahams, is at Mickleover for the big derby. A derby of sorts, certainly, as Lackmal is in again, and that's defended by Pujara out into the offside, fielded by Sam Connors.
You a football fan, Dave?
I am. I support Tranmere Rovers.
What league are they in? League One?
2.
Oh,
2.
dear.
Yeah.
Dear.
Relegated after that points per game nonsense a couple of years ago, and the COVID shortened season. Haven't managed to get back since.
Is that the excuse?
Prior to that, they got back-to-back promotions to come up from the conference into League 2 and then straight up into League 1. But I don't get to see them very much because I'm usually working on a Saturday afternoon. I've seen them twice this season, and I enjoyed going. I went with my daughter and her partner, but it's not very good standard, really, I'm afraid. I'm more of a non-league football fan, really, as Lackmal is in and bowls. That one just keeps a little bit low. And he does well there, does Pujara, to push that ball up to Billy Godleman at mid-off. The more balls that misbehave, the better for Derbyshire. I didn't misbehave massively, but just enough to sow the seeds of doubt in the batsman's mind. There's a little bit of a breeze out there. As I said, you can just see the flag poking. You might not be able to see it from your side because it's only just poking. Right-hand side of the players' pavilion over on the far side, directly opposite us. Just a little bit fluttering there. You can just about see it occasionally. So there must be some breeze out there as Lackmal bowls, and that's pushed into the leg side by Pujara. And there's no runner. No sooner had Buxton equalised at Mickleover than Mickleover score to make it Mickleover 2, Buxton 1. Buxton need to win that game. Twiggy, who's allowing me to stay at his place for home matches this season to save me a few quid in petrol, told me it's burger and chips for tea. I wasn't going back. I was going home. I was convinced this game would be over today. I was heading back north. Lackmal goes in again. Pujara, full delivery, plays it back to the bowler.
Haven't got much support for the Sussex side, have you? If you thought they were going to be all out today?
No, not at all.
No
well, I
faith
saw
in
them
them.
back yesterday, and they were. I mean, They're only 2 shy of what they got yesterday.
Just happens sometimes, I suppose, doesn't it? None of your top batters score any, and then, no, well, to be fair, you'd think one of them, middle lower order, would be able to get a score, but
it generally doesn't happen twice in a row, does it?
no.
Go on, you do Tomo's over.
Okie dokie.
I'm going to put my hat on.
Alex Thompson to continue bowling into Tom Haines. Ooh, relatively short delivery. Haines tries to cut, misses, and a slight shout for a caught behind, but nothing too strenuous. And Alex Thompson will be encouraged by that. Looks like he's still managed to get a good amount of spin on the ball.
Good bounce.
Into his 15th over of the day. As Thompson comes in again. Fuller delivery, defended by Tom Haines, straight to Point, who gets around and throws it into Brooke Guest. Would Alex Thompson still be the pick of the bowlers for you? Would Alex Thompson still be the pick of the bowlers for you?
I missed that as well. I do apologise. I've got this bloke in my ear. Say it again, Grace. Ask me the question for the 3rd time. It must be really irritating.
Thompson comes in now and cut away, but straight to the point fielder, and that's another dot ball. I said, do you think
It's the accent.
Alex
go on.
Thompson has been the pick of the fielders today? Not the fielders, the pick
The
of the
bowlers.
Yeah.
Yes, I think he probably has. And he's been terrific all season so far. He was great in pre-season. He was good down at Lords. He can hold an end up, and he can also be an attacking bowler.
He comes in again to Tom Haines, who defends it into the leg side, but again another dot. Bowling really nice and full here, just targeting the stumps, and hasn't bowled many bad balls, Alex Thompson. I think I saw one full toss and maybe one dragged a bit short, but no, he's kept his areas pretty good. As I think that might be loose deploy coming into slip, yeah. So 2 slips in now, first and the second slip. As Thompson comes in, and Tom Haines just cuts that away into deep cover for 1, just jogs through to the other end as he's picked it rather nonchalantly. Deep cover boundary. Who is that out there? It's Lewis Reese out there. And Thompson now going to have a bowl at Pajara, who just has a look at the wicket, just assesses it. It's been rather a good wicket for batting today, as we've seen. There's a lot of runs scored on this deck, bar Sussex's first innings, of course. Alex Thompson just got a little distracted there, probably by the cars that are racing past at the city end, really quite loud, actually. I'm not too sure what they are. Or
Sorry about that. He gave me absolutely no time at all then. He just said, what's better than watching cricket is Dave Fletcher. Hang on a minute. Give us a break.
Alex Thompson comes in again for the final ball of his over, and oof, Jara comes down. It's him on the pad. A small appeal for LBW, but I think he was just too far down in the end, and that's the end of the over. Sussex 173 for 2 off 62 overs.
2 overs until tea. Tea taken when there are 32 overs left in the day's play. There were 6 wickets fell after tea yesterday. That wouldn't be enough for Derbyshire. 4 fell in the afternoon. We're seeing Lewis Deploy remove the pads. This is interesting because the man who's putting the pads on is Alex Hughes. And he's the 12th man. Who's going up? Well, somebody's going to have to go off.
Doesn't look like anyone's.
Somebody must have gone off. I think we're going to see Lewis Deploy come on to bowl. We are going to see Lewis Deploy. Left arm spin from Lewis Deploy. And the man who's gone off over on the far side is Lewis Reese. Now, this is a concern. It's not the first time he's been off the field. He was treated when he was batting. He's got a bad knee. Well, he's got a knee that's had an operation on it. That was in the close season, as well as a shoulder. So Alex Hughes has come on with the batting helmet, and now he's putting it on himself, the 12th man, which is interesting.
Straight in.
It's unusual, I have to say. We're going to see some left arm. He bowled 3 balls in the first innings, did Lewis Deploy, and took a wicket with the 3rd of them. And that was the end of Sussex. I don't think he turns it particularly, but it's just something a little bit different that Billy Godleman has turned to in the penultimate over before tea.
Probably because they're 2 behind the over 8 as well.
Yeah, well, yes, they want to be losing points. Don't want to be losing points. Here is Deploy in and bowls. And that one turns an absolute mile. 173 for 2. Haines almost surprised by that one. It turned into him, and it turned a long way, and it bounced as well. Shows you what I know. Nothing. He's in again now, and this one is guided into the leg side from a long way outside off stump by Haines.
He's taken to the old rubbing of the dust as well.
Yeah,
He's learnt off Alex Thompson.
Catching, isn't it? It's catching. He'd just be glad not to have the fielding pads on. He's in again. Bowls. That one's darted in at the edge and dropped. Dropped by Wayne Madsen. An opportunity there to get Haines out in the penultimate over before tea. And Madsen, it's the second drop of the match for Wayne Madsen. What an opportunity that was, and it's been missed.
Yeah, Tom Haines just sitting on 111 not out, and not the hardest of chances. I mean, it was hit pretty hard, but straight to him. I think it might hit him in the stomach.
I was going to say, it was right in the breadbasket, wasn't it, really? But that's two he's dropped. He'd be expecting to catch them, as this one is clouted away out to the point boundary for a single. Shan Masoudi's out there in the distance to do the fielding. It was his third ball yesterday, and it would have been his third ball today. Leah's Deploy.
It does look like he's getting a bit of turn and bounce, as you say.
Yeah.
Not the worst first 3 to 4 deliveries I've ever seen.
More than I expected. I mean, he must be able to turn the ball, otherwise he wouldn't bowl at all, would he?
You'd think not.
No. But I don't remember seeing him move it, spin it too much. He's just moved Nick Potts a little bit squarer at mid-wicket. He's bowling to Pujara. Pujara down the leg side, didn't move his back foot, just as well for him, because it was taken neatly behind the stumps by Brooke Guest. Final ball of the left armers over, and it goes down the leg side. It's taken by Guest. It's the end of the over, an over in which we saw Tom Haines dropped by Wayne Madsen on 111. 174 for 2. They still trail by 157, but how big a moment could that turn out to be? That was to get the Centurion out just on the stroke of tea would have been massive.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Haines has really looked in good form. He hasn't given many chances away, and yeah, I think Madsen won't be too pleased with himself there. I don't know if it was a lapse in concentration or, yeah, I think at this level you'd expect yourself to catch that, wouldn't you?
Indeed. Indeed. Madsen's just given Deploy a little tap at slip there.
Alex Thompson continues. Tom Haines hits that one away very nice. He should just be one out to the cover sweeper, and it is. Oof, not the best of throws in, but will just be one nonetheless. Jara's really taken to having a look at the wicket, isn't it? Is that something he does often? It's not something I've noticed before, but every time against Alex Thompson, he's been having a look.
And have a short leg in. We're losing one of the slips. We've got a short leg in. The slip has gone to sort of short, square, fine leg.
Thompson comes in, right arm over, and Jara comes forward and just defends that nicely. Just really deads the ball, really, as he comes forward and has another look at the pitch again, as Alex Thompson rubs his hand into the dust once again. There's now 2 fielders out for Alex Thompson, one on the offside and one on the leg side, just sweeping as he comes in again to bowl. Full delivery. Pujara comes forward, just kind of flicks that to mid-on, and will be another dart and another rub of the hands on the deck by Alex Thompson.
A little uppish that from Pujara's bat, wasn't it? There's no way in the world it was an opportunity, but it was a little uppish.
Yeah, just slightly early on it, I think, but yeah, no, nothing too threatening as Thompson comes in again. Slightly quicker delivery, edge to third man, and there's no one out there, so Slip will have to work hard on the chase here as Pujara comes back for 2, and it will just be the 2 as it's cleaned up quite nicely by Madsen, who runs down to the third man region to collect the ball. Quicker ball, I think?
Yeah, I think so. He just guided it, and he just guided it down to third man, trailing by 154 now. Derbyshire going to have to bat again, you know, tomorrow.
In comes Thompson again to Pujara, who comes forward and hit on the pad, but half-hearted appeal from players, nothing too threatening. But yeah, Alex Thompson again still bowling very, very nicely. Looks like there's going to be a slight field change. It looks.
Well, they always wait until the final ball of an over to put the extra attacking fielder in. It's weird, isn't it? They always seem to.
Yeah, short fine has just come into like a. What is that, like a fly slip on the leg side?
Leg slip, isn't it?
Yeah. Loose deploy is in there, so now 3 catches in for the final ball. Short one just guided down quite softly to deep square, who could be Nick Potts out there, collects it. It's not Nick Potts, in fact. It's Sam Connors, and that would be the end of the second pass of today. Sussex 178 for 2, 64 overs with 32 overs remaining. Thompson has bowled 16 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 34.
So we'll have 2 hours play from round about quarter past 4 for you. It's been an afternoon session dominated by Tom Haines with that century, the 14th 4 he hit, brought him to his 3 figures, 163 balls. He was dropped though by Wayne Madsen 11 runs later with a score on 174 for 2, 178 for 2 at tea. Haines 113, Pajara 12. Sussex trail by 153. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Welcome back to the Incora County Ground. There's somebody clapping very vigorously around below us. Caught me by surprise. Looks like Anuj Dal is going to bowl the first over after tea, and he's going to bowl it from the racecourse end, which is interesting because he hasn't bowled from this end so far. So he's going to bowl initially to the man he got out in the first innings, one of the two men he got out in the first innings, who is Cheshwar Pujara, the India Test batsman. He's on 12. Tom Haines, the Sussex skipper's on 113. And Sussex are on 178 for 2, trailing by 153. So with 32 overs remaining, and we're 16 away from a new ball, of course, it looks as though even if they get to the close of play without being bowled out, which they look favourites to do, Derbyshire will still have a lead. 2 slips in place as Dahl is in and bowls. That one's left alone by Pujara, and the ball comes back as it's taken towards the leg side by the wicketkeeper, Brooke Guest. So a good start for Anuj Dal, and Billy Godalman's on the floor doing his post-tea exercises.
What do the players have at tea? Do they have a bit of a snack?
Oh, I'd want one, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely if I've been out in the field.
Yeah.
What do you reckon they had?
I reckon they probably had energy gel or something nonsensical like that. I just had half a dozen biscuits, and that'll see me through to tonight, till the burger and chips. Here's Dahl again bowls, and that's outside the off stump. Pujara can leave that one alone comfortably.
Looks like he's getting a bit of late movement here. Maybe, well, after it's going past the bat, but it looks like it's potentially coming in a bit. Looks like Brooke Guest is taking it a little bit more to the leg side than he might have expected.
It's Grace Ballinger and Dave Fletcher, in case you were wondering, here at the County Ground. For the start of the evening session, Adrian Harms will join us at various points throughout the evening, as Dahl is in again, and that's always fishing for one wide of the off stump. He gets an under edge on that one, and it bounces past Brooke Guest as he dives away to his left-hand side. It's been retrieved out in the far distance by Alex Thompson, and they've gone through for a couple of runs there. So it was a false shot, though. He had to reach a long way for it, though, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, short, outside off, and he's lucky he hasn't chopped on, really. I mean, he's just got an inside edge, and it's just kind of sailed past the stumps and ended up going for 2 down to fine leg. But yeah, on a different day, easily could have chopped onto his stumps there.
So he's moved on to 14, 180 for 2. This next delivery is defended into the onside. Nick Potts will do the fielding. There's no run. So Pujara 14 from 46. Haines 113 from 184. It's been a terrific knock from the skipper. Billy Godalman now jumping in the air. He does all sorts of stuff after each interval when he's out in the field. Just to get himself sorted out, ready for action. Dahl past the umpire, and this one is off an inside edge out into the onside. Potts again does the fielding once again.
Got another stretch going now, got a bit of a side lunge. It's really quite entertaining, actually, now you've mentioned it. He's got a lot in the locker, hasn't he?
Yeah, I'd never get back up if I did that.
Also has not moved out of mid-off for the entirety of the day, has he?
No, he never moves from mid-off, Billy. No, that's his.
Do you like mid-off as a fielding position?
He's trotting in now as Dahl bowls, and he bowls wide of the off stump, and Pujara leaves it alone to go through to Brooke Guest. And it's the end of the first over after tea. Just 2 runs from it. Both of them went to Pujara, who's on 14. Haines has 113. And Sussex 180 for 2, trailing by 151 runs now. What we're going to see from the other end, we're going to see Thompson. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, no, not surprised to see Alex Thompson continuing. I mean, he seems to have found some good rhythm today, Alex Thompson. I mean, bowled great lines and lengths, as we said earlier. And yeah, I think he deserves a wicket, actually. I think he's bowled very nicely for his 16 overs, 0 for 34. But yeah, it would be nice to see him get a breakthrough.
All right.
Still looking for that finish on the 3rd day.
I don't think I'm going to get it, am I? No. I don't think I'm going to get it. Which is probably good, because it's my lad's birthday and I haven't bought him anything yet. So,
hope he's not listening.
Oh, he knows.
As Alex Thompson's coming in and just defended by Tom Haines. Just again, straight full ball, just really hitting the right areas today, Alex Thompson. As he only has, I think it's only one fielder outside where the 30-yard circle would be, and that's a deep cover. As he comes in again to left-handed Tom Haines, and another full ball. cut away and ooh, just got 3 point there, and they've managed to scramble a 2. Who's that? That is.
It's Alex Thompson who dived over it. He's the 12th man.
Oh, Alex Thompson. Yeah. Be disappointed not to stop that, but he's got the fielding pads on.
Didn't do him any good though. He dived straight over the top of it.
Yeah, no. Probably not good considering he's probably got the freshest set of legs on the field as well. But
absolutely.
there you go, as Alex Thompson comes in against Tom Haines. Full ball, defended straight to extra cover. Yeah, no, I'm not sure how I feel about this new thing of the fielders keeping the fielding pads on in some of rogue positions. But there you go. Red ball cricket. Thompson comes in again. Full ball. Ooh, just again defended by Tom Haines. For a second there, I thought he was going to get tempted into a drive through the covers, but no, just in with a defensive shot.
He's been very watchful, hasn't he, throughout, really?
He has. He's kept his temperament on most occasions as Thompson comes in again, and another full ball in again on the stumps, and again just defended into cover by Tom Haines. Yeah, he's played a couple shots, hasn't he, which have just seemed a little bit...
Played one on 99, I think, from memory, that was totally out of character with the rest of his innings. He's played some very good attacking shots, but this was a poor shot.
Thompson comes in again, final ball of the over, full ball, defended again, and that'll be the end of the over in Sussex. 182 for 2 with 30 overs remaining in the day. Tom Haines, 115 not out off 190 balls, and Pujara, 14 not out off 48 deliveries.
I thought we might see a bit more Lewis deploy in the evening session after that 1 over that he had before tea.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the worst of overs, was it? I thought it was quite good, really.
Generated an opportunity with the drop catch from Wayne Madsen. Tom Haines put down at slip.
I wouldn't be happy. 1 over.
No.
Fetched out the attack.
No. There's Dahl in to begin a new over, and he's cut away off the back foot beautifully by Pujara. He's going to get 4 runs for that. It's more of a drive, a back foot drive, really, and it crosses the boundary away in the distance in front of the players' pavilion. It's his 3rd boundary in his score of 18. Sussex move on to 186 for 2 now. They trail by 145. And as Dahl wants a change in the field after being hit for 4. Clearly it was the field's fault. You bowlers.
It's always the field's fault.
He's ready again now, is Dahl. Billy Godwin didn't give him the field change. And he's in, and that one is played nicely just to point, but fielded well by Lewis Deploy.
Yeah, I think what Sussex have got right today is I don't really think they've particularly looked to overhit anything, except, as we say, a couple of those rogue shots that have been a bit out of character. They've just seemed to time their shots very nicely, especially through the offside, yeah. Played really quite nicely, especially Tom Haines for his century.
Bujara's a very dangerous customer. He's already faced 50 deliveries for his 18. Dahl bowls 2 and he goes back into his stumps and pushes it up to mid-on where it's fielded by Lackmal. Lackmal's throw, he apologises for it because it was an absolute horror. Down by the toes of wicket-keeper Brooke Guest. Couldn't do anything with it. Eventually worked its way around to Arno's Dahl, who's in again from the racecourse end and off the back foot, driven away again for 4 more, this time to the point banner. That's a glorious shot from Pujara.
Such a good shot.
Now we're losing a slip, so having gone from 2 slips and not particularly too many other attacking players, we're now 1 slip. A man close in on the offside who wouldn't have been able to stop that anyway, and I think we're going to have a sweeper out on the cover boundary. I'd be surprised if we didn't.
Yeah, I mean, he's just played those last 2 boundaries so well, hasn't he? Just seemed like he had all the time in the world, just got back on it and just, as we were just saying, didn't try to overhit it, but just raced away to the boundary on both occasions. Quite a fast outfield here, isn't it?
It is. Well, it's we had some rain on Wednesday, but it's been very dry for much of March and April. Dahl's on his way in. 2 balls left in the over. I might have to dash at any second, and that one's left alone outside the off stump. Goes through to Brooke Guest. You just never know when they're going to throw to you.
Yeah, so we have had that cover fielder put out. He's just sitting about maybe kind of hard to see from here, maybe about 15, 20 yards off the boundary, so not all the way out there, but it is a long way out there on the offside boundary as he comes into bold again to Pajara. Just flicks it nicely, straight ball, flicks it to mid-on, but there will not be a run, and that ends Dahl's over with 190 for 2 off the 67 overs gone so far in the game. And it looks like Alex Thompson should be continuing as Brooke Guest puts his lid back on. And Alex Thompson takes his cap off and gives it to the umpire, so he will be continuing from the City end. Alex Thompson, previously Warwickshire boy, came to Derbyshire, and yeah, I mean, definitely been the first choice spinner for today, and it's gone very nicely, but yet to take a wicket despite bowling some really tight areas and a couple of chances. Drop catch earlier in the day as comes into the left-handed Tom Haines, just one fielder out of the cover boundary, and full ball just patted back to him, and Alex Thompson picks it up easily and throws it to Dahl as he just wipes his hand on the pitch as he does every single delivery.
I think it's a habit, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just a habit now.
I think it is, but it's going all right for him in fairness.
Mm.
As he comes in again. Another full and straight delivery, edge slightly, but nothing threatening. It just goes straight to point, who cleans it up nicely. And yeah, it seems like he's still getting a lot of turn. Wayne Madsden in first slip, just with his head in his hands. Just might be frustrated they haven't got a genuine nick and a proper catch yet from Alex Thompson, but going very nicely as he goes again. Another full ball again, just patted back by Tom Haines. Surprised I've not seen Tom Haines try and take on the straight boundary a bit more. You know, there's a lot of space straight, and floating in quite full as he does there, and again, just defended by Tom Haines.
I thought you were going to get your wish there.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Quite a big backlift, didn't he?
I just think when you're 115 not out, you'd back yourself to take it on when you've been batting how Tom Haines has. As Thompson comes in again. Slightly short and, cut away, but very well fielded there at the point by it's a substitute fielder, isn't it?
Hughes, yeah, Alex Hughes.
Recovering from diving over it on Thompson's last over. But yeah, no, that was very neat work in the backward point region. As Thompson comes in for his final ball of the over, a very quick over. And a full ball, definite turn again, as that is just defended into cover and marks the end of the over. A maiden over from Alex Thompson as he continues a very good day of his right arm off spin.
He's done all right. We'll see Alex Dahl continue from the racecourse end. Billy Godman's currently applying the sweat to the cricket ball. We're 12 overs away from the second new ball, so there'll be 16 overs today, the thick end of an hour with the new ball for Derbyshire, and then it would be relatively new come 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, which it looks like we're going to be here. I did send a couple of messages to say I'll be home. Here is Dahl in then from the racecourse end, left alone outside the off stump by Pajara, and through to Brooke Guest.
He's got a very convincing leave, hasn't he, Pajara? It's a very confident leave. Bit more confident than some of Ali Orr's we saw earlier in the day.
Well, I'm sure there will be a website as Buxton take the lead at Mikalova. Diego Di Girolamo, unsurprisingly, scored a mountain of goals this season, making it 3-2. I forgot what I was saying now. Oh yes, yeah, there must be a website somewhere. Alex Dahl is in, and that one is turned into the leg side by Pajara. He's come for a single. There's not going to be a shot that stumps from Nick Potts because he was sent back and he got back in time, but still moments of confusion there between the two batsmen. The last thing Tom Haines needs is to run somebody else out.
Yeah, it's not what you want, is it?
He was there when Allsop departed, and it was probably Tom Haines' fault. Yeah, website we could find out how many balls in his professional career Cheteshwar Pujara has faced. It must be thousands and thousands. He's turned this one into the leg side. He's got 3 triple hundreds. He picks up another single there, moves on to 23, 191 for 2. And if you've got 3 triple hundreds, you've already faced more balls than I've ever faced in my life.
It's a good effort, isn't it? Triple 100. Gosh. Got to bat for a long time to get one of those.
Well, 2 counties in the first class game, in the men's game, haven't got triple centurions, and Derbyshire are one of them. We're getting very excited when Sean Masood moved into the 220s and beyond. eventually ending up on 239, but I think 274 is Derbyshire's high score in first-class cricket. That was in the 1800s.
It's a while ago.
Yeah, well, yeah, I missed that game, but I believe it was a good one. 191 for 2. Al bowls. It's on the legs of Tom Haines, and he's clipped it away down to final leg. They've got one. They won't get a second because he's there quickly as Sam Connors, and he's got a good arm.
He really was quick round there, wasn't he?
Really good arm as well,
Yeah.
Sam. So he kept them down to a single. I reckon 2 more updates and then we can get back to normal. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Because at the moment I'm living on my wits. They're not holding up as well as they might do. Dahl is in, and that one is defended out into the offside by Pujara. He's got 23, Haines 116. The partnership's worth 47, 192 for 2. Lead for Derbyshire is now 139.
It's interesting how Brick Guest, if you notice, he's standing back to Pujara, but then coming back up for Tom Haines. Don't know if Tom Haines has been batting slightly out his crease, possibly.
Yeah, must have been, mustn't he? They don't feel the need to keep Pujara in his crease. He's waiting now. Dahl bowls and he clips it into the leg side, straight to Nick Potts, who does the fielding at the second attempt. Just fumbled initially, but not disastrously as a result. There is no run into the other 192 for 2. Live cricket on the BBC. Every ball of every game of all the counties in the men's game is online via the BBC Sport website and app. Grace Ballinger and Dave Fletcher on commentary at the moment from the county ground. Adrian Harms will be back at some point in the near future. He's disappeared. I think he's gone home. I think he wanted to go home yesterday.
Thompson just continuing from the city end, and a good ball just edged very slightly by Tom Haines. It looks like he'll get 2 for it. Not the most convincing of his shots for the innings, and looked like another good ball from Alex Thompson, just pitching on leg and turn, maybe to off stump. And yeah, I think there could be a chance for a bit more of a convincing edge into the hands of Wayne Madsden here with Alex Thompson, but we will see. Comes into bowl again against Tom Haines, another 4-ball defended, and just trickles really to square leg, which is inside the ring. Well, if there was a ring, that is. Nick Potts there at square leg.
So windy at Lord's last week when he was bowling. He was bowling into the wind, and you could see the ball wobbling as before it pitched. It was remarkable.
Doesn't make it any easier, does it? He bowls again, slightly back for length, and fielded nicely there by the substitute fielder. Seems to have made a bit of a recovery from his first missed diving attempt, maybe just switched his concentration up a gear, and yeah, he's fielding very nicely in that backward point region, which really is quite behind square. Alex Thompson comes into bowl again. Tom Haines just patting it back to mid-wicket, where it's picked up by Masood, given a bit of a shine, and back to Alex Thompson. Do you want to see Tom Haines take this on a bit? Thompson comes in for 5th ball and just driven out to the cover sweeper, who picks it up fairly casually and just allows a single. Looks like just a slight change of field for the right-hander. Someone coming in a silly catching position. Looks like it's going to be on the leg side. It is on the leg side, and also one slip in for Pujara.
Looks like he's going to bowl medium pace the distance he is away from the Alex Thompson at the far end.
Square leg has come up, and there's no point, and a deep cover point, really, I'd call it, out on the boundary. As Thompson comes in for his final ball. Short, flicked round for, looked like there could have been a run, but for no run. Well cleaned up by Sam Connors, and that ends the 19th over of Alex Thompson. Sussex 195 for 2 off 70 overs.
Yeah, 26 to go in the day, 10 until the second new ball. Derbyshire will be very keen to take that, I'm sure. We're going to see some left arm spin now, because here is Leas Deploy once again. Created an opportunity with the 3rd ball of his only over so far. Unfortunately for him,
him,
Wayne Madsen couldn't hold on to the chance off Tom Haines when he was on 111. He's moved on to 119 now. The partnership is worth 50. Deploy has only bowled 9 balls in the entire match. He's taken a wicket and had another one put down. It's not a bad strike rate. What could he do here? He's bowling to Haines. Short leg in place, slip as well, bowls full delivery, and it's defended by the Sussex captain. Back to deploy. Spent the winter in South Africa, playing for Southwestern Province. On his way in again. Just a couple of steps. There's an attempt to cut it by Haines, and he misses.
I thought he got a little nick on that for a second, but absolutely no one interested, so clearly not.
Madsen's got his hands on his head. Now he's got his hands on his knees as he waits for deploy to come in and bowl. That one turns back into the left-hander, as you would expect from a left-arm spinner. And they go through for a single as he pushes it just behind square on the offside, fielded by Sham Masood. And the score moves up to 196 for 2. So he should, the left-armer, take this ball away from Pujara. He's on strike now. He's got a leg slip, interestingly, presumably for the arm ball as much as anything. He's in now and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Pujara, fielded by Potts.
Bowling really quite nicely here, isn't he, Deploy? I quite like this left arm spin option. I think there might be a bit in it for the spinners.
Yeah.
So it has seemed. Alex Thompson turning it pretty consistently.
Deploy certainly turned the odd one. He's given that a bit of air and it hits the bat before pad. Alex. There's too many Alexes out there now. Alex Hughes appealing from leg slip. Deploys in again. Darts this one, and that's a horrible delivery.
That was not.
And it's smashed around the corner, and there's a poor piece of fielding by Sham Masood as well. It thumps the turf in frustration because he didn't get there. It got what it deserved, in all honesty. It raced away to the boundary for 4. It was short and down the leg side. It was just helped on its way effectively with a bit of interest by Pujara. He's moved to 27. Haines has 120. And the 200 is up for Sussex. 200 for 2. They trail by 131.
Tell you what, that was not a good bit of cricket, was it? Dragged short down the leg side, missed out on the boundary inside away for 4. And Alex Thompson to continue his really quite long spell from the City end, and looks like he's just having a couple conversations around plans with Billy Goodman, the captain, and looks like there will be a fielding change. Just looks like mid-wicket. Masood is coming into cover, and cover could be coming into a second slip here. So, yeah, that is correct. Roy has come into second slip, and Masood has gone from mid-wicket into cover. So, yeah, very attacking the field from Alex Thompson now. He's now got 2 slips, 2 covers, and a deep cover, and just 2 on the leg side as he comes in to bowl his first ball the over. Full ball, pass it to cover, which is now Masood. And yeah, I like to see this from Alex Thompson. He's been bowling well, and he's almost saying to Tom Haines, if you want to take me on over the leg side, give it a go. Because as I said before, it hasn't been seen from Tom Haines as of yet. So Thompson comes in again, another good ball again, just defended into extra cover, and another dot as Alex Thompson wipes his hands on the thing. 200 for 2 off 71.2 overs. Thompson comes in to Tom Haines again. Tom Haines cuts that one away just above the head of Lewis Deploy, who would come into second slip. Wouldn't really call it a chance, but Alex Thompson will feel unlucky that Tom Haines has managed to get 4 away there. Nothing genuine in the shot. Short ball, bit of an outside edge, and has sailed away sort of third man boundary. No change in field again as 2 slips away as Alex Thompson comes into bowl. Full delivery again, defended by Tom Haines into the cover region. Very neat stuff by Alex Thompson. Certainly been unfortunate not to get a wicket, and it seems that deep cover has just been pushed all the way out onto the boundary this time, as opposed to about 15 yards up it has been previously. Ooh. Another 4 ball again. Tom Haines comes forward, but slight outside edge and just goes down to the backward point fielder. Final ball of Thompson's over. His 20th over. 4 ball, defended straight back to him, and another good over by Alex Thompson. He'll be disappointed about that 4 that raced away, but yeah, I'd say maybe half chance of Derbyshire on their day could have gone straight into the hands of the second flip fielder, but maybe isn't to be today, I don't think.
I just left you all alone there, Grace, to do all that commentary, and they never came to me. Then wait until after the next song now, so I'll probably have to do it again. Adrian's hovering at the back here, looking eager. Actually, I think he looks like he's just woken up, to be honest, if I'm entirely honest with you. I just have to stay on until at least 5 o'clock here. So Grace is going to make way just momentarily. She'll be back. Now the ball's turned, and it's gone past both the wicketkeeper and the slip, and they're going to go through for 2 byes here. Brooke Guest won't be massively happy with that, I'm sure. The score's gone up to 204 for 2 with those byes. This deploy is definitely getting some turn. New ball, second new ball, that is 7 overs and 5 balls away. As deploy is in around the wicket, it's driven out into the offside for a single by Pujara. He'll move to 28, 207 for 2. Going very nicely from a Sussex perspective, this, Adrian.
It is. I mean, I think that was a big drop just before tea, wasn't it, when Tom Haines was put down?
Yeah.
Had
huge.
You're not going to get many chances on a track this good.
Next delivery from deploy is cut rather edgishly down to 3rd man. There's a race around for Shan Masood, who'll get there, pick up and throw back. They'll get back for 2 runs though. Haines moves to 126, 209 for 2.
The other good thing from a Sussex place, the runs have come fairly rapidly since tea as well. So the arrears now down to 122. So that's all going in the right direction.
Got to go. Short leg in place. That one's chopped away for a single. 210 for 2.
Tom Haines to 126. These two coming together when Tom Alsop was run out for 16. The score then was 145. So these two have had, 55, 65 for this 3rd wicket. In comes deploy around the wicket bowls. Gives up plenty of air, and Pujara's down the wicket, full toss, and hammers it over mid-on for 4 runs. The new ball, as Fletcher was saying, is available in another 7 overs' time. And I'm sure that the seam bowlers are being held back for that moment. But the minute, fingers crossed from a Sussex perspective, they've got another 23 overs after this one to last in the day. And if they can go in maybe 2 or 3 down, they'll feel they've got a real chance of maybe escaping from Derby with a draw. We shall see. There's a long, long way to go. There's another 3 sessions all day tomorrow, of course. The rest of this session, deploy in bowls to Pujara. Hammers, that's 4 more. Lovely shot, use of the feet, and that was a class shot by Chicheshwar Pujara. Couple of strides down the wicket and just drove the ball handsomely through the offside for 4 runs. He goes to 36 and looking increasingly like the quality player that we all know that he is. The arrears now down to 113, and I think it's important, as Fletcher and I were saying a little earlier on, that Sussex do score these runs at a reasonable rate. They don't want to find themselves in a position where they lose wickets tomorrow and they're not that far ahead, because the game could still be open. But at the minute, Sussex will be well pleased, but these two will be mindful that a new ball is only 7 overs away, and that could be another little landmark that they're going to have to negotiate.
Got to make the most of the second new ball as well, haven't they, Derbyshire? Because if they don't, they could find themselves in all sorts of strife.
Well, I was thinking they'll have 16 overs with it tonight, and then another 64 tomorrow before another one is due, and by then, probably Sussex ought to be if they're still batting,
Shaking hands by then.
almost ought to be sort of home and hosed, you would think. But there's a long way to go yet.
And there's Dell from the City end, bowls to Tom Haines, who chops it away straight to Alex Hughes, who's on the field as the 12th man. No Lewis Rees on there at the moment. He had treatment when he was batting. He did have those knee and shoulder operations in the winter, and now he's not out there, which is a slight concern, I would suggest.
Let's hope it's nothing too serious.
Harry Kane is waiting in the wings to come in and bat, so this next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Haines. That's a good half stop initially by Alex Thompson.
Yeah.
And then he manages to prevent the run from being scored as well by picking up and throwing to Brooke Guest. So good work from him. 2-1-8 for 2 it remains. So they're clearly keeping Sam Connors and Saranga Lakmal back for the new ball. He's coming around the wicket is Arnaud Dahl. He's in the balls. That was defended straight back to him by Haines. And the man who normally polishes the ball throws it to Saranga Lakmal. I can't imagine it's even worth polishing this ball. It's not the original ball they started with.
It's not.
They changed it once, and then they changed the changed ball after that as well. So it's the third different ball they've had in this innings. All the batsmen seem to have been enjoying it, especially Tom Haines. He's on strike now, 127 not out, and that almost chops on. Actually chopped it into his toes, I think. The ball dribbles out into the leg side. There's just enough to encourage the bowlers, but they don't seem to be able to get that breakthrough, the next breakthrough they're looking for. This partnership already worth 73. I mean, that's happened in virtually no time. It's been a terrific effort from these two. Pujara 36, Haines 127 on strike, and he drives this little aerially, but way to the right of Alex Thompson. It may well have been a bump ball. Fielded out there in the deep by Sam Connors. Haines moves to 128, 219 for 2.
We were talking earlier on about Ben Compton and the runs that he's making for Kent. And I didn't realise he carried his bat.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he did. He opened the batting for Kent. They were out for 260. And he carried his bat for 104. So that's some effort. And in the second innings, Kent to 40 for 2. And he's still there. He's on 12. So he's had a good game.
Just watching the instructions for Lears to play out in the deep as Dahl comes in and bowls. That's pushed out into the offside by Pujara. End of the over. Sussex trailing by 112. They're 219 for 2. 36 to Pujara, 128 to Haines.
Just up the road at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire, many people's favourites to win this division, are not having it all their own way against Glamorgan. They're 163 for 5 in their second innings, so leading by just 85. Ben Duckett missing out on a century. He was out for 95. So Glamorgan got a decent side. Glamorgan. They have. You know, they've got
Labuschagne added to this week's match as well, haven't they?
Yeah.
Playing his first game. He missed out in the first innings. He only got 3, I think.
Yeah. Durham 118 without loss. Didn't enforce the follow-on against Leicestershire, but now leading by 273. It's going to be Thompson. Right arm around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Haines. Haines plays into the offside. Pujara was thinking about a single, but Tom Haines was very quick to send him back.
First time he's bowled from the racecourse end, Thompson.
Yeah.
Yeah, poor old Nottinghamshire, the wilderness of the second division.
Might come back to haunt them slightly. In comes.
In fairness, it wasn't them.
No, it wasn't them. It was. In comes Thompson, tickled around the corner by Tom Haines. Picks up a couple of more runs as the Sussex skipper. He goes to 130. He's faced 220 balls. He's been there all day today. It's a real feat of concentration as well, because he had to, he was in the field for a long time as well, as he Derbyshire rattled up that 505 for 8 in against Thompson. Haines is solidly forward, plays out into the offside, and there is no run.
No, it's been a terrific innings from the skipper, hasn't it? Really good.
He's led from the front. Hampshire look like they're going down to defeat at the Oval against Surrey, 197 for 7, still trailing by 47. In comes Thompson again. Haines forward. Plays him to the offside, and there is no run. And in the other games, Gloucester 171 for 5, leading Yorkshire by just 22, and Kent 40 for 2 in their second innings, trailing Lancashire by 206. Thompson in, bowls to Haines, who again just covers up with his back close to his front pad, plays out into the offside. There is no run. Live cricket here, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher, Grace Ballinger with you throughout the day. Beautiful day here in Derby as in comes Thompson again, bowls. Haines forward, plays it straight back down the track. There is no run. End of another Thompson over. 21 overs, 6 maidens, 0 for 45. The new ball creeps ever closer. I mean, if Sussex could, and I see no reason why Billy Godwin wouldn't take the new ball. I mean, I think if Sussex could get through the new ball and get to the close 2 down, they'll feel they're in with a shout of saving this.
Yeah, no question. Could win it, yeah, Adrian.
Now that would take some doing.
I think it would on this pitch.
Yeah, it would.
Not a lot wrong with it. They gave us, everybody in Derbyshire, a little bit of hope by crumpling yesterday, didn't they, in 2 sessions? But there's been no sign of that.
No.
Second time around, it's been a really
flat.
dogged fighting effort from Sussex in their second innings. As Anish Dal is into Pujara, who turns him around the corner for a single. It's fielded out there by Leas Deploy. They move to 222 for 2. Pujara on to 37.
I mean, 20 overs remaining after. If the Sussex were to score at 3 and over, the arrears would be down around about 40 at close of play, something like that. There's still plenty of work for Sussex to do. I mean, Derbyshire won't give this up, and a couple of wickets changes everything. That's what Billy Godwin will be saying to his bowlers.
Well, they'll want them 5 down at the close, won't they? I think they get. If Derbyshire can get Sussex 5 down at the close, they'd like to have finished it off today, but that isn't going to be possible, I'm certain. As Dahl is in and bowls, that one is pushed into the offside by Haines, and there's no run. I think they'll be relatively pleased with that, but they've got to get past these 2 first. Tom Clark and Mohammed Rizwan, Ollie Carter still to come.
Yeah, so there's quite a bit of batting to come. I think from here, Fletcher, I almost think if Derbyshire could get another, get a wicket with the new ball, they'll feel their 3 down. There may not be as many as they wanted, but
this next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Haines. There's no run.
I think if these 2 are still there at the close, the odds may be on Sussex, because they'd have negotiated the new ball by then. The odds may be on Sussex saving the game.
327 for 2 on the close on day 1, wasn't it? So just 2 wickets on day 1. 2 wickets so far today. As this next delivery is pushed backward and square on the offside by Haines. And 16 yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
2, 16 and 2, is that, am I right? I don't know.
Yeah, close of play on the first day was 327 for 2. So
yes, you're right,
16, yeah.
16 yesterday and 2 today.
Yeah,
so
it's crazy.
16 tomorrow should sort this game out quite nicely.
Yeah.
Makes no sense, cricket, does it, at times? 222 for 2, Richie Benno time, as that one is pushed into the offside by Tom Haines. Picked up by Alex Thompson. Nobody's even bothering. They're sort of looking at the ball now, and Billy Godwin's applying a bit of sweat from his brow on it, but can't imagine for a minute that there's any shine on that. 75 overs and 5 balls old, this ball, as Dahl comes in to complete his over around the wicket, and it's played straight back to him. He looks at the ball and thinks, no, I'm not doing anything with that. Tosses it to Alex Thompson, who's going to bowl the next over from the racecourse end. Pujara 37, Haines 130. And Sussex on 222 for 2, trailing by 109.
Alex Thompson takes off his cap and gives it to umpire Paul Baldwin. As saying, 4 overs to the new ball. The seamers have been rested for a little while, so I think we can safely assume that the new ball will be taken just as soon as it comes available. Thompson just applying a little bit of pressure. He's got a slip and a short leg in place for Chiteshwar Pujara, who's looked increasingly assured on 37. He only made 6 in the first innings. But he's certainly been a good fall here for Tom Haines. These 2 coming together when Sussex were 145 for 2. So it's a partnership now of 22 plus 65. What's that? 22 plus 65. 87, is that right? No, 77. 77. Yes, 55 plus 22, 77. So, Thompson's going to come over the wicket to the right-handed Pujara. The sun has momentarily disappeared. And Thompson is in. Bowls. Pujara uses his feet down the track, fielded by Deploy at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Slip short leg, backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on. Mid-off, extra cover, and sweep on the cover boundary as Thompson's in bowls. That short of Pujara rocks back and just hammers that through point to the fielder on the cover boundary. Sweeping on the cover boundary, is that all the way out there? 50. So would that be the replacement fielder out there? Either way, it's a single to Pujara. 223 for 2. Sun is back with us. Been a long day in the field for Derbyshire, but they're sticking to their task, and they have to believe that a couple of wickets is going to make all the difference. In comes Thompson bowls. Haines securely punches that to mid-off, fielded by Godalming, and there is no run. 130 for Tom Haines. His top first-class score, I think, is 156, which I'll just have to double-check my records in a moment. He waits as Thompson again bowls down the leg side. Now, that did look like it turned a little. Taken down the leg side well by Guest. There is no, 156 against Middlesex last year is Tom Haines's best first-class score. Thompson in again bowls. Haines rocks back and hammers that one away through backward point. Picks up another single fielded by the double centurion in the first innings, Shan Masood for Derbyshire. Gets in the throw. One more to Haines. He goes to 131. Sussex to 224 for 2. Brings Pujara back on strike. Thompson, final ball of his 22nd over. Very good economic figures. He's in and bowls. Tosses that up. All driven to short extra cover, fielded by Dahl. Pujara rather feeling missed out there. That was a full toss. Nonetheless, it'll be a dot in the scorer's scorebook sitting next to us. I don't know whether you put a dot in the scorebook now, but it will be a dot. 224 for 2. Thompson, 22 over 6 maidens, 0 for 47.
One of them is definitely scoring in the book.
Right, okay.
One isn't.
Right, okay.
I don't know what that means, really, in terms of anything. So Anish Dahl to bowl what I believe is known as the anti-penultimate over with the old ball. 3 overs of the old ball.
What's the expression?
Anti-penultimate.
Oh, right, okay.
Here is Dahl. Not often used. That one is cut away, backward of square. Hughes tries to haul it in but can't. They get through for a single. Haines moves to 132, 225 for 2.
I'm impressed, Fletch. That's not something I'd heard before.
No, I'm going to have to check it now.
I've had an email in from Phil, who's near Newmarket. So I'll read that in a moment.
Next delivery is defended up towards mid-on, where it's Saranga Lakmal doing the fielding.
This sounds rather nice. Phil from near Newmarket. He said, I'm just settling down for the final 20 overs of the day following a lunchtime barbecue and a short trip to the pub.
Excellent.
Doesn't that sound nice?
I'll say.
It's kind of barbecue weather, really, isn't it?
I'm not a barbecue fan, but you're right, it is. There's Dahl in and bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump, and Broadcast doesn't take it cleanly. Anti-penultimate, 3rd from the end.
Why are you not a big barbecue fan?
I've got a cooker.
Right, okay. You don't...
Stop.
Okay. Well, that's a fair answer. You know, on a nice sunny day, would you not fancy getting out the barbecue, chucking a bit of charcoal on and a...
No.
No, okay, no. Fair enough.
I don't have a garden either, so...
Right.
Precludes me from barbecuing, I think. Although the backyard, that one is defended by Pujara. The latest delivery from Anish Dahl up towards mid-off, where, of course, Billy Godalming is fielding.
You could do it in the backyard, Fletch.
Yes, I could. I might attract undesirables.
Phil goes on to say, I'm keeping everything crossed that Tom Haines can pass his career best 156. It would be fully deserved. I'm enjoying watching him and Bujara batting together.
Sure, Dahl is. He's in again now and bowls. That's Pujara driving out into the offside. Now, Derbyshire are just starting to look a little ragged. That one went through the hands of Alex Thompson. We've seen Brooke Guest just drop a ball as he tried to take it behind the stump. So we were commenting on how ragged Sussex looked at one point at the end of day one. Well, Derbyshire are just starting to look a little bit like that themselves at the moment. It's been a long, hot day in the field for them. There's still 18 overs to go after this delivery from Dahl that's outside the off stump, taken cleanly by Brooke Guest. And we now have 2 overs until the second new ball is available. The total 225 for 2 means that Sussex trail by 106.
Newmarket is somewhere I've not been to, and of course famous race course. Are you a racing man, Fletch?
No, but you want to get Grace onto that. She likes a little flutter. She had 4 out of 4 at Cheltenham, she was telling me earlier today.
Did she?
On air, she was telling me. I'm not betraying
any confidences.
No.
So she went down there for the festival, did she?
I think she merely bet on her phone, but I wouldn't swear to it. I don't know. I didn't ask that bit.
Okay. I think, and I may be wrong here, that it's one of, if not the oldest race course in the country, Newmarket.
Okay.
And I think, Phil, you'd be able to answer this. I think is it the Rowley Mile?
Yes, it is. It is.
And that's named after something. I forget what it is.
Rowley, I'm saying. Or the Mile.
Well, Madsen is back into the attack. Wayne Madsen bowling his second over. No, I don't think it's the Mile, Fletch. Also, Phil, you were up in Newmarket, formerly of Sussex, I assume, at some stage. Madsen in, bowls to Haines, plays him to the offside, fielded by Dahl, who always looks eager, doesn't he, Dahl? Some of the others might be flagging a bit, but not Dahl. He's very quickly in. Madsen bowls, Haines flicks this into the onside. More runs here for Sussex, probably a couple of runs. They'll think about 2. They are going to come back. Tom Haines, a bit of a move on as the throw came in, but it was a good bit of running actually by Pujara, who called Tom Haines back for the second run, and the batsmen both acknowledge each other as if to say, yeah, well run. Haines goes to 136. The arrears down to 104. All little milestones for Sussex. If they get down below the 100, that's another one ticked off. Madsen in again. Haines, very much thou shalt not pass with that shot. Defensively, he plays back down the track. Madsen fields off his own bowling. Madsen again bowls short, and Haines flicks that one away through mid-wicket and picks up another single, does the Sussex skipper. He goes to 135. Sussex to 228 for 2. Arrears down to 103. I'm going to look that up now about the Rowley Mile, because I think Fletch was quietly taking the mickey there, so we'll just see who it is named after. Madsen in, bowls forward, comes Pujara, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. End of a Madsen over, at the end of the penultimate over before the new ball, I'm almost certain, will be taken. Pujara 38, Haines 135, 228 for 2, arrears down to 103, and some drinks are being bought. Here comes young Archie Lennon. Well, it might be a hot day, but Archie Lennon's come running out, and he's got a gilet on.
I know, it's remarkable, isn't it? Have you looked at the Rowley Mile yet?
I have. I have. It's actually longer than a mile. The straight alone is 1 mile 2 furlongs. It hosts the first 2 classics of the season, the 2,000 and the 1,000 guineas. Why is it called the Rowley Mile? It's called the Rowley Mile, Fletch, because it's named after Charles II's favourite stallion, Old Rowley. Rowley also became a nickname for the king himself. Well, I'm sure.
I wonder for what reason.
Well, I'm taking this at face value, and Charles II is long gone, so we can't libel him. But apparently, he had many mistresses.
Oh dear.
It's been raced on since the 17th century, and the grass has been untouched since it was last ploughed on the orders of Oliver Cromwell. That's not someone you wanted to disobey, I think.
No, absolutely not.
No. So we're assuming that's right. So that's the Rowley Mile.
Yes, that's what I've got here.
Right.
I didn't have that bit that you added about the king and.
Yeah.
I didn't realise there were 2 race courses in Newmarket. There were 2 separate race courses.
What did I?
First delivery of a new over from Alex Thompson, his 23rd.
Also, so there's one called the Rowley and the other one's called something else, or?
Yeah, the other one's called the July course, or the summer course. That has a 1 mile straight.
Right.
And speaking of straight miles, It would be remiss of me after this delivery from Thompson that's defended out into the offside. Not to mention that there was a straight mile here at Derby with the finishing post just over there to our left, when this was a racecourse, which is why we're at the racecourse ground. And it was one of only 5 straight miles in the country for horse racing. This one's a full toss that's pushed out into the offside by Haines.
Which begs the question, where were the other 3?
Well, one of them must have been the July course, because that has a mile straight.
So one's Newmarket, which is the Rowley Mile. One was here.
Yeah, that's a good shout. The next one is defended into the offside. I'm going to try and find out in the course of the next few minutes.
I don't think is Epsom. I don't know. I don't know if there's any horse racing fans who are listening. But I'd be quite interested to know. I quite like horse racing.
Next delivery from Thompson is turned to the leg side, and there's no run. Let's have a look at this. If it gives me any clues here, there's a terrific painting from 1913 of Derby Racecourse, which opened in 1848. That's a very loud motorbike.
Very throaty, wasn't it?
Round the wicket comes Thompson. It's pushed out into the offside. It's the end of the over. 80 gone. The new ball, the second new ball, is now available. Haines 135, Pajara 38, Sussex 228 for 2, trailed by 103.
I need my friend Julian, who's a Sussex member, sits up in the grandstand at Sussex.
Yes, he gives us away.
You remember Julian?
Yeah.
You know, when we test that the equipment's working every day, Julian sort of doffs his cap at the top of the stand. You'll probably find that he's out somewhere celebrating, because he's a big Brighton fan as well. So did
they win today?
They did. They beat Tottenham.
Excellent.
So they beat Tottenham this week and Arsenal last week. So they enjoyed their trips to North London, to the Albion. So it could well be that Julian is ensconced somewhere enjoying a little beverage or two. But if he was around, he might be able to tell us who the fifth, or well, actually who the other straight courses. I mean, I'm interested. Probably no one else.
There's a very long,
gives a job.
There's a very long straight at Knavesmire in York.
Right.
I mean, I've been there. It doesn't feel like a mile.
So what's that called? It's the Knavesmire.
Well, it's called Knavesmire.
Right.
But everybody calls it the Knavesmire. Knave, K-N-A.
Right.
B-E-S-M-I-R-E. It's where Dick Turpin was hanged.
Was it?
Yeah, he was hanged at Knavesmire.
You are a font of knowledge.
I'm full of absolute rubbish. That's what I'm full of.
No, I'm interested in it. Derbyshire, I'm fairly certain, would have taken the new ball. As in comes Connors, comes in and bowls. I think that's the old ball, because it doesn't look very shiny. It's tucked around the corner by Pajara. I didn't see the umpire put... and I'm just going to look next door to the scorers, and let's see if they... No, it hasn't been taken. So, 2 to Pajara. I find it inconceivable that Derbyshire wouldn't take this new ball, but perhaps Connors is just having a couple of looseners.
I must remember that Sussex didn't take it at the end of day one, did
No,
they?
they didn't. They didn't, and I found that a slightly strange decision. I'm sure that Derbyshire regulates. Surely. Connors in and bowls, and Pajara's forward plays into the offside. There is no run. Connors looks at the umpire and walks straight past him. So no sign of it being... Oh, yes, he is going to take it. Here it comes.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go.
There we go.
There we go.
He just gave the umpire, Paul Ball, a little glance and said, "Can I have the new ball, please?" So here we go. This... really important part of this game. This could determine whether which way this game is going to go. The next 15 overs and 4 balls. If Sussex can see their way through this, I think they'll fancy their chances of escaping from here with a draw. If they don't, well, it's game on as far as Derbyshire are concerned. In comes Connors, running in bowls, and Pujara gets a thick inside edge straight away. The ball runs down to fine leg.
He's doing all sorts.
Pujara goes to 41 and Sussex to 231 for 2.
I'm going to bring Grace in for 20 minutes. I've got 20 minutes here. Have you got something?
I've got to do an update at 20 past.
Oh, okay.
But so Grace could come here and then in my chair, and then I could perhaps replace you after a bit, Fletch.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Yeah, I could just do with a wee, that's all.
Could you?
Yeah.
Well, I've got time for that. Well, it depends how long you take, of course. But I want more facts. I mean,
What about that?
Dick Turpin.
Okay.
Dick Turpin. That's a
Yeah.
great. Yeah. Now, changing the field with the new ball, I'm quite surprised. Really, they're putting a sweeper out on the cover boundary. There are 2 slips in place. 2 men saving one on the offside. As in comes Connors around the wicket, bowls to Haines, and Haines clips that nicely through mid-wicket, and he's going to pick up 4 runs. There's no one out there. The ball's going to race away. I think they might run 4 here. You know, they've run 2. They're going to come back for 3. I think Tom's feeling a bit tired, but clipped away nicely off the hip. And as we were saying, sometimes with the new ball, it can disappear a little bit quickly.
Absolutely, which is why we thought they didn't take it in the first on the first day, wasn't it?
And the great thing, as far as Sussex are concerned, with that 3, means that they need less than 100 now to avoid an innings defeat or to make Derbyshire bat a game, whatever way you want to look at it. Haines to 138, so within sight of his 156, which is his personal best. Connors in bowls, and Pujara plays that firmly into the covers. And there is no run.
Doncaster's got a straight mile.
Aha.
According to this, Redcar has a straight mile as well, which I find staggering. But it's purported to be the only straight mile in the UK that is both straight and level.
There we go. In comes Connors, over the wicket bowls. Pujara is forward, plays him to the onside, and there is no run. Dick Turpin wasn't very old, you know, when he met his.
Was he not?
When he met it. Well, apparently, according to a well-known internet site,
A well-known Wikipedia site, yeah.
he was baptised in September 1705, which would suggest he was relatively young. It's the end of the first over with the new ball, by the way. 234 for 2, Pujara 41, Haines 138. And he was executed for horse theft in 1739.
It was in York, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Thank goodness for that.
Yeah.
Thank goodness for that.
So there we are.
Well, not thank goodness for him.
No.
Well, it's why York, I mean, that's where I grew up, in that area. St. Peter's School in York don't celebrate Guy Fawkes Night because he's an old boy of the school, Guy Fawkes. He went to school there in York, so they will not celebrate Guy Fawkes Night.
How interesting.
Because they won't celebrate a former pupil being burned.
That's a great quiz question.
Yeah.
Which school doesn't celebrate fire? And which school is it, Fletch?
St. Peter's.
St. Peter's. I have to remember that for the next pub quiz.
Johnny Bairstow went to.
Right.
Here is Saranga. It's absolute nonsense. Here is Saranga Lackmal bowling. Oh, that's very wide, and Haines went after it, and it's actually been signalled a wide. So the chances are he was never going to get there anyway. And that wasn't a great shot. Wasn't a great ball. No. It's all a bit of a mess.
I think we need some sense brought to the commentary, and with that, Grace comes back into the commentary.
Unless Grace has got some fascinating facts, you never know. I'm sure you have. She's going to join us again, Grace Ballinger. Fascinating facts. We'll do it after this over. After this ball, rather, from Saranga Lackmal, bowling to Haines, who chops it away out towards backward point. There is a man out there. It's Anuj Dal, and he keeps them down to a single, which is a pretty decent effort. They move on to 236 for 2. They trail by 95. See, you should have been on with Adrian, because he was talking about horse racing. He asked me if I knew anything about horse racing. I said, well, I don't, but I know somebody who does.
Yeah, I know a bit about it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, there was a straight mile here we're at the racecourse, and this was Derby Racecourse until 1939. The finishing line was away to our left. As in comes Lackmal. That's turned into the leg side by Pujara. They think about a single, and they sort of have a negotiation in the middle of the pitch as Anuj Dal does the fielding and decide against it in the end.
Tell you what, I was wondering why it was called the racecourse then,
Well,
because
I'll
I knew there wasn't a racecourse in Derby, so...
Well, what I'll do is I'll show you where we are. And if you look, this is where we are. So the cricket club is here, and that was the racecourse.
Around the park.
Yeah. It's now the racecourse park, but it was just a racecourse. And they held... Lackmal's on his way in again. Over the wicket and bowls to Pujara, who turns it into the leg side. Dal's fielding again. Brilliant work by Dal in the mid-wicket region. Superb. Prevents a single from being taken. They had the first FA Cup final outside of London was held here. It was a replay. England played Ireland in the Football International here as well. Steve Bloomer, who was a very famous Derby County player, played in that. Oh, it's packed full of history. Packed full of history.
Do you feel for Derby County? With the point deduction, I do feel for them.
Yes. Yeah, good win for them last night, but I fear they're still going to go down. This one is mistimed as he pushes it up to mid-on. And fielded there by, I think that's Lewis Rees, who's back on the field. I think it is. Lewis Rees is back on the field, so that's good news. Yeah, they played really well last night to beat Fulham 2-1, but it feels inevitable, I'm afraid, that they're going to join Burton Albion in League One next season.
They've done a good job to even be in contention. It was, what, 21 points they got deducted?
Yeah. Astonished, and they're just 9 behind, I think, now, with 4 to go. This one is defended into the offside by Pujara. No run. But Derby County were formed here. That's where they used to play, not here because it was away to our right, but on this site. It's something for the cricketers to do in the winter.
Really?
They wanted to call them Derbyshire County, but the Derbyshire FA wouldn't allow them to register that as the name, so they just shortened it to Derby County, and the rest, as they say, is history. They moved to the baseball ground where baseball was played. Blackmell is in, and Pujara pushes it up to a wide-ish mid-off. Billy Godleman is there to do the fielding. And that is the end of an over, which started with a wide and a single and ended with 4 dots. And as a result, Sussex are 236 for 2. Haines 139, Pujara 41. And Sussex now trail by just 95 with 14 overs to go today.
Yeah, not the best day for Derby. Not Derby, because thinking of football now. Not the best day for Derbyshire now, really, has it been? I mean, they haven't bowled badly by any means, but I think they'll be disappointed with the position they're in from, obviously, the situation we had them in, thinking that it could have all been done today, but...
Some of us thought that. Yes, you might be right.
It's not looking likely, is it? As Connors comes into bowl, short and put away by Tom Haines, but will only be one, as they've got... It's quite an interesting position out there, isn't it? It's almost like a deep point, cover point
deep
for
point.
Tom Haines. But yeah, it went straight to him. Struck so cleanly by Tom Haines, I must say. He really has batted well, hasn't he? Could be knocking on that England door, on the England Lions door for sure. If he carries on the run of form he's in.
If they ever appoint anybody to pick the team.
That's very true.
I think they need to do that first.
Yeah, it's very true. Yeah. Sam Connors comes in from the racecourse end to Pujara. Full ball, just defended back, and it's a good angle, isn't it? Coming over the wicket to the right hander. It just seems like it's angling in slightly to Pujara from the right-handed Sam Connors.
Yeah, and he has the ability just to move the odd one away. And he did so in the first innings to pick up at least one of his wickets.
Yeah, he's got 2 slips in place just for that delivery, I assume.
The only wicket to fall today, Sam Connors, to a bowler.
He comes in again. Pujara at the other end. Short delivery, Pujara just pats it to point on the back foot and no runs from it. I feel like he could have potentially got that one away. Might as feel as if he missed out there. Pujara has been so good through the offside on the back foot.
Might be a little bit too far away from the close of play at this stage, but with 13.5 overs left, they will be desperate, these two, to be here at the start tomorrow, which would give Sussex a much better chance of saving the game, you would say.
Yeah, very true. Connors comes in again to bowl. Full delivery on the stumps, and again defended very strongly by Pujara into cover, who throws it into Brooke Guest, and another dot ball.
Saying to Adrian, it's been a bizarre game. There are 2 wickets on day 1, 16 yesterday, and 2 today.
Yeah, it's been a relatively quiet day today, hasn't it? But I just think Sussex have gone about it in just the right way. Probably not full of confidence after their first innings, but says a lot about a team, I think, when they can bounce back as they have, and it's good to see them in the runs. Connors comes in, 5th ball of his over. Ooh, full ball, looks like, do you reckon? Just hit him on the pad, maybe going down leg, or a bit of bat on it, I think.
It's about there, yeah.
Yeah,
I think.
No appeals, but yeah, again, a really nice delivery from Connors. Just, he's been a bit hit and miss today. He's bowled really quite some good balls, hasn't he? But I think he started a little bit, couldn't quite get his line and length, but he's looked pretty good. Pretty dangerous at times.
Very sweaty.
It is quite warm out there, in fairness.
He's going to need an ice bath when he gets off, I think. Have you done those ice baths?
Once.
Yeah?
Not pleasant, really.
No.
Connors comes in. Another full ball again, just defended straight back to him and finishes his over with a dot. Sussex 237 for 2 off 83 overs with 13 remaining in the day.
But did it work?
It did, yeah, but I quite like. Have you ever heard of a contrast shower?
No.
No, so find them quite effective every so often. It's like you do 30 seconds boiling hot, you do 30 seconds freezing cold. Just repeat that a few times, yeah. It's not bad.
Don't fancy that either. Really?
It's not too bad because when the cold's on, you know the hot's coming too.
Yeah, but when the hot's on, you're thinking, oh no, the cold's on its way any minute
yeah,
now.
I suppose so. But whereas in the ice bath, you're just constantly cold.
I've never had one, obviously.
Give it a go. Let me know how it goes.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Saranga Lakmal is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Haines. Bowling from the city end, he's in, and Haines clips that into the leg side, and he's going to get one. He might get two here because Lewis Deploy, who has no longer got the fielding pads on, was running like he did have them on. And when he slides in, everybody's weary out there.
It's been a long day for him, to be fair.
It has.
It's been pretty warm and pretty frustrating at times, I can imagine. I reckon Deploy's not happy to get. I reckon he could have had a couple more overs in.
Yes, I think so.
It's been heavily seam reliant, hasn't it, other than Alex Thompson's 23 overs.
Haines, who his high scoring first class cricket is 156. He's on 142 at the moment. Lakmal bowls to him. It's down the leg side. It's well taken by Brooke Guest. Just looking at Cheteshwar Pujara's high score in first class cricket, 352. He's 5 runs away from 17,000 first class runs. So when he gets to 46, he will have 17,000 first class runs. He has played 227 matches of first class cricket, but it's still quite impressive.
It's very impressive.
Saranga Lakmal, one away from 350 first class wickets. Bowls to Haines, who pushes this into the leg side. They're going to go through for a quick single, a bit shy at the stumps by Shan Masood. It misses, and there might be an overthrow here. That's the second time we've seen overthrows. Only one this time, but the second time we've seen overthrows today. Lewis Rees couldn't get around to back up the throw. Slowly gets back to his feet, and as a result, Haines moves on to 144 now, 241 for 2.
I think that shy of the stump's probably more justified than the first one of the day.
I think you might be right. Yes, the first one was Leah's deploy, wasn't it? They ran 3 overthrows, or 2 overthrows to run a 3. 2 slips, Thompson and Madsen alongside wicketkeeper Guest. As Lakmal is into Haines, who pushes out into the offside, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees, and there's no run. The 12th man has just come on to give Anuj Dal a drink. I'm not sure who that 12th man is. It might even be the Sussex 12th man. It should be very kind of him if it was. That tickles back. It's been a while. Lakmal on his way in, bowls to Haines, who fishes for one outside the off stump again. This one isn't called wide.
He has been fishing outside the off stump, hasn't he, against Lakmal recently? Just sense that he's looking to get them away, but Lakmal is bowling them very wide and quite short outside off. It looks like he's just struggling to reach them at the moment. Quite a risky shot to play with 2 slips in as well.
That's a deliberate ploy?
Yeah, I think it could be. I mean, he's got someone out there, hasn't he, at deep cover. So if he does get hold of him, unless he really gets hold of him, it probably won't be more than 2.
There's Lakmal again around the wicket, bowls, and that one is driven out towards the man in the deep. On the offside it is Anuj Dal. He fields the ball. Haines moves on to 145 at the end of the over. He pinches the strike as well. Pujara has 41. 242 for 2, Sussex trail by 89. Well, I'm going to see another over as well from Sam Connors. I wonder if Billy Godleman's just saying to Saranga Lakmal, that's 18 overs, 8 maidens, 0 for 36, so he's been economical, but you wouldn't say that he's necessarily looked like he was going to pick up a wicket any minute.
No, I think when you come over as an overseas, you want to come in and take wickets, you want to make an impression straight away. And as you say, he certainly hasn't bowled badly, but he just something hasn't been quite right, I think. And he just looks like he's lacked a bit of consistency today, but sometimes it's like that, I think, in bowling, and sometimes you just find it's not your day, and you might come in next week and take a fifer. It just happens sometimes, unfortunately. It's Sam Connors to continue, Tom Haines to face, full delivery. Oh, just beats the bat outside off. Looks like it might have done a bit there, Sam Connors.
About the first ball that's beaten the bat for 6 hours. But it did something.
Yeah.
It did something. The new ball.
Tom Haines fiddles with his gloves, which he often does after something goes wrong.
I was listening to Big Luke Fletcher talking to one of the bowling coaches at Notts when they were here for a friendly earlier in pre-season.
Sam Connors in against Tom Haines. Slightly shorter ball and pulled away, and that will be four. It sails away just in front of square. Can't bowl it there to someone that's 145 now, I don't think.
He hit that hard, didn't he?
He really did. I barely even saw it.
No.
Into the boundary.
Anish Dahl just stood there like that and it raced past him. Big Luke was saying that the balls are slightly different that they're using in the Championship this season. They've got lacquer around the seam as well to try and keep the seam down a bit. But once the lacquer comes off, the seam springs up. So take an over or two before the seam is fully exposed, and then they might do a bit off the seam before it completely disappears later on.
Connors in again to Haines. Brings his line slightly more outside off, and Haines punches that away in between third man and deep point, and he'll get back for two quite comfortably. Another very well timed shot. Is that 150 for Tom Haines? Yeah, that brings up Tom Haines, 151 out off 256 balls. Terrific innings from Tom Haines, coming under pressure where his side really needed to battle day, and it's exactly what they've done. Sussex 248 for just 2 with 11.5 overs remaining in the day.
Yes. I've just got one update to do, Adrian, then I shall make way for Adrian Harms. Might even be now, so if you could carry on for me, Grace.
Sam Connors comes into Tom Haines and full ball just outside off, and Tom Haines plays it beautifully quite late, just out to the deep point, which throws it into Brooke Guest for one, and Tom Haines just really timing everything really quite nicely today. It's been a very impressive innings, and my first time I've seen Tom Haines bat and just been so impressed with the way he's gone about it. 152 not out off 257 deliveries. It's been really good to see after Sussex out for 174 in the first innings, so now they trail by just 82. As Connors comes in for his 5th ball of the over, this time to Pujara. Could be out, a big LB shout. No, not given. Looks of frustration from first slip, second slip keeper and bowler, but just looked like it was maybe going down and also quite high. Pretty close, but I think the umpire's decision was correct, and not too much disdain from the Derbyshire fielders, who think they'd very much like one more wicket before the close of play, and either of these players would be a pretty big wicket at this point. Sam Connors in for his final ball of the over, and full ball and driven away by Pujara. Will it get through? No, it doesn't. Great work by Billy Godman at mid-off, and they just get one. End of the over. Sussex are 249 for 2 with 11 overs remaining in the day.
So when they tell me 5:30, what they mean is 5:33-ish or something like that. And it's like almost as if the cricket is inconsequential. Alex Thompson is going to come on to bowl the 6th over with the new ball, the off spinner, which is not necessarily, you wouldn't have thought, what you would expect. He's replacing Saranga Lakmal, who bowled 2 overs for 7. There was nothing wrong with that. Going to see a man, the helmet's been brought out by Harry Kane, but that's for the wicket keeper. So we're going to be all defensive, despite having a lead of 81 and having started the day with a lead of 331. It's been the greatest day of the season for Derbyshire so far, it'd be fair to say. So Alex Thompson will just dry his hand. He'll scuff up the footmarks first of all. The ball over the wicket to the right-handed. There we go. Pujara is drying his hand now. Again, Grace, I must warn you that I may disappear very, very quickly here.
That's all right.
I get the notice of, there's some cricket, and here's Dave. No big build-up. In comes Thompson, bowls to Pujara, who turns that down towards fine leg. Sam Connors is giving chase. He brings it back in with the slide, and this time it doesn't hit his other arm and go to the boundary, but they have run 3. That was excellent work from Sam Connors just to save 1 run, but the 250 was probably already up, wasn't it? Yeah, 253 for 2. 45 now to Pujara. He's heading towards his first half century in the championship for Sussex.
He's gone about it nicely, hasn't he?
Yeah. Well, they both looked unruffled. They've added 108 so far in 199 balls, these two.
All just looks a bit easy for them, doesn't it? Doesn't look like they were trailing by, what, 330 at the start of the day?
Starting to look like it looked for Shan Masood in the first innings. So fatigue can be the only thing that can defeat them, as Haines defends this next delivery from the off-spinner Thompson back to him. I've got Lizzo in my ears. No idea what that is. Here's Thompson around the wicket. That's cut and stopped brilliantly. Diving to his left by Sam Connors. He parried it really, but it was a brilliant effort. It would have raced away to the boundary. Nick Potts completes the fielding. Single to Haines. He moves to 153, 254 for 2. Brings Pujara back onto strike. He's on 45. Sussex trailing by 77.
Alex Thompson comes in. 4 delivery. Pujara comes down the track, doesn't get much of it, and just goes straight to Billy Goldman at mid-off, and will just be the dot. But yeah, we haven't seen much of Tom Haines and Pujara coming forward to Alex Thompson, which may come as a surprise, as they haven't been too defensive in the game. But yeah, as I said before, I'd like to see him take him on a bit more. Thompson comes in again. Pujara, who goes to the back foot and punches it straight back to Alex Thompson, collects the ball, rubs his hand in the dust and gets ready to bowl his final ball of his 24th over of the day. 7 maidens, 51 runs as of yet. Alex Thompson again, 4 ball, and Pujara goes to take it on, almost flicks it to mid-on, but again another dot ball, and that ends the over. Sussex 254 for 2 with just 10 overs remaining in the day. Looks like Sam Connors is going to continue from the racecourse end. Be his 15th over of the day, and he has taken the only wicket of the day, with exception to the Tom Alsop run out earlier on. Looks like just 1 slip in here for Tom Haines. And police car goes past down near the city end. There's a lot of noise from the road today, I must say, as Sam Connors comes into the left-handed Tom Haines. Just the 1 slip in, and good 4 ball, just defended straight into cover, where it's picked up quite nicely by 19-year-old Nick Potts.
Well, Tom Haines, Grace, is on the verge of his best first-class score. That's 156 that came last year at Hove against Middlesex.
Yeah, he's gone about it very nicely, hasn't he?
He's just batted beauty. I mean, they will know if they can reach the close here, just 2 down, that Sussex will really fancy their chances of coming out of this game with a draw.
Sam Connors into Haines again. Good delivery, just kind of sliced away by Tom Haines, down to 3rd man. I think that's Masood down there who picks it up, is it?
Yes, I think it is.
Yeah.
All the way down. It's a long way away, Grace. It's very easy to turn around. I can see he's got that sort of orange flash on the back of his...
Yeah, the orange spikes, yeah.
Yeah. Well, have you got sort of trendy shoes when you play cricket? Are they coloured or...?
No, I've got New Balance ones. They're not overly outrageous, but our kit's pink and purple, so I don't think I need any outrageous spikes. I think I'm bright enough as it is. As Sam Connors comes in to Pujara. Short ball, and quite comfortably left alone by Pujara, who just leans back slightly to the leg side and avoids it.
Whose kit do you like the best, and who's the worst in the
I like our kit. I mean, pink and purple are my favourite colours, so
Okay.
I do quite like our kit. It's not to everyone's taste.
No?
Quite like the Sunrisers kit, which is black with like an ombre.
Okay. Down the sleeves.
Yeah,
Right,
and
okay.
Central Sparks kit is just horrendous.
Really?
Sam Connors comes into bowl. Jara, good delivery, just punched down to third man on the back foot, just a little guide to third man. And that brings Tom Haines back onto strike. Yeah, Central Sparks is like the West Midlands based region, and there's just a lot going on. It's not for me, really. It's not for me.
We were talking a bit earlier on when Fletch and I were here, we were talking about horse racing. And I think you'd said as well that you quite enjoy, were quite interested in the horse racing. And so we were talking, we had an email in from a listener, Phil, in Newmarket, more in a moment.
Sam Connors in to the left hand of Tom Haines, who goes to drive it away, but fielded quite nicely by Nick Potts in cover and won't get anything for it.
So we were talking about the oldest race course in the country, and Phil's been back in touch with Newmarket, and he says Chester is the oldest race course in England. Not sure whether Newmarket would sit in the list. And he goes on to say the Rowley Mile is named after Lord Charles' favourite horse, Old Rowley. I believe the course has the distinction of being the only course that passes through two counties, Cambridgeshire and Newmarket. Two counties, Cambridge and Newmarket. Cheers, Phil.
That is a good fact, isn't it? As Sam Connors comes in for the final ball of the over to Tom Haines and flicks it nicely down. It'll just be one for the good bit of fielding. Yeah.
Very well fielded.
Well, it looks like they'll be back for two. Bit more on it than I originally thought. Just flicked around quite nicely, and that will end the 87th over of the day. You into the horse racing?
I quite enjoy horses. So as Phil says, it's not. Of course, it's not Cambridge and Newmarket. It's Suffolk and Cambridgeshire. So on that sort of border between the two. Tom Haines now level with his best first-class score, 258 for 2. We've got another 9 overs left in the day. Yes, I do. And you know, we're very lucky down in Sussex. We've got some good national hunt horses, the likes of Plumpton. Fontwell as well. Goodwood, of course, which is famous for the glorious Goodwood in July. There's a racecourse in Brighton as well. So, yeah, and I think Fletch was saying, and he said on air, because you said it on air, that you backed a couple of winners at Cheltenham this year, didn't you?
Yeah, I had a really good Gold Cup day.
Right.
I had a bet on 4 races and won all 4 of them.
Wow. Did you add them all up, or were they all sort of individual ones?
They were all individual.
Right,
That
okay.
would have been good, wouldn't it?
That would have been good.
Yeah, no, to be fair, it was a bad day for the bookies of the Gold Cup day. A lot of the favourites came in, didn't they? But good day to be me.
So Alex Thompson's going to carry on. From the city end, he comes in and bowls. Pujara using his feet down the track, which gives some encouragement to the bowler. Plays into the onside, there is no run. Continuing the racecourse theme, Richard's been in touch. He says, can you name the 4 racecourses in England that do not feature any of the letters R, A, C or E? Crumbs. 2 of them are in Sussex. Do not feature the letters R, A, C or E. I'll come back to that one. In comes Thompson. Bujara helps that one down to deep backward square. Picks up a single. He goes to 47. So within sight of his first half century in Sussex colours. I'll give that a bit of thought in a moment, Richard. But Thompson does get through his overs very quickly. Tom Haines on strike. This could be a landmark moment for young Tom, the Sussex skipper. He waits. In comes Thompson. Bowls. And there it is. That's a personal first-class best for Tom Haines. He goes to 157. He will know how important that is. And applause from some of the Sussex players up on the balcony. Not many will know that's why they're applauding, but that is the reason. Tom Haines has been out there all day, and if you're talking about somebody leading from the front, that's exactly what the Sussex skipper has done. He'll be absolutely thrilled. Thompson in bowls to Pujara, who's forward. Plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Dahl, and there is no run. For those of you just joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby, the new ball has been taken, but it hasn't brought the reward so far that Derbyshire would have been hoping for. Thompson in again, bowls. Pujara down the wicket, flicks this through mid-wicket and picks up another single. He goes to 48, Sussex to 261. For 2. The last wicket went down on 145, so this partnership between this pair now worth 116, which brings Haines back onto strike. A quick update on some of the other scores in a moment's time, as in comes Thompson again. Round the wicket bowls, Haines again solidly forward. Plays into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 261 for 2. 8 overs remaining in the day. Haines 157, Pujara on 48. Perhaps the most important statistic is the arrears. Sussex still trailing by 70, so still work to do. But I certainly think that they'll feel that if they can get through this little 8 overs, that they'll feel they're in with a real shout tomorrow. Elsewhere, some results elsewhere. Hampshire beat by an innings and 17 runs at the Oval by Surrey, bowled out for 227. Somerset lost to Essex by 1 wicket much earlier on today. Essex making a real Horlicks of getting to the 84 they needed. Eventually got there with 9 down. Kent in all sorts of trouble against Lancashire at Canterbury. 62 for 4 in their second innings, trailing by 184. And Gloucestershire 219 for 6 at Bristol, leading Yorkshire by 70. In the second division, Durham 189 for 1, leading Leicestershire by 344. They didn't enforce the follow-on, Durham, but they lead, as I say, by 344. And Knott's in a bit of trouble up the road at Trentbridge, 187 for 7, leading Glamorgan by just 110, as here comes Nick Potts.
Bit of a loosener by Nick Potts there, I think. A bit short outside off, and Pujara has just put that away nicely. It will go for 4.
And the applause for Pujara is because he's gone through to his half-century. As I say, real wide loosener. Pujara absolutely latched onto that, didn't he? And belted the ball through the covers for 4 runs. And every run, Sussex, the arrears now down to 66. We thought it might be down to about, 60, 70 by close of play, but they've really upped the ante since tea of Sussex. And so often with the new ball, Grace, it just disappears that much more quickly.
It's just a bit harder, isn't it? Just get a bit of time on it, and yeah, it's gone, especially with all the fields down the offsiders. Nick Potts now bowling right arm over from the racecourse end. It's a better ball, isn't it? Fuller, slightly straighter, and Pujara can do little more with it except defend it into the covers. And yeah, you just feel as if that was definitely a loosener from Nick Potts' first ball coming back after a bit of time not bowling, just in the field. And yeah, he's back on the money with the second ball. Just 19 years of age, so quite inexperienced in first-class cricket. As he comes to the end of his mark, and Nick Potts in again to Pujara. Balls. Ooh. Now that is a good ball.
No, did that take the edge? I just wonder if that bounced in front of the keeper, it's the way that everybody went up, almost as if he got a little tickle on that. I mean, it bounced well in front of Guest. I just wonder if he got the thinnest of edges on that Pujara. It wasn't a chance, we have to say, but when you've only taken 2 wickets all day, that's some encouragement for the bowling side.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good ball, just full outside off. Pujara, one of the rare plays and misses of the day, and yeah, Nick Potts will certainly feel encouraged by that delivery as he comes in again. 4th ball of his over. And, ooh, another good delivery, just defended into Alex Thompson at mid-wicket, and yeah, another dot ball. Seems like the new ball might be doing a little bit for Nick Potts here from the racecourse end.
Well, he's certainly charging in, and you reach that stage of the day with just 7 overs remaining after this, where these two will know it's all about being there first thing in the morning. If they want anyone having to come out and do any night watchman's duty, I wonder if there is someone padded up just in case.
I reckon there is. As Nick Potts comes into bowl, Pujara waiting. Oof. Relatively straight ball, maybe slightly back of a length and just defended into Alex Thompson. For another dot ball, yeah, you'd think there'd be a night watchman ready to go, wouldn't you?
I would have thought so. I'd have thought with 6 overs to go. I think often, and I don't know what the current policy is in the Sussex dressing room, it very much depends on the next batsman in. Some batsmen say, no, I'm happy to go out, and I think I should go out. Others say no, or there may be some sort of policy the coaches have that says, with 6 overs left or whatever, no, it's night watchman time.
Nick Potts in again. Slightly short, to keep slightly low, as Pujara tries to get it away through the covers, but ends up going straight to the cover fielder. End of Nick Potts' first over of his spell. Sussex are 265 for 2 off their 89 overs, with 7 remaining in the day.
Yes, I'm going to have to go off in a moment or two's time and just do an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. So Richard was asking about the 4 race courses in England that didn't feature any of the letters R, A, C or E. 2 of them are in Sussex, which was a clue. So Plumpton and Brighton, I think, are 2 of them, Richard. I can't for the life of me think of the others. So you might have to put me out of my misery. and let me know. Just do one more over. Now, Andrews Dahl has come into the attack. 18 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 52. In fairness to the Derbyshire bowlers, I mean, none of them have gone around the park today. And the run rate is what, 9? You know, it's about 3 and over. So they bowled very tidily, but they just haven't taken the wickets that Derbyshire desperately need. Can Dahl do this? Bowls to Haines, who punches this into the offside, and there is no run. Listen to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Thanks very much for listening throughout the day. Been a pleasure to have your company. Great to have Grace Ballinger with us as well today. It's been good fun. As in comes Dahl, running in around the wicket bowls, and Haines very circumspectly forward, plays to the offside of the pitch, fielded by Dahl off his own bowling. There is no run. Keeper Guest standing up. Do you have the keeper standing up to you when you're bowling?
Sometimes.
Yeah, do you like that, or do you prefer the keeper standing back?
I think sometimes early doors. Well, my keeper normally stands back early doors just to see how much it's swinging, and then sometimes she'll come up if she wants to.
Dahl in the bowls, Haines forward, Dahl falls off his own bowling, and there is no run. I just feel sometimes, Grace, that it just puts that bit more pressure on the batsman if the keeper is standing up, and it perhaps stops him getting down the track and trying to get after you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think if the keeper's good enough and you've got full confidence in them, there's no issue in it. I think, especially in women's cricket, where the bowling's quite often not as quick as the men's game, you do see the keeper standing up a bit more, and especially in white ball cricket.
Is on his way again, bowls. Haines hammers his way through the covers. Not the first time he's done that today. Picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He goes to 158. Sussex to 266 for 2. It means the arrears are now down to 65. Still a bit of work to do. You know, not in these two. If they can be there in the morning, Sussex will fill with a real chance. But you never know with Championship cricket. A couple of wickets go down, and suddenly Sussex are still in arrears. But the pendulum is just sort of swinging, I think, maybe towards the draw being the most likely result. Dahl comes into bowl to Pujara. In and bowls, Pujara drives handsomely through the offside. That's going to be a couple of runs. Masuda's in opposite field. It's going to run away for 4 runs. It's beautifully timed by Pujara, overpitched by Dahl, and beautifully placed by Pujara through that extra cover region. He picks up another boundary. Going to 56, Sussex 270 for 2. There it is, down to 61. Sorry, Chris.
That's quite all right. They've really capitalised on the offside. I was just going to say, any width and any length, whether it be too short, too full, they've just put it away.
Dahl, final ball of his over. Comes in over the wicket, bowls, and let go outside the off stump, taken by Guest. That's the end of the over. Probably the end of me for today, because I've got to do an update to the listeners on BBC Sussex. Grace, can I just say it's been a real pleasure working alongside you today. It's been great fun, and hope to see you again sometime.
Thank you, you too. And it will be Nick Potts to continue from the racecourse end. Only 6 overs remain in the day. You'd doubt there'll be another bowling change from this end. He seems to be going quite nicely and nearly created a chance against Pujara with that near edge, or maybe that edge that didn't quite carry. Still just a 1 slip in for Tom Haines. 2 fielders out on the boundary. 4 fielders, in fact, out on the boundary.
Staggering.
Third man, fine leg,
Absolutely
point,
staggering.
and square.
They've never really attacked, have they, today, Derbyshire?
No, not massively. As Potts comes in. Gosh, and short ball, and just picked up so well by Tom Haines. Looks like it could race away to 4. No, good effort by the fielder out there at deep square. But to cover up quite a lot of yards to restrict Sussex to only getting 2 there.
Brilliant from Sam Connors out in the deep then. The throw was straight to Brooke Guest. That is a long, long way. I understand we're going to be speaking to poor old, he's the victim tonight, Sam Connors. He always speaks well, but he's got the only wicket to fall. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he says. Wayne Madsen told us last night that the pitch was still good. All right, he's been proved.
Potts runs in again to Tom Haines. Fuller delivery and hit quite nicely out to cover point fielder, and yeah, again we'll get back for 2. Just all looks a bit comfortable for Sussex, and yeah, I mean, considering they had them all out for what was it, 174 in the first innings.
174.
Just feel like Derbyshire could have put the foot on the pedal a bit more.
A lead of 331 at the start of the day, and they sort of attacked for a couple of overs, and then the field started to spread. And that's what I don't understand. I'm sure they have their reasons, and it is a good pitch, but...
Potts comes in again. Tom Haines to face a fuller delivery, and glorious shot, but straight to Billy Godalman at mid-off, and will get no reward for it. Held the pose of it there, didn't he?
He certainly
Photographer's
did.
out.
He certainly did.
You need it for the Instagram early season, don't you?
He probably doesn't realise that David Griffin's already back in the media centre, the only photographer on the ground, so unless one of his family members was taking pictures, there's nobody here to take that photograph.
Potts in again. Full delivery again. Oh, just wraps Tom Haines on the pad. Relatively straight, but as you can see, his boat's gone down to fine leg. Looks like it was just going down. And Nick Potts looks not too disappointed with the umpire's decision to give not out.
No, it was a sort of afterthought from Potts, wasn't it? Then he thought, what am I doing? That was clearly going down the leg side.
Not been a lot of decisions for the umpires to make today, has there?
No, no. No major LBW shouts, really. A couple of half-hearted ones. Toughest decision was the run out.
Short ball stayed a bit low again there as Pajara just punched it to cover on the back foot and gets a dot ball for it. Seen a couple from Nick Potts in the last couple of overs where he's banged them in a little bit shorter, and they just haven't got the carry that they did earlier in the day.
You'd hope that it would start to misbehave even more tomorrow, wouldn't you, from a Derbyshire perspective? They've still got, well, 5 overs to go. They'll probably have 40 overs to play with. 40 overs, 40 runs. 40 runs to play. That's what they'll have to play with, 40 runs. And then, of course, Sussex have to build a sufficient lead to make sure that Derbyshire can't win.
Final ball of Potts is over. In, good delivery. Gets Pajara just on the front foot defending it, and that ends the over. Only 5 left in the day. Sussex are at 275 for the loss of just 2 wickets and trail by 56 runs.
Well, we were talking about 6:30, 6:45, possibly 7 o'clock with an extra 8 overs and being here forever, but it's only 8 minutes to 6 now, and we've only got 5 overs left, so it won't be too late to finish at all. So Derbyshire have managed to get themselves through these overs quite nicely. Both batsmen just having a little drink.
Got any Saturday night plans, Dave?
Well, I did, because I was going to go home, have a pizza. This is back to the northwest, and then get up tomorrow morning. I do a podcast for the cricket, so I was going to do that tomorrow morning. I was going to watch some club cricket in the afternoon, but I think I'm going to have to be here, so I'm going back to Andy Twig's house this evening. He's got me a burger and chips ready. Dahl begins a new over, not quite the Saturday night. That it's not all rock and roll. Haines pushes this one out into the offside. You'll be painting the town red.
No, I don't think so tonight. I think I've got a game on Monday, so
just a quiet couple of halves.
I think I'll go to the cricket club. See boys' first game of the season today. My local cricket club. Go see them. Don't get to see them too often, so it'll be nice.
In again, that one's turned into the leg side, half stopped by Shan Masood. He couldn't stop it completely. Turns around and looks at the pitch, but I think pretty much that was down to tiredness as much as anything, because he's on the square. There aren't too many bobbles on a square.
No,
not in the middle of it.
Slightly immobile today, Masood, but we can let him off after his innings, I think. I think he's done all right for Derbyshire in this game.
Absolutely. And in the first game, 276 for 2. Haines moves on to 163 with that single from the misfield, and Dahl is in again. Bowls to Pachara, who just stonewalls it out into the offside, and there's no run. 27 deliveries left in the day. Sussex trailing by 55. Haines started the day trailing by 331, and the straightforward innings victory that Derbyshire were hoping for simply hasn't materialised, thanks to some terrific batting from this man, Tom Haines, who thrusts out a pad. It misses his pad. It's missed by Brooke Guest, and it's well fielded in the end by Wayne Madsen behind the wicket-keeper. That one kept low.
Yeah, it did. I thought it had bowled him for a second.
So did
I thought
I.
he'd left a straight one.
Yeah, so did I.
Sam Haines did that last week. Left a straight one. Happens.
Absolutely. That was Pujara. De Cares down at Middlesex last week left the ball. It is off stump. This one is pushed into the offside by Pujara. He's got 56. Haines 163. The partnership 131. The remarkable thing is, even if Sussex go on and make 500 in their second innings, Derbyshire would only need 170 to win, which isn't beyond the realms of possibility.
No. Could be in for a good final day.
Yeah, game is far from settled here. That's left alone outside the off stump by Pujara. Goes through the brook guest. And with 4 overs to go, Sussex 276 for 2. Pujara 56, Haines 163. They trail by 55.
I think, in fairness, they haven't had the best day out there. They've bowled well, but no wickets, unfortunately, only the one from Sam Connors. But I do think they have fielded well, Derbyshire. They've been very athletic in the field.
He's bringing Wayne Madsen on. I don't know why.
They're level on the over rate now, first time in a while.
Yeah, I have no idea what this is all about.
From the racecourse end, Wayne Madsen.
What does he bowl? Right arm offies?
Yeah, sort of.
We did see him warming up earlier, didn't
Well,
we?
he's bowled 2 overs, but I can't remember them. I didn't realise he had bowled until I looked at the big scoreboard. But yeah, he's very round arm. He used to have a golden arm, but not so much these days, sadly.
He's got slip in, deep cover, deep square, and that's about it. As he comes in for his first ball against Tom Haines, and good straight ball, just defended straight back by Haines, but didn't look like there was a massive amount of turn there.
No, I don't think he's going to turn it a lot.
Quickly through his over though as he comes in again, and almost a repeat of the jumped up there as if there was a chance, but Tom Haines did really just defend it straight back to him. Not much more to it than that. As he rushes in for his third delivery. Again, repeat of the last one, just straight ball, relative amount of flight on it, and just defended back.
Derbyshire might have plans for tonight, judging by the speed he's getting through this over. He's taken 37 wickets in his career at 50.
Well, he is flighting it up. Maybe they're trying to tempt Tom Haines. I mean, not long on, mid-on sat kind of at halfway there. He comes in. Slightly back of a length and just punched very comfortably by Tom Haines already. Is that already 5 balls for his over?
Yeah, he's getting value for money here.
Yeah. And he really flights the last one up, and again, defended by Tom Haines. Probably one of the quickest overs I've ever seen there.
He's rattled through that one. He bowled one just before lunch, I think, didn't he? Or was it before tea? I think it was before lunch when they wanted to get an extra over in before lunch. 3 overs to go then in the day's play. It looks like Alex Thompson's going to come on, so I'm sure I heard you say there won't be another bowling change at that end before the end of the day.
I did.
Yeah, I thought you did.
I did say that.
Billy Goldman has decided to prove everybody wrong. The scores in the second division, Durham are 209 for 1 now. They lead Leicestershire by 364 at Chesterley Street. They've probably already got enough, but I wonder if they'll put them in for a couple of overs before the end of day 3. We'll have to wait and see. Nottinghamshire 199 for 8 at Trent Bridge. They lead Glamorgan by just 122 runs. So poor old Nottinghamshire, in the wilderness of the second division, could be defeated by Glamorgan. Glamorgan here in a couple of weeks' time. Derbyshire play Leicestershire next week. And here is Alex Thompson. From the city, and in bowls to Pujara, who uses his feet nicely. And that's a good stop by Billy Godwin, a really good stop. They do get through for a single, yes they do. But that was racing away for 4 runs, no question about it.
Yeah, that was a neat piece of fielding.
Dive in.
Yeah, got the special dive out. It's all the more impressive in the 93rd over after a long day in the field.
Proper goalkeeping dive as well, wasn't it?
Full stretch.
Thompson around the wicket to Haines, who pushes it back to him. Gloucestershire 236 for 6, lead Yorkshire by 87. Kent following on a 69 for 5. They're still 177 behind Lancashire. Hampshire beat Surrey by an innings and Surrey beat Hampshire rather by an innings and 17 runs. Pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. fascinating goings on. Nottinghamshire and Glamorgan, 201 for 8. Nottinghamshire leading by 124. 272 for 277 for 2. Here's Thompson bowls the next ball. It's late in the day. And it's defended by Haines up towards mid-off. There's no run. 2 balls left in this over and 2 overs after that. As we go just past 6 o'clock.
It's very quiet out there, isn't it?
Yeah, I think everybody's very tired out there.
Yeah.
I don't think Sam Connors is going to be massively happy when he realises he's doing the post-match. He's not going to be a happy chap, but he's always a willing interviewee and a very good talker. Around the wicket he comes again, and that one is pushed out into the offside. He races in, does Sam Connors, to do the fielding. It's the end of the over, the 94th over of the day's play. How many overs in the innings? It doesn't say. Excellent. 90. Of course, they started at the start of the day, didn't they? That's why it doesn't have to say, because the 94 overs is the length of the innings. You fool. Haines has 163. Pujara has 57. 277 for 2. I don't know why I'm listening to the cue, because it clearly won't be a Derby programme at 6 o'clock. So Madsen will bowl the last over from the racecourse end.
He comes in. Pujara comes down and, oh, I think that might be the plan with Madsden. I think they're just trying to tempt him into it. If you see, long on is about 5 yards in from the rope ball.
Yeah, he wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. And Madsen set off so quickly there.
In honesty, neither was I. I was still wittering on. But he comes back in again. Loops it up and Pujara doesn't fall for it this time. And screams of anguish from the Derbyshire players at pretty standard defensive shot in our honesty as Madsden comes in again. Just flicked to mid-wicket. Pujara thinks about the single, but Tom Haines very sensibly says no. As Madsden comes in again, really floats it up, and Pujara just comes down and flicks it to mid-wicket. Another dot ball, but since Pujara might be getting a little bit tempted here. Madsden comes in again, floats it up, but Pujara just goes onto the back foot and defends it to extra cover, and it's already, is that 5 balls again? Final ball of the over, just defended by Pujara, and a maiden over for Madsden, and that ends his spell with 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 5.
Have your wits about you when Wayne Madsen's bowling.
It's quick.
That was quick. They were the quickest 12 deliveries. What time did you ask for your lift? 20 past?
25. Well,
that's not bad. By the time we walk
yeah.
round, it'll be all right. We've got to go round to the players' pavilion, so have a wander around there, and a bit of a chat, and then the lift will be here. That's perfect timing, really. Last over of the day, then. Alex Thompson in and bowls to Tom Haines, who pushes this one out into the offside. He's not going to make a mistake here, Tom Haines. I can feel it. We're going to have 16 and 2 as the number of wickets that have fallen in successive days cricket here at the county ground. Absolutely bizarre. 277 for 2. 2 wickets have fallen, all for 28, all sopped for 16. Thompson is in, bowls to Haines, who's on 163. A new high score in first-class cricket for him. Pushes it up to mid-on, there's no run. Pujara's got 57, the partnership 132. Pretty much 3 and over. Here he is again, Thompson bowls. That one was a slightly loopier delivery, almost like it looked like an arm ball possibly, but Haines deals with it, pushes it out into the offside. Gets a single, moves to 164, 3 balls to go.
Don't want to see a wicket fall here, do you, as a Sussex fan?
No.
You really don't.
However, here's Thompson. And bowls to Pujara, who just goes back into his crease and looks like he's going to set off for a single, which would have been ludicrous because Shan Masood was virtually picking the ball up. He was sent back, if indeed he'd set off, by Haines. Penultimate ball of the day. Thompson bowls. That one is turned into the leg side, where it's fielded by Nick Potts. So the final ball of the day then, day 3. I feel like I've been here longer than 3 days, just today.
At least the sun's been out.
It's been glorious. It's absorbing cricket. It's absolutely absorbing. In he comes Thompson, and he goes down the track. Pujara pushes it out into the onside. It's fielded by Anuj Dal, and that is it for today. At the close, Sussex 278 for 2. Tom Haines, a magnificent 164. Cheteshwar Pujara has got 57. And partnership is worth 133, and they trail Derbyshire by 53 rather, having gone into the day 331 behind. It's been a pretty good day for Sussex.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with that in the dressing room. Don't think at the start of the day we thought they were going to be 2 wickets down, but no, Haines and Pujara have gone very nicely there, and also the opening partnership. It's not too bad at all.
Not too bad. Not too bad as Haines takes the applause of his teammates who are standing up on the balcony of the Players' Pavilion away to our left-hand side. Derbyshire players applaud as well. They look very, very weary, the Derbyshire players, it has to be said. They'll come back tomorrow when they still have the opportunity to force victory. They'll need 8 wickets pretty quickly, because Sussex only trail by 53. My thanks to Adrian Harms from BBC Sussex and to Grace Ballinger. Nice to meet you, Grace. You'll have to come back. You'll have to come back.
Thank you very much for having me.
You'll have to come back. We will be back as John begins all the announcements. Just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning on the BBC Sport website and app. Thank you very much for your company today.